It's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. We have the NCAA Men's National Championship game. We got North Carolina, UNC, the Tar Heels versus the Kansas Jayhawks, Rock Chalk Jayhawks. Let's get it, baby. I drink beer. We talk NFL. We talk wrestling. And we watch a little bit of the natty between North Carolina and Kansas. I hope everyone had a fantastic weekend over Wrestlemania weekend. Apologize, I wasn't able to do the live stream. I was hanging out with the fam in Paisley. But I'm here. I'm back for the natty tonight, the national championship game, North Carolina and Kansas. And then I'll be obviously online a majority of this week as well as we watch this last final matchup between the Tar Heels and the Jayhawks. They're about to announce a lot of the starting lineups here after the national anthem just got done there. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. And let's get ready, man. I got my Sun Chips. I got my Modelo Pina Picante. I got my pineapple beer. I got my mango beer. I am ready to go. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. And like I said, normally I was going to start streaming around 7 o'clock, maybe 7:30, but this is kind of a special scenario. Anytime we got the natty for college football with like Georgia and Bama, or if we end up having a matchup, like even if we don't really watch, college hoops that much, we can talk about Wrestlemania. We can talk about NFL trades with a big one with the Eagles and the Saints swapping draft picks for this year and next season. Pretty wild, pretty crazy. And even if you don't watch college hoops that much, a lot of us only watch, during March Madness or obviously the Final Four or the championship game. I am here, baby. Let's get it going. Odin Son in the building. What to do? Yeah, and like I said, I was planning on trying to get everything done for WrestleMania. But like I said, I wanted to be able to spend time with the fam, and it's kind of one of those things you have to kind of pick and choose, what you decide to stream, when you stream. I want to be able to spend some time with Paisley as well. So, like I said, I'm here. I'm ready to go. T-Perfect in the building. Baby, let's go. You the man. Let's go. He said Rogers is trash. Oh, baby. Blood. Reina. In the building, what to do? And like I said, this is not going to be really me doing a play-by-play and reaction. I mean, I could definitely do the live play-by-play and reaction, but I just kind of want to drink beer. I want to talk about WrestleMania. I want to talk about the NFL trades between draft picks between the Eagles and the Saints, and then just watch a college hoops game. You know what I mean? Like I said, I can definitely do the live play-by-play, but this is one of those days where we just want to kind of take it easy, baby. And I want to drink beer. I want to hang out. I missed you guys. It's been about 2 or 3 days since I've talked to y'all. So I want to be able just to enjoy the game instead of having to call it. We can just enjoy it. And I'll probably be streaming for the next 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 hours. We'll see how long the streams go. We'll see where the donos are at as well. Definitely going to be doing the whole game for the NCAA National Championship between UNC and Kansas. And then from there, we can talk about anything. So like I said, anything that's on your guys' mind that you want to talk about, if you guys are going through some ups and some downs, if you guys got some depression, you got some anxiety, you got some good news, you got some bad news, you guys want to talk about men's college hoops, you want to talk about NCAA college football, you want to talk about the NFL draft, you want to talk about Wrestlemania over the last 2 days. Did you love it? Did you hate it? Was it good? Was it bad? Let me know what you guys think. But I'm here after any type of natty or national championship. I'm going to be here. You know what I mean? Like I said, it doesn't matter if it's college hoops or if it's going to be college football, which I'm more interested in. I'm definitely going to be rooting for Kansas tonight. Normally, North Carolina with Jordan and Worthy and Rasheed Wallace and Stackhouse and all the history. North Carolina is definitely easy to root for. But Holly Hundo and Sarah Small are big Kansas Jayhawk fans. And it seems like we've always seen North Carolina, get the titles, in the past. I think this might be time for Kansas to be able to get it done. This is kind of like the Roy Williams championship. He's been on both locations. I'm definitely going to be rooting for Kansas tonight. But if UNC wins, so be it. They're going to definitely deserve it if they find a way to beat Kansas. And I hope it's just a close game. I hope there's no blowouts. If you remember last year, ended up being kind of a blowout. All right, we don't want to see no blowouts like last year. I think it was, what was it? Was it Baylor Gonzaga last year? So hopefully it's a little bit better now. Forward, Leaky Black. Forward number 1 for North Carolina as we're going through the lineups. I hope everyone is having a fantastic day. I missed you guys. Missed you guys tremendously. Odin Son in the building. What to do? Sarah Small, how's everybody doing tonight? Blood Reina in the building. T-Perfect with the first dono of the night, $2. You the man? No, you the man. He said hashtag Rogers is trash, and he's speaking of Aaron. I see you, my guy. Appreciate you. $2. Let's get to a hundo, maybe 200, 300, 400, 500. Let's see what it does, and let's see where it goes, baby. All right, Shepard Williams. What's good, everybody? You know, I had to check up on some of my favorites, making sure everyone is good. It said you missed the funniest hardcore match in wrestling history. I saw Vince McMahon had the worst stunner of all time. He tried to sell the stunner. I mean, obviously Vince is old, right? But the way that he fell down to a knee, went back into the ropes. I mean, come on, dude. You know what the stunner is. You know how to sell it. I don't give a shit if you're 60, 70, 80 years old. If your ass is in the ring, at least sell the stunner a little bit. I mean, that was the worst that I've ever seen. Riggs in the building. Howdy, howdy in the building. What to do, y'all? And like I said, with this, like I said, we're going to be just watching the game. I'm not going to be calling it play-by-play. It's just kind of like a watch party. We can talk NFL. We can talk wrestling. I'm just going to be drinking beer and obviously talking sports like we normally do on the other streams. So anything is obviously on the board for what you guys want to talk about. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very much. So WrestleMania is pretty good this year. I think there's always going to be good matches, and then there's going to be surprise matches, bad endings. And that's the thing that kind of irks me the most, you know, as a fan. You know, you want to make sure that what you see on paper matches up with the endings. And sometimes guys get hurt. Supposedly Roman got hurt towards the end of that matchup, but you know, it is what it is. Overall, I think most people thought it was around like maybe a 7. I heard some people thinking it was like a 9 or a 10. I wouldn't get that carried away. It's not like we saw Rock and Stone Cold in their prime. So let's pump the brakes a little bit. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Everyone's held to their own opinion. Michaela's in the building. What to do? Let's go. Raw is stinking it up tonight. Obviously, I don't get Raw until a little bit later, so I'm going to be watching this. As soon as this is over, I'll transition to Raw on the West Coast. And like I said, I'm just here to hang out with y'all. So like I said, it's not going to be necessarily like a live play-by-play. We're going to hang out. We're going to drink beer. I'll probably take some gummies. We're going to relax and have a good time. And then, like I said, I'm here for you guys, you know, to hang out, talk sports, talk wrestling, and enjoy Monday Night Raw, Monday Night Natty, obviously with UNC in Kansas, and just drink beer and eat some snacks and hang out, baby. Let's go. Major injury. Said same, been a good minute since I had a good WrestleMania. It's been a little bit, right? I heard, well, obviously, you know, Cody's going to get a huge pop from the WWE, obviously, to AEW, being one of the founding fathers, and then going back to the WWE. So he said, Wee Man had the biggest pop. Oh, baby. Yeah, it's going to be what, in Hollywood, right? So it might end up being Roman and Rock next year, but they're not going to let Rock win. You know what I mean? It's like they've already put Roman on this pedestal. Like, who's going to beat him? You got to at least drop the belt and then have someone else come back and win it. You know, you have storylines that you need to build up. It's like you're making this guy invincible. Like, he can't lose to anybody. And I know he's the face, but what happens if Roman goes down? It's like if Kenny Omega's not wrestling, you know what I mean? We got plenty of other guys in AEW to keep the company afloat. But if Roman goes down with an injury, what does WWE do? Do they have enough guys besides Roman who they kind of push to the top where they can actually keep afloat? I'm not sure. I am not sure. Sarah's like, I love the Bianca and Becky match. I know a lot of people like that. Sky Ripper. Oh, baby, what's good? How is everybody doing, baby? I did see that. Pat McAfee, I heard, pretty much stole the show. I watched on and off on Saturday and Sunday. I was also hanging out with Paisley, the GF, and I was watching Breaking Bad, obviously doing kind of a recap of going from season 1 all the way up to season 5. I think I'm season 3. So I was just kind of going back and forth. And, you know, I have to be mentally here, you know what I mean? If I'm going to go in and watch it, and obviously, I got to pick and choose kind of the moments when I end up streaming. And obviously, trust me, if I could stream 6 days, 7 days a week, you know I would. And like I said, I'm going to try to stream as much as possible, but I'm here. And like I said, I missed you guys. I hope you guys are having a great day. And I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. At 76, Vince is still jacked. Good for his age. That was shocking as well. Well, he works out. You know, Stephanie works out. Triple H works out. The whole McMahon family works out. But we know Triple H isn't going to go back to wrestling. But I thought with Vince, I mean, you could at least watch tape on how to sell the stunner. And when you get kicked in the stomach, don't go down to one knee. I mean, it probably hurt your gut a little bit, and though it might have been a little shocking on how hard he hit you, but this is something that you're trying to sell on a WrestleMania. He ain't going to just double tap you and give you a little boot. He's going to probably kick you in the stomach at least decent, halfway, you know, not maybe full speed. You know, so don't go down to a knee, my guy. And then when you get the stunner, go down on both knees and sell it and jump in the air. But I mean, I know he's old. I get it. He's old, but that was probably the worst sell of a stunner. Went down to a knee, went back into the ropes, and then he just kind of fell down like an old man. I've fallen and I can't get up. That's what it reminded me of, those old commercials. And that's big facts. Riggs, he says, enjoying my time off. Appreciate you guys. Bye-bye. Said, no, WrestleMania was a 9 comfortably. Okay. Well, most people that I've heard from is about a 7 or 8. But like I said, you are more WWE than AEW, right? So I think more people that are leaning more towards WWE fans, they kind of, give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm more AEW than WWE, but I'm more of just a fan of wrestling. I want good quality matches. I want good matches on paper. I want good matches in the match, and I want good endings. But we can't really get that in all regards. As you know, a lot of times WWE falls a little short with the endings, and that's big facts. M-Bida, who dat, Saints active in signings and draft. I don't want to talk about that too as we're going through this. So obviously we know the Saints got 2 draft picks. I assume that they're going to be going, for a replacement for the guy that they lost at left tackle. We already know that's going to be a big deal. And then possibly a wide receiver, but knowing the Saints, you don't really know. But did the Saints get fleeced a little bit? I mean, you gave up a lot. Yes, I know you get 2 first rounders, and then the Eagles, nice 3. You get, you go from 3 first rounders from the Eagles to 2, but did you see all the capital that they got afterwards? And we don't know if the Saints are going to hit on their picks or the Eagles, but the Eagles definitely got a lot in return, not only for this season, but for next year as well. But it seems like the Saints want to compete this year, so I don't blame them making the moves, and they should be a playoff team. So even if the Eagles get another first rounder next year, I mean, what is it going to be? Pick 20? 25, it's not going to be a top 10 pick. Saints are going to be a good football team. So they wanted to be able to get, I assume, maybe the best left tackle possible, and then maybe a wide receiver. I hope that's the direction that they go, but knowing the Saints, we don't really know. Shep says 8 out of 10. M-Bida. I'm good, brother. I'm good. How are you? Calvin, they shook up the world to get 2 day 1 starters, which I think is good. I think the Eagles fans feel like they fleeced the Saints because they got all these extra picks. But also remember that the Eagles haven't really had a good reputation with Howie Roseman to be able to hit on their draft picks. So just because you get an extra first rounder, no guarantees that it hits. But now both teams, even though the Eagles had 3 first rounders, now they both have 2, and they're both drafting within about 3 or 4 picks of each other. This could be a good benefit for the Eagles if they hit on their picks, and it could be a benefit for the Saints, especially if they want to try to win the NFC South, which I think they can. They're going to be very competitive with Tampa Bay, and they can get 2 day 1 starters as long as they don't do any Peyton Turner, Paulson Adebo bullshit. You better make sure you get the best left tackle possible, all right, and make sure you get one of the best wide receivers possible. We'll see what direction they go. But Jamison Williams would be a great pick there, at wide receiver, and then they might be able to go for, some of the other opportunities that they're looking for on the line. So with the trade details, the Saints get the 16th pick and the 19th pick and the 194th pick in this year's draft. The Eagles receive 18th pick, the 101st pick, the 237th pick, the 2023 first rounder next year, and a second rounder in 2024. That's a lot. So they must really have their eyes on the best left tackle or one of the best left tackles, second or third, depending on where they fall in the draft with other positions. And they must have a wide receiver in mind for them to do this, because they were probably like, okay, we can get the left tackle, but are we going to be able to get the wide receiver? And they're probably like, nah, we're not going to be able to get the wide receiver they want. So I could see it benefiting both teams. Did the Saints give up too much? Maybe. But the thing is, again, the Eagles haven't proven that they can draft consistently year in and year out. And if the Saints can get 2 day 1 starters, it is going to be worth it, especially if they can get like Pro Bowl kind of guys or guys that can fit the mold and fit the scheme. So I think both teams won. But obviously, if you get 2 day 1 starters for the Saints, they're right in the mix. And the Eagles, I hope, since they gave up this pick to get some more picks, obviously for the next year and the year after, that they can hit on those picks. And we'll see down the road who ended up winning this trade in a few years. That's big facts. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day, baby. All right, 7-0 Kansas, baby. Let's go. I know. Said Vince messed up the Stone Cold moment way before the stunner. Austin Theory music popped off instead of Stone Cold. Yep. Said Bianca, the fucking GOAT, F Becky. Well, you already knew Bianca Belair was going to get the belt. I think that was almost a given. Like, they're building her up. You knew that she was going to have a WrestleMania moment. A lot of times, with Roman and Brock, was there anyone on planet Earth that actually thought Brock was going to win? Like, legitimately, they've been pushing Roman so much, it would have been very shocking. And knowing Vince, if Roman did drop the belt, then there would be Monday Night Raw rematch, and then Roman would get it right back. But they didn't even go down that route. They're like, all right, Brock, any part-timer, you have no fucking chance. And that's big facts. Calvin Griffin, appreciate you. $2, baby. Appreciate you, baby. All right, Terrence Harris. Yes, I saw that. I saw the photo with the three of them. All right, representing the females. All right, in the WWE, and obviously, I imagine it meant a lot to Big E as well. Seeing his ladies out there doing big things, and I know Big E with the broken neck. I feel really bad for the guy. Seems like he's in really good spirits, but it's nice to be able to see first timers and also people that have already been there before, obviously like Sasha, but also to do it with Naomi and to see Bianca Belair have her WrestleMania moment. Very, very cool. That's big facts. $4 in donos, baby. Let's get to a hundo. Let's do it. Let's do it. Mbida, he said, I'm going Penning and Olave. And that might be where they're going. I think Jamison Williams would be great for you guys too. It all depends on the size, the speed, Treylon Burks. It all depends on what you guys are looking for. But any wide receiver that you get on that pick is going to be fantastic. Now it just depends on the offensive line, what you're going to be able to do there, because that's going to be a big key to make that replacement. You got to make sure that you get a good replacement for Armstead. And as long as you get the stud there for Armstead, which I hope they go, and then they go wide receiver, there's a lot more wide receiver depth than there is offensive line depth. So I'm kind of curious on where they go. But I think that both teams won. But initially, it looked like the Eagles fleeced the Saints. But check it out. If the Saints get 2 day one starters and they turn into Pro Bowl or legit starters, it might end up evening out, even though there's extra picks. Just because you get extra picks doesn't mean that they're going to pan out altogether. We have to wait and see. And plus, we're going to have to wait a couple years for some of these other picks. And I don't see the Saints dropping off to be a horrible team. Pre-Jameis, with Jameis, post-Jameis. I think that the Saints are still going to be a very good team for quite a while. I don't see them falling off the face of the earth. It's going to take some time for the Falcons and the Panthers to catch up. And that's big facts. Bianca and Becky killed it. That's what I heard. Shep said, I'm ready for baseball. First game is Thursday. Let's go Braves. Julio Rodriguez, one of the top 3 prospects in Major League Baseball for the Mariners, finally made the opening day roster. Stoked about that. And then the number 2 guy in the MLB prospects on the Royals. And we're going to go see the Royals and the M's, me and my buddy here at the end of the month. So we're stoked. We're going to see 2 of the best, 3 prospects. I think the number 1 prospect is on the Orioles, but he's got an injury. So, we'll see what his status is, but I was reading that earlier. Calvin Griffin said $4.99. Saints ain't getting fleeced when they trading for players who are they're going to play day one. Offensive tackle, wide receiver, safety. Saints trying to win now, not 2 to 3 years. Exactly. I hear you. And I just want to see who you guys pick. And it'll be kind of hard to fuck these picks up, right? If they don't pick tackle and wide receiver, then the Saints fans, me, and everyone on planet Earth are going to be scratching our heads, right? We're like, what are they doing? But maybe they have something cooking in the pot that we don't know about. And I got to see what the Eagles are up to as well. Seems like they're just trying to accumulate picks and try to get good down the road. And I'm not sure if they're going to be good enough to win the division next year. We'll see, with the Commandos, the Cowboys. Giants will be at the bottom. So it'll probably be a 3-team race in the NFC East. But I got the Buccaneers and the Saints making the playoffs next year 100%, as long as there's no injuries. That's big facts. Appreciate you guys very, very much, my dude. $9. Let's get to a hundo. 9-3, Kansas up on North Carolina. Good tempo in the game so far. Now they can miss me with Olave. No thanks, Jamison Williams or Burks. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I kind of like Jamison Williams and Burks a little bit more. Olave, I think, would be good, but I don't see him being a fit with the Saints. You know what I mean? I think Olave could be a fit on a lot of teams, but I think Jamison Williams and Burks would be a better fit. Jamison Williams, to me, would be the most easy kind of fit, to just like a glove, just to go in there, boom, get it going. But who knows? Olave should be a day one starter wherever he goes. It just depends on what team he goes to. But I don't really see Olave there. I mean, it could happen, but it just with the way that I'm feeling, the way the draft is playing out, there's going to be trades. We don't know about Lockett or DK or AJ Brown or some of these other guys, but definitely an interesting trade with the Eagles and Saints, and we're not done. We're going to have a lot of other trades coming up. So pretty much the Saints traded away, some of those extra picks in the future to get 2 day one starters. And they have a desperate need at tackle for Armstead leaving. And they need a wide receiver next to Michael Thomas. And obviously can't guard Mike's going to need some help with Taysom Hill at tight end. So obviously safety, tight end, maybe a backup to Taysom Hill if they want to get there, wide receiver. And obviously we know the most glaring need besides wide receiver is left tackle for me. And that's big facts. Said Bianca 2-0 at WrestleMania. Yeah, she'll probably get a lot more wins before it's said and done. That's big facts. Yeah, well, we know that they like OSU players, but I think, okay, if you can go for a bigger body like Treylon Burks, that could be more beneficial to you guys long term. And then if you guys go for Jamison Williams, if he didn't get hurt, ask Calvin, he would have been the #1 rated wide receiver. I would agree with that too. I think based off his route running, his speed, his hands, I think as great as Olave is, if Jamison Williams didn't tear the ACL in the Georgia-Alabama Natty, we'd be talking about him a hell of a lot more than a lot of these other guys. But the wide receiver class is very, very deep. Offensive line, not so much. That's big facts. You like Penning? Yeah. Penning looks like he's got some potential, but they might be looking for someone else. So Jamison and Burks did what they did against beat 2 teams defenses in the country. Olave not on that level. But I do think Olave will be a good player, though. I don't think he's not going to be just some like scrub. You know what I mean? I think he'll be pretty good. Raw seems a little slow, not as interesting as expecting. And usually the Raw after WrestleMania, SmackDown, those are usually big shows, but maybe they just gave it their all. Some guys are hurt, and maybe that has something to do with it as well. Sarah Small with $1. Bang! Appreciate you very, very much. $10 in donos. Let's go, baby. I'm getting caught up. I'm kind of go quicker this time around so I don't get too far behind. So I wonder if Ciampa's going to Raw or SmackDown. I've seen the stand and deliver. He's moving up. Yeah, I'm going to have to wait and see. And obviously with Cody, that was kind of one of those things you knew he was going to be there. I mean, at least you guys probably thought so too. But it was just weird, for him to be Stardust and then to go to AEW as one of the founding fathers and then want more money and then leave, because he seemed like one of those guys that he was never going to leave AEW, but I guess money talks, and we're going to have to wait in 2024 to see if MJF walks as well. But definitely it seemed like overall WrestleMania was decent, but I have high expectations. Anytime it's a big pay-per-view, there's a little kind of slower moments. Some matches were a little bit less on the time that I thought they were going to have. Some were slow, some were boring, some ended not the way that I thought. But overall, a decent pay-per-view. But it's WrestleMania. It's supposed to be the best pay-per-view of the year. And I'm not sure if it's going to be the best pay-per-view of 2022 for AEW or WWE altogether. All right, we got 9-3 Kansas up. UNC backing down, little hook shot, nice jump, hook shot right there. 9-5 Kansas. Let's go, baby. So Jamison Williams would be the #1 receiver coming off the board. See, that's what I'm thinking too. I watch a lot of film and just based on, and obviously we think Treylon Burks is the sleeper. I mean, anyone that's seen him, the size, the speed, the one-handed grabs. I posted on Twitter, I think on Thursday or Friday, a couple big plays that he had on back-to-back plays in a ranked game. He can go down the sideline. He's got the athleticism. It just depends on what team he goes to and what type of reps he's going to get. But I think Treylon Burks could be the sleeper, even though he's not really a sleeper anymore. Everyone knows his name and where he's going to be. He kind of gives you those DK Metcalf vibes, but he's a little bit better of a route runner than DK, and I think he can do a little bit more day one than DK Metcalf, but we know DK Metcalf is still a stud. That's big facts. I'm doing good, Michael. How are you doing? Stone Cold, baby. I know anytime you see Stone Cold, whether he's drinking beer, doing stunners on Vince, and Vince not selling it, of course it's going to be great. Absolutely. Yeah, that's what I was hearing too. Well, he wanted control. He wanted to be able to control the booking, and maybe that was okay starting off. But when you have Tony Khan and a lot of the other guys, you got to let the head guy run the company. You just can't have Cody, coming up with all the ideas for the matches. You know what I'm saying? So I think there was a power struggle there that he wanted to have the same control he had maybe year 1 and year 2. And when it went to year 3, they're like, hey, you got to take a step back. And he wanted more money. And honestly, with Cody, is Cody even main event? No. He's mid-card guy. You know what I mean? And it's not like AEW really needs him. And if anything, WWE needed him just for ratings. You know what I mean? It's just for ratings. But after months pass, is anyone really going to give a shit about Cody? I don't think so. You know what I mean? Not trying to be a hater on Cody, but it's not like he's going to give you those amazing cage matches in AEW in the first couple years that we saw, where he gave his blood, sweat, and tears, and where everyone appreciates everyone in AEW. In WWE, they have their favorites, and then it's like everyone else is a scrub. You know how it goes in WWE. They got your favorites. It's like you got maybe AJ, you got Seth, you got Roman, you got Finn Balor, you got your main guys that you love, and then it's just kind of everybody else. You know what I mean? And they don't get treated the same way like in AEW. AEW gets a little bit more love. Yes, I totally agree. 100%. Oh, I know. Man, lots of beers, huh? But he didn't drink all of them. A lot of them ended up on his chin, on his shirt, you know what I mean, on the ground, you know what I mean? Like, I want to see him drink a little bit more, but he probably would have passed out. That's facts. Speaking of beer, I got some beer, and I got some gummies here as well. All right. We got the Acai Berry Chalice Farms Fruit Chews, CBD THC. Take a couple, knock yourself the fuck out. So I'll probably do that. I got the Modelo here as well, the pineapple beer. I got some Sun Chips. I'm ready to go, baby. So let's hang out, enjoy ourselves. I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys very, very much. And obviously, if there's any other news that you guys want to, kind of let me know let me know. So we don't got anything on the Cash App just yet, but I know we'll get the numbers there. I'll be streaming now probably for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. Going deep. Nice board and a foul. Okay, let's drink some beer and hang out. And like I said, I apologize. Like I said, doing wrestling pay-per-views is some of the, favorite things that I like to do. I missed the AEW one, obviously with Wrestlemania, but I got to kind of pick and choose my moments with everything going on. And obviously with someone, that has depression, anxiety, if you go through the ups and the downs, like I said, I have to make sure that I'm mentally okay. Got to be able to, manage my time with the channel, with the GF, with Paisley, with the friends as well. But like I said, I'm going to try to stream as much as possible. But I'm feeling good mentally. Like I said, went out, took a shower, shaved, took the dog for a walk, went shopping, went to Petco, got some dog food, got a new leash, got some treats. So Paisley's happy. I'm happy. Things are good. Hopefully this natty ends up being pretty good. And like I said, once it's over, I'll go to Raw. It sounds like Raw's not really too special tonight. I'll get the replay on the West Coast here in a couple hours. And right now it's 12:11 North Carolina. I got chips to eat, beers to drink, and let's hang out. So anything that you guys want to talk about, you guys want to talk about this game, wrestling, you guys want to talk about NFL draft, the trades, if there's any other free agency moves that you guys want to talk about or rumors, put them in the chat or send it to me on Twitter or Instagram and we can talk about them. But I love you guys and I appreciate you guys very, very much. Gang. Up tempo for North Carolina. Ooh. Who's got Kansas tonight or North Carolina? North Carolina's an 8 seed. Kansas is a 1 seed. I know Holly Hundo and Sarah are going for Kansas. Hubert Davis there, nice little close up there. This is going to be interesting. I mean, obviously when you have an 8 seed, they normally have no chance against a 1 seed, but when it's North Carolina and it was going to be North Carolina or Duke, you know that they always have a chance. Coach K just couldn't get it done at the end. North Carolina found a way to be able to inch by at the very end, but I do think Kansas is the better team top to bottom. But like I said, Uncle Mo and Uncle Momentum might say otherwise, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty high octane up-tempo game, which I love. 13-12, Kansas on the fast break. Should have went for a chest pass right there instead of a bounce pass. But it's a nice up-tempo game, 13-12. Woo, what a block. Rejected. Like Dikembe Mutombo, baby. Oh, Stone Cold is the GOAT. I mean, he's always been one of my favorites of all time. I mean, obviously, I love The Rock, Hollywood Hogan as a heel. Everyone's got their favorites, Legion of Doom. The Road Warriors is my favorite tag team from back in the day. But Stone Cold is definitely in my top 2, top 3, if not my favorite overall. I mean, for a guy that's being a little bit older, he's definitely young at heart. I mean, he loves the fans. He loves wrestling. And I thought that was really cool to have him out there. Now we just got to wait till next year, where we can maybe get The Rock, back into the ring. And obviously The Rock being a little bit younger. If The Rock wanted to put on a 20-minute match against Roman, he easily could do it. He's definitely in shape, to be able to do it next year. And I think it's in Hollywood next year. So we'll have to wait and see if they build up that storyline. Yeah, so you don't really like a whole lot of people in AEW. I got a lot more, wrestlers that I'm a fan of in AEW rather than WWE. But like I said, I just like good wrestling. So whether it's NJPW, ROH, if it's Impact, if it's WWE, if it's AEW, I just want to see good wrestling. Right? 10K beers, yeah. Lenny D was there. I don't know if you guys talked to him at all, if you're friends with him or not, but he actually sent me some Snapchat and some pictures on Instagram. But Lenny D was there. And I know a few people that live in Texas ended up showing up to the event. And I'm pretty sure he got me some kind of shirt or some kind of memorabilia. It said XXL, Wrestlemania, or whatever. Just give me something cool. Give me some kind of merch there. Not a whole lot of news, yeah. Yeah, Pat putting the beer. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they have a meme or a GIF on that as well. Pat was just living his best life, right? I mean, to be a guy, to be a punter, and then to be a mogul on the podcast scene and to be loved, and his athleticism, just like when he had the previous pay-per-view match doing the backflip off the top rope, and then he can do hurricanranas, he can do suplexes off the top. It's very cool to see a guy that most people didn't really think that could be a wrestler or that athletic. Pat's a lot more athletic than you think. Just because he was a fucking punter doesn't mean that he can't do the big moves. And you can tell that it's in his blood, like he loves it. You know what I mean? He's not going to just half-ass anything. It's his reputation on the line, not only for the podcasting, but obviously him in the ring as an entertainer. Shout out to Pat McAfee. Might have stole the show in Wrestlemania with Austin Theory. Like I said, there was a lot of good matches, a lot of bad matches, a lot of meh matches. But like I said, we did see some people come out on top like Bianca Belair. Love that. All right. But Pat McAfee, shout out to you, man. Drinking the beers and doing your thing and representing your fucking brand. Colts in the building. I see you. Lashley with the pop. Yeah. I did see that on Twitter. I did see that Kittle had a nice picture. He had obviously the Bloodline t-shirt Kittle had, and they had Stone Cold in the back. I did see that. Yeah, mad respect for Pat, right? I mean, like I said, when we first saw him in the old school pay-per-view a year or 2 years ago when he did the backflip off the top, you were like, whoa. You know what I mean? Like, when he was going against Adam Cole, baby. Remember when we saw that? You were like, oh my God, like he actually can do this? Like, so you could tell that he definitely put in the time, but I don't give a shit who you are. Anyone that does a front flip or a back flip, in there, you're like, oh, okay. Like, it takes some athleticism to not to fucking crunch yourself and, injure your neck and go paralyzed. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to Big E. I hate seeing people get dropped on their head, but obviously Pat has the confidence and the athleticism and the practice to be able to do a backflip and kind of land it and not, get injured or injure yourself. So shout out to him, man. And yeah, some good matches, some ones that were a little slower, some that were a little, I don't know. I thought endings could have been a little bit better, but also too, we don't know who was hurt, who wasn't hurt. And sometimes they got to shorten matches down or kind of shorten some of the moves down towards the end. And that's big facts. Yeah. I don't think anyone hates Pat. I mean, Pat is definitely fun to watch, right? I mean, like I said, I think he was one of the guys that definitely stole the show, and that's big facts. I'm going to take a look at the news here, see what we got anything here. Were you surprised with that? Is that happening right now? Is that on Raw that you're talking about? I'm trying to take a look at the news to see if there's anything else besides that Saints and Eagles trade. And like I said, I think for the Saints, they have their mindset on being good now and trying to do some damage instead of, maybe the Eagles trying to build for the future. And obviously, I think the Saints and Bucks are going to be good for a long time. And I think depending on what Carson does with the Commandos, I think it's going to be Dallas and the Eagles kind of running that division for a while, but don't be surprised if the Commandos, the Commies, win the division this year. And I've told you guys that already. I'm not a big Carson Wentz believer, but with Dallas, obviously you usually have a different divisional winner each year. Obviously, Eagles and Dallas made the playoffs, and not a lot of people had confidence in the Eagles early on. They didn't start running the football until November, and it seems like they're not really catching in this year. They obviously made this trade to try to accumulate the picks, to try to gain some ground and some steam in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Saints are trying to get day one starters right now, and I think it benefits both teams on what they're trying to do. Saints right now, Eagles long term. That's facts. All right, I'm trying to look to see if I have any other news. Kind of slow over the weekend, not a whole lot going on. Power rankings for baseball came out. Dodgers won. Surprisingly, Blue Jays too. I knew they were going to be good, but that was kind of surprising to me. White Sox 3, Brewers 4, Tampa Bay Rays 5, Yankees 6, Astros 7, Braves 8. That's a little low, but you lost Freddie Freeman to the Dodgers. Giants 9, Padres 10. And obviously we know Fernando Tatis has got that injury. And then the trade details with the Saints and obviously the Eagles. We heard about that. And I'm just trying to look through if there's anything else. Howie Roseman again got the better of another GM in a trade. This is from Jeff McClain, supposedly. He basically traded the 16th overall pick in this year's draft for a third rounder, a 2023 first, and a 2024 second, which is true, but it all depends on who the starters are and the impact that they have. And then Sauce Gardner talking about he might think that he's the best player in the draft. He definitely is going to be very, very good. And in the draft, the Saints, 2022 first-round pick, 2022 first-round pick, 16 and 19, and then they get the sixth-round pick, 194, and then the Eagles get pick 18 in the first round, and then they get a third round pick, 101, and then a seventh round this year, and then a future first round pick in 2023, and a second round pick in 2024. So you got to pray, if you're the Saints, that both starters end up being like if not Pro Bowl guys, like day one starters, and hopefully very, very good players. Samoa Joe going to All Elite. I know we didn't get a chance to talk about that since I didn't get a chance to stream over the weekend. I love that news. And Samoa Joe getting a chance. And Undertaker Hall of Fame speech as well. 18-14, Kansas is up. And we're just chilling. We're hanging out, baby. Let's get it. And again, I'll be streaming for the next 2, 3, 4 hours. So hopefully we can hit a pretty good number by the time that the stream is over. Like I said, some nights it goes really quickly in the very beginning. Some nights it takes a little time to gain some ground, but I appreciate you guys, and I feel that we'll be at a good number when it's all said and done. That's facts. Sammy, yeah. I mean, some matches are unnecessary, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, right. Of course, because they're talking about the future picks, right? But we don't really know if the picks are going to pan out for the Saints or the Eagles. But with these two high-end picks, it would be really hard for the Saints to fuck it up. I mean, at least in my opinion. I mean, but again, Peyton Turner, Paulson Adebo, I mean, those, were kind of questionable picks. But again, they're not two picks within the first 20. I mean, it's going to be really hard to fuck that up, but you never know. I mean, we'll see what the Saints fans' reaction is if they don't go left tackle, wide receiver, or safety. If they don't go for those picks or tight end, but I don't think they need a tight end, and there's not even a tight end good enough to pick within the first 20 picks, and you got Taysom Hill playing tight end, so why would you even go down that route? It's got to be left tackle, and it's got to be wide receiver. At least that's what I would think, and I'm not a Saints fan, but I mean, just using the basic common sense, I think Calvin would agree. Left tackle and wide receiver make the most sense. 18-18, we're knotted up with 9 minutes to go in the first half. Big brick right there, North Carolina here on the fast break. Shake and bake, baby. Oh, bank shot just missed. Nice board. Ooh, Kansas has got a lot of big men right there throwing up the Dikembe Mutombo blocks. I did see that earlier today, and normally you'll end up sending me some news, and I'll see some of that, but I did see that's a rumor, but if you got Carson Wentz there, you can absolutely 100% not trade Scary Terry away. You got to keep Scary Terry McLaurin there. Antonio Gibson needs to stay. Logan Thomas needs to stay. They need to keep their core because Carson needs weapons. You can't give up a top 12 wide receiver in the game. You know what I mean? Like Scary Terry's on the brink of being a top 10 guy. But now you got Allen Robinson who might take his spot because now he's with Matthew Stafford in the Rams. But you got these guys that are sitting at like 10, 11, 12, 13. And I think Scary Terry, if he's not 10th best, he's right there, 10th, 11th, 12th. He's very good and he's very scary. That's facts. Yeah, true. Odin, my boy, appreciate you. Wish I could have did the WrestleMania stream, my brother. Yeah, I heard it's been pretty slow, right? So it's been on for halfway through the show and nothing really big. I think there was maybe just some injuries and just a little bit of, fallout from WrestleMania. Sometimes when they give it their all in the pay-per-view, sometimes they don't got a whole lot of gas left for the Raw after. But usually they have something big planned most of the time. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I saw that they got him for depth. Yeah, I think Justin Evans. I don't really know if he'll play for you guys, but if there's injuries, that definitely can help some of the depth. Yes. You like that, didn't you? Obviously trying to make Vince cry. I mean, Vince likes Undertaker more than Shane. I mean, Vince and Undertaker, it's like, if he could adopt someone to be his son, it would be Undertaker. I mean, to him, that is the company. You know what I mean? If they didn't have Undertaker, or if he would have went to WCW and then would have came, even though he bought it, and then he ended up shutting it down. But just the loyalty factor, you can tell how much that means to Vince. Loyalty is everything to Vince, and I think he felt kind of betrayed by a lot of the big names that didn't get the money that went to WCW. I get it. Yeah, and I got Odin the Undertaker Hall of Fame t-shirt. I imagine you were wearing that during the speech or during WrestleMania. Pretty cool shirt. I might end up going and buying that shirt myself. That's facts. Wrong one. Yeah. Is that Terry Rozier? Yeah, wrong one there. Yeah, and like I said, you don't know, if Jameson's going to be there. You would think so around that pick, or Treylon Burks might get picked, maybe by Cleveland or someone a couple picks before, around 13 or 14. But I mean, if Olave's there, I mean, you can't get mad at that, especially if he ends up getting you like 10 touchdowns year one, which there's a good opportunity that maybe he could. I think Jameis is going to be very good for you guys this year. And, a lot of the people that just want to hate, it's like Buccaneer fans that aren't really smart, or Panther fans or Falcons fans or just haters in general, just thinking that the Saints are going to be garbage. I mean, I always call it right down the middle. Like I said, if I think a player is good or if a player is improved, even if I didn't like them on my team, I can't continuously shit on them if I see improvement. If I see improvement and I think that they're better, why would I be an idiot and just keep talking shit? Because I know that's what America does, right? Everyone loves to talk shit and be negative, and I don't like that. I don't like the negativity. Everyone does it for clicks and ratings. I like to be real about it. And you know what I mean? Like, some people will agree with me, some people won't. But I think that's why people respect the hell out of me, is just because I'm not a fucking homer, all about Tampa Bay and everyone else sucks or Ducks are the best. I know the limitations. I know the Ducks will probably never win a natty. Realistically, it's probably not going to happen. I mean, we got Dan Lanning with Georgia, DC, that will help. But realistically, keeping up with Bama and Georgia, LSU, when they get good every 4 to 5 years, or whatever team, Ohio State. I mean, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to keep up unless we get the recruits. But even if we get the recruits, I don't know if it's going to happen. I think Bo Nix transferred out. I saw some notifications come up on my phone over the weekend, but I didn't get a chance to read everything. That maybe some of you guys heard the story, but I think the Ducks lost some of their potential recruits that were going to transfer over. And I saw something about Bo Nix, but I didn't read into it. But I think he might have transferred out. So we'll have to see if Ty Thompson is going to be the guy, or if we have someone else. Sarah Small probably knows the news on Bo Nix or not, if he was thinking about transferring or if he transferred out. But I could have swore I saw on my timeline that he decided to leave Oregon, which is kind of a shame. But, it is what it is if that was the case. But you guys will let me know and keep me up to date. So Undertaker, April Fool's at the end, but I won't lie to you. I think a lot of people did. I mean, Undertaker, he's been the guy, when I watch him in the purple and the black with Paul Bearer, with the urn. I mean, I watched this guy when I was like 8, 9 years old until I'm almost 40 now. I'm going to be 40 here in a couple months, next month. It's crazy. I mean, it's funny when I go to the store and I give my ID to buy beer, they never believe me. They think I have a fake ID. They're like, there's no way that you're 39. Like, they always look at my face and they look at the ID and they always give me these weird fucking looks. And I'm like, I got to go, dude. Like, give me my fucking Modelo. I'm not fucking 20 years old or, 25 or 30 or 32. I mean, maybe I look a little, decently young. I feel young. You know what I mean? But no one ever believes that I'm 39, going to be 40 in a month. But I guess I got good genes from my mama. All right. I got the Japanese genes and I got the Czech genes from my dad, the European genes. But it's just annoying when I have to go places and show ID and they have to look at it like I have a fake or something. I'm like, come on. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys go through that. I know some people, they have the young face or whatever, but I'm like, okay, you've looked at my fucking ID for like 10 minutes now. I got to fucking go. All right. 22-18 North Carolina. I did see that. And I believe with this new regime with Dennis Allen, I think you guys are going to get it right. I don't know. Sean Payton doesn't like to get certain players, doesn't go for the LSU guys. I get it. Likes Ohio State guys. He's not there anymore for now. But I think Dennis Allen's going to really hit it on the head in this draft and give the confidence to the Saints fan base moving forward. And I wouldn't be shocked if we don't win the division or if we do win it, it will be very close. I think that the wins and losses between Tampa and Saints next year will only be a 1 or 2 game separation. 12 games, 10 games, 13 to 11, 11 to 9. It's going to be very, very close. I mean, I don't really know if the Saints will go 9-8. I mean, that maybe if Jameis gets hurt, but I could almost bank on like 10 wins for the Saints, and I think we can get 12 with Tampa Bay. So we'll have to see. Boogs. I heard that. What happened to Boogs? Yeah. I know. You know what I mean, though. I mean, there's a lot of haters. Like I'm on a Tampa Bay Buccaneer fan group on Twitter. And you can tell 99% of these guys are just anti everyone. They don't want to give credit to any other fan base. And I don't know. It's like I can be a part of a group, but it's just kind of like one of those things when I hear these bandwagon kind of biased fans, it like makes me not even want to be a part of the group. You know what I mean? Like I want to be a part of a Buccaneer group or like an Oregon Duck group, but also I don't want to hear the slander on other teams, on other players that are good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because like you talk shit about all these other guys in the division or all these other players. What happens 3 years down the road? They're on our team. Then what do? Then you change your tune? Like, I don't know. You know how it goes. Most people that are NFL fans are negative as fuck. They are all about their team and they don't give a shit about anyone else. But I try to give you guys that encouragement to be a little bit more humble and to see talent for what it is and see the greatness for what it is, even if it's not on your team. You don't have to like the guy, but you can respect the talent and the greatness. Nice pass. Oh, nice rebound. Nice play right there. This is a good game. 22-22, we're knotted up. Good effort on Kansas, obviously off the miss. And you're seeing big blocks. There's a lot of, kind of fouls down low, but North Carolina is not intimidated as an 8 seed. Both have 4 turnovers right now, but you don't really see any mismatches right now. Big 3 by North Carolina. Woo! Big play. AKR, the Greek, Duke got robbed. Well, you know what? They had their chance. They had their chance to get it done. They had a chance to get it done for Coach K, but realistically, they just couldn't get it done in the second half. And, sometimes things fall short. I thought, obviously, for Coach K, doing it for Coach K, that could have been some extra motivation, but I don't think they had the talent level to match up with North Carolina. North Carolina had the Uncle Mo with about 8 minutes to go, and they didn't give it up. Uncle Mo was in the building, and obviously it never went back to Coach K. Good ball movement by North Carolina. Another 3. Woo! Uh-oh, you better get some defense. I'm Manic. If you don't get this guy and you don't guard him, this guy will kill you from deep. Big 4-5. Look at the ball movement. The screen right here. No one even helping him out on the screen. Back-to-back 3s. That's the way that you lose the fucking game right there. Come on, Kansas. TN Jose in the building. What to do? Calvin, you think so? I don't know. Shepard Williams is a big Georgia fan. I don't think they're going to fall off. Jared in the building. 6 million Pokemon card. Can you believe that? What are you talking about? What, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, or whatever in the match? Yeah. What's up? I saw that, though. The most expensive Pokemon card. It's expensive. Wearing it around your neck, too, right? Or are you talking about a different card? What's that? Oh, the collar? Nice. Nice. Go ahead and have a beer in the fridge if you want. Okay. You did? What'd you get? Okay. Okay. I saw that. I'm obviously into pop culture and everything. I saw that. A lot of guys are not happy with that. But she gets harassed on fucking Twitter and a lot of the websites more than the average female. I mean, a lot of the hot females on WWE get harassed. But I see her getting harassed maybe the most out of a lot of the WWE stars. Like, that would be tough. You know what I mean? It's like, you can be a good-looking person and stuff, but then you get these, like, fanboys or these fanatic people that are like delirious thinking they're having like a relationship with her on like Instagram or Twitter or like some fake account. Yeah, it'd be tough. Yeah, but that's the part of the deal, when you end up being famous and you're a WWE diva, right? It must be, right? Must be my baby face. Calvin's like 34, still got I'm 39, man. I'll be 40 in a month and I still get them. You know what I mean? But obviously me being part Asian, I mean, I'm probably going to be like 60 and I'll look like 35 or 40. So bless my mama for the jeans, baby. TN Jose, he's like, I'm legal to drink though. Oh yeah. That's what the stunners are supposed to be. You know what I mean? When you see those, and that's where you got to be able to give wrestling, credit and wrestlers credit. It's like, it's not only, being able to do the moves, but if you can sell moves like the guys in like the 90s, with like the Bret Harts and the Shawn Michaels, and you see certain guys that can sell moves, Stone Cold, The Rock. That's it, just about doing the moves and doing the Stone Cold Stunners and the Rock Bottoms, but being able to take the finishers and being able to sell them or over the top sell them, even if it's funny. But I mean, if you sell it, people aren't going to make fun of you like Vince, obviously, like last night. You know what I mean? Oh, he did? Ooh. TN Jose with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, we're a little low right now, but like I said, hopefully we end up getting to a good number. I don't think we have anything on the Cash App, but hopefully we end up getting some good donos by the time the night is over. Usually it's been kind of slow in the last couple of weeks. Like, we're usually sitting at like, 10, 20, 30. but then we usually end off at like 200 to 500. So if we get some goats in the room, we can obviously make the donos get a little bit higher by the time we get to the end. 28-22, North Carolina's up. Less than 5 minutes to go in the first half. Let's see if Kansas attacks the bucket. Yes, they do. Good defense by North Carolina right there. Try to get the and one, but no call. Let's see what they do here. Oh, nice drop. Woo! Nice up and under. Nice up and under by North Carolina. Yeah, I still think that they're going to be pretty good. Yeah, the one that Logan, yeah. I saw a post of he's obviously got the Guinness Book of World Records, and he's got that custom chain that it goes around. Pretty cool. You know what I mean? Obviously, some people are into that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? But obviously it's more of like an investment. Like you can love Pokemon too, but just the fact that you know that certain things like that are going to go up in value. Definitely if I could have my hands on something like that, I definitely would too. Yeah, the chances of them winning a second one is probably very unlikely, but you never know. But losing Dan Lanning might be a big part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like the defense might not be as good with the scheming there. And if you had to put money on it, it would be probably shocking if Alabama doesn't recover and win the Natty next year. All right, time for some chips, baby. Oh, big foul. Paisley heard me opening the chips. What's up, baby? Come here. Come here. Yeah, I hear you. She knows if I come to go grab her, she's going to run away. (30-22) North Carolina. Holly Hundo probably freaking out right now. You can never underestimate North Carolina or Duke, ever. But I don't think anyone really thought North Carolina was going to make the championship this year. Normally, they're like a 4 seed, a 3 seed, a 2 seed, or a 1 seed. It's been a while, you know what I mean, where they've been like an 8 or a 9 or a 10. This is like kind of a low seed for them, but it shows you Uncle Mo is real. And you never know when Uncle Mo will start hitting. And if he picks up the phone and doesn't hang up, I mean, you might be able to ride yourself to a fucking natty. So we'll see. Kansas is fucking cold right now. Started 4 for 6 in field goals. Now they're 5 for 21. My God. You got to go inside, baby. There we go. Nice pump fake. Oh, nice block. Manic. Now he's doing things at the 3-point game and on defense. Oh, they rushed that 3. They're up by 10 too. Come on, Kansas. Yeah, Georgia did lose a lot of players. Yeah, Nakobe Dean, I mean, like half of their defense is going to NFL this year. But they are going to reload. But without Dan Lanning there, they definitely missed out on some of the recruits. And we got to steal a couple away from Oregon. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, obviously, we know Bama is normally like the top dog, week in, week out, month in and month out, year in, year out. But I'll tell you what, it was kind of cool to see a team other than Bama, even though I know you love Bama and the Saints, Calvin. But to be able to get Shepherds, Atlanta Braves and Georgia Bulldogs in the same year, that was a pretty special thing to happen. I got a veggie tray I might have to bust out. Right. But every couple of years, they build the program up. I mean, Georgia was getting closer and closer and closer, and they finally got it done. But Also, too, if Jamison Williams didn't tear the ACL, what would have maybe happened, later on in that game? We don't know. But you got to give Georgia credit. I know you don't want to, but, Bama always wins. You know what I mean? They're a fucking powerhouse, dude. They're like the New England Patriots when Brady and Belichick were there, except they never lost, Brady. It's like Nick Saban's there. As long as Saban's there, they're going to keep winning and winning and winning. And if they don't win, I mean, they're in the natty. So it's not like they're ever falling off. It's crazy because when I was a kid, I remember when Bama was winning like a game, 2 games, 3 games, when they weren't really that big. Or when they were like decent or halfway decent, but not like powerhouse. Like when Sean Alexander, the running back for Seahawks, and they've had some guys over the years, but they never were like, oh my God, Alabama, until Saban got there, obviously. Oh, baby! Let's go. Thank you, dude.
It's complicated taxes. But for a TurboTax Live expert like me, it just makes things interesting. So, give us everything you got.
Let's go, baby. $200 donation. Boom, 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 boom. I knew someone was going to step up as one of the goats for your boy. Shout out to everybody and a real early happy birthday to my boy, Ryan. And for my Braves, going to try to get the championship. And the Bulldogs will be fine. LOL, Ryan. You are the man. Keep doing your thing, babyface. Appreciate you. $200. Let's go. See, that's what happens. You're sitting at $12 and it's been an hour. And you're like, man, hopefully we can end up with a good number. And then a goat comes through like that. A hardworking goat. Mind you that. Shep is one of those guys, go to work at 6 a.m., get off at midnight. You know what I mean? He's one of those guys, just like a lot of the goats, like obviously Cyberpunk 53, Holly Hundo, Shep, Xavier Williams. There's a lot of guys that are the goats out there that, Nate the Great. I mean, you just never know how many hours these people are putting in. Great to hear that you're going to be able to go home for a week. We got to link up sometime. I don't know how we're going to link up, but maybe you can fly up to Seattle and maybe we can go to like a Braves Mariner game or something. Like that would be super cool. Like I got the spots for the hotels and stuff over here, in Seattle in the Northwest. Usually there's like a Hilton or a really nice one. I mean, usually the one that we're staying in, I think it runs like, I don't know what, $300-400 a night. And that's kind of spendy, you know what I mean? But if you're only doing it like once a year or twice a year, and plus I know you get low discounts on certain things, probably for airfare and hotel stay and whatnot too. But my boy, appreciate you, dude. Shep always comes through for your boy. You know what I mean? I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. Like I said, and it's nice because I only had one goat last year, and that was Odin's son, Odin's child. And now we have probably about 12 to 13, anyone from Riggs to Shep to, Odin's son to Holly Hundo to Cyberpunk 53 and many others. So it's like, you never know, when the big donos are going to come through. And sometimes there's multiple big donations by the same person or by multiple goats. And that's how you hit $1,320 when we broke the record or when we hit those crazy numbers. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Regardless if it's on the Cash App or on the Super Chat, it's very much appreciated. You are the man. I love you and I appreciate you. Go Braves, go Bulldogs. And like I said, I'm excited for the MLB to start kind of getting popped off here. And we get Julio Rodriguez, the guy that we've been waiting for since Kelenic. I know the Mariners suck. They're horrible. My dad's Dodgers are going to be great. We'll see if they end up, bringing the pennant home again. I don't know if they will. I mean, on paper, they have an amazing team. But as you know, it's all about pitching at the end of the year. You got to have the hitters and you got to have a good 2-hitter, 3-hitter, 4-hitter, 5-hitter. But really it comes down to pitching and then the mid relievers and the bullpen. And sometimes that you can have the best hitters, in the game. But once it gets down to the end, guys get hurt, just like in the NFL season. And if you don't have your key guys at the end, and especially in baseball, if you know anything about MLB baseball or even the College World Series, you got to have a good mid reliever, good starters, a good closer, a good bullpen, because you can have an 8-1 lead in the 8th inning and you go to some bullshit guys in the mid relievers or the closers, and then you can lose that lead within just an inning. And I've seen it happen over and over and over with great teams like the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Braves, the Boston Red Sox, the Cubbies. From top to bottom, it doesn't matter over the years. My boy Shep, thank you so much, man. That's how you go from $12 to $212, baby. Thank you so much, dude. Shep, always coming through. My boy. Awesome, dude. And sometimes you get guys that will do the 10s and the 20s. Shep's like, you know what? I'll throw up a big $200. Love you, brother. Thank you. Bang, 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 bang. Shep with the $200 donation, baby. 3622. Holly Hundo probably shitting a brick right now. I know Sarah's probably like, oh, man, this is crazy. Oh! Wow. North Carolina's just got that Uncle Mo. So right now, if you're Kansas, after that back-to-back threes, you got to be able to call timeout and stop the bleeding. If you don't stop the bleeding, just like in the NBA, they're going to keep continuing to use that Uncle Mo and that Uncle momentum. And then obviously a 6-point lead turns into a 10-point lead, turns into a 14-point lead, and sometimes you can't come back. So right now it's 14. Let's see what Armando does here on the line. Bang. North Carolina looking good today. Bang, 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 baby. Tien Jose, bang. Nice. Calvin Griffin, my boy. How you work? Are you still working on your animations and everything as well? I know you got a lot of side hustles and side projects and dreams and stuff that you're working on as well. Shepard is a fucking goat. Damn right he is. I heard about that. Are you trying to bring back the Brood? So what we need Gangrel to come back. And I know Gangrel has a podcast on YouTube. Obviously, I go through my timeline and my feeds. I don't watch it, but it did come up on my timeline about a month ago. So obviously we know, you had the Edge and the Christian. Obviously Christian's obviously in AEW, but Gangrel is old. It's a little chubby, you know what I mean? Nothing wrong with that. He's a little older, but it'd be cool to see the Brood. But obviously Christian is in AEW, so you can't really get the full Brood effect because you got to have Edge, you got to have Christian, you got to have Gangrel, right? Yeah, we definitely got to make that happen. Yes. Braves Mariners would be great. You guys will just whoop us by 10. I don't care, but it's just going to a game is just so much fun. You know what I mean? Just being able to go in person, whatever it is. That's facts. No, I heard that. North Carolina is one of those teams over the years. It's really easy to root for. I obviously like North Carolina more than Duke over the years. Respected Duke and Coach K, but just obviously with Rasheed Wallace, that's my dad's favorite player. The Jerry Stackhouse era, the Ed Cota. If you go back through all the James Worthy, the Jordan, North Carolina has just had players that I liked more. Nothing against the Grant Hills or the Christian Leitners or the Bobby Hurleys. I respected their game. But I actually liked Kentucky more back then with Jamal Mashburn with the big gap in his tooth. I wore number 24, not just because of Ken Griffey Jr., but a big part of it was Jamal Mashburn because I really liked Kentucky basketball. And I do like Kentucky basketball normally. Now it's not the same as it was back then, but I always liked North Carolina and Kentucky more than Duke. And I'm a big Jamal Mashburn guy. I don't know if you guys even know who that is. Obviously played on the Dallas Mavericks a long time ago, way, way long ago, in the 90s. Never really panned out to superstar status, but just a guy that I always enjoyed watching. Had the big gap in his tooth like Michael Strahan, but I love my guy Jamal Mashburn. It's a big reason why I like 24. It's like Kobe, Ken Griffey Jr. There's a lot of legends and GOATs that wear the 24. Oh, I know. And then you guys got, did you guys pick up Kenley Jansen from the Dodgers? You guys picked him up, right? The Braves did? Yeah. But losing Freddie Freeman is tough, but if anyone can overcome that, it's definitely you guys. You guys can tell you guys should be good for a while. The Padres should be good. If Tatis didn't get hurt, they look like they could be a pretty good team. Dodgers with the money, they're going to be competitive. But obviously the National League is much better than the American League. I don't know if the American League is going to win a World Series anytime in the near future. We'll see, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. But it's kind of cool to see that the Blue Jays are getting love. Bo Bichette and a lot of the younger guys are starting to get experience. And for one of the laughing stocks, they haven't been really good and recognized since the Joe Carter back-to-back Toronto Blue Jays back in the day, if you remember. I remember those days very clearly as a young kid. And Toronto hasn't really been on the map. And we've been talking about them, but now they're actually on the map as a top 5 power ranking MLB team. They have them at number 2 going into the season, which is very, very impressive. 38-23. Kansas needs to they need to not go for threes. They just need to get some, buckets here down low. Very wild there. They're just playing with their head cut off. And North Carolina's slow it down. We're up by 15. Yeah, I don't know if Kansas is going to win this game. You're down by 15. Obviously, Hubert Davis is doing a much better job. And who's the Kansas coach? Is it still Bill Self or is it someone else? Because if it's Self, yeah, you suck, dude. What the fuck are you doing, bro? You're number 1. You're a number 1 ranked team and another choke job, dude. It's like watching Gonzaga all over again. Come on, guy. Be better. Message from a Golden Eagle, baby. What to do? How are you? Obviously, we were talking a little bit earlier about the trade between the Saints and the Eagles. I know a lot of Eagles fans think they fleeced the Saints. But if the Saints get a replacement for Armstead, a left tackle, and they get a Jameson Williams, Olave, or a Treylon Burks, 2 day one starters, it could benefit them. And we got to see what the Eagles do with the picks. So, yeah, I know you got more picks there, and it looks better on paper for you guys. But Howie Roseman in past years hasn't been the greatest of picking players, but within the last 2 to 3 has gotten much, much better. So if they can hit on these picks and get some starters out of it, it looks like the Eagles are doing it for long-term success in the future. Coming up with the Commandos, the Cowboys, and the Eagles, they should be competing. Giants will be at the bottom, but the Saints and the Bucks are going to the playoffs next year, regardless of if they get an Armstead replacement or if they get another guy on the opposite side of Michael Thomas this year. I think their team is good enough to be a wild card team with like the Vikings and get in. Obviously, we know the Cardinals will be probably halfway decent as well, but I'm looking for the Vikings and Saints to make a big move this season and really show that hey, we can win 10 games, even with Jameis or Kirk Cousins. And a lot of people are like kind of sleeping on them a little bit. Like everyone would assume that the Rams are going to get in, the Niners are going to get in, the Cardinals are going to get in. But I don't think a lot of people are talking about the Vikings and Saints, and we should. And then the Eagles always are slept on, and they didn't. No one thought they would make it this past year, and they did. So they might win the division this year. It might be next year. Cowboys lost some guys, Randy Gregory and Amari Cooper, so they're not going to be as good. But they do have Dak. I don't like McCarthy or Kellen Moore, but we'll see what happens there. And don't be surprised if the Commandos win the division by default. But if they get rid of Scary Terry McLaurin, they're not going to win the division. So we're going to have to kind of wait and see. It might be the Eagles' time to be able to shine for the next couple years. But I do like it for both teams. But we're not going to really know who wins until 2024, 2025. We need to see what you guys get with the picks, if they end up being starters or guys that you trade away, those picks that are just picks that you trade away, or if you keep them, and what players are actually playing after the trade is done. But day one starters, the Saints will improve this year immediately. You guys might be able to improve in the future. So we'll see. 40-25, North Carolina up by 15. Not a good look for Kansas. Bill Self better give some gummies, steroids, PCP, drugs, something, beer, shots. I mean, you got to give something because you're getting fucking outplayed. I don't see the hustle. And like I said, it all started that back-to-back threes by Big 4-5 right there, right? The Bigfoot right there, Big 4-5, the great white hype. You can't let him hit those back-to-back threes. That started the Uncle Mo right there. Message from a Golden Eagle, my boy, Jamal Mashburn. And like I said, I always have certain guys that I love that other people don't really remember, or maybe they don't, have that same type of feeling. But it's just about me watching as a kid and watching their game. I think Jamal went to 32 when he was on Dallas, but he did wear 24 on Kentucky. But it shows you, man, like I said, even as an 8 seed, sometimes it's better not to be that number 1 seed or like a number 1 pick. There's a lot of pressure, when you're number 1 pick, number 2 pick, or you're a number 1 seed, because it's like you have everything to lose. When you're an 8 seed, you're like, fuck, we're happy to be here. We don't really expect to win. But if you have a good coach like Hubert Davis, they're like, fuck it, let's go after it. We're 8. We have nothing to fucking lose. And sometimes when you're loose and you have nothing to lose, those guys play loose, comfortable. All right, they have no pressure, and they play better. And then the pressure of Kansas being the number 1 seed, it might have caught up to them tonight. So we'll have to wait and see. Yes. Yes. My boy Jake in the building. He said UNC all the way. Well, the way the game is going, I don't really see Kansas coming back. I mean, it will take a great effort. Like if you're up by 15, what that means, and like if you played high school ball, like me and Jake's one of my best friends, lived here in Oregon. We, like I said, we usually, would hang out, go to the bars or go to games. We used to watch Blazer games and Ducks and Beavers and do all that. But if you're up by 15 and you played in junior high or high school, college ball, pros, whatever, you got to make sure you cut that down to at least like 8 by 10 minutes. If you don't cut it down by 8 with 10 minutes to go, you have no fucking chance. You need to make sure you cut that deficit in half by at least the 10-minute mark. So that way it gives you a chance to be able to play some defense, slow down the game a little bit. No, don't go for threes, go down low, try to maybe slow the game down with some fouls, up and unders, post up on the block and to kind of, stretch the game out a little bit. But I'll tell you what, if Kansas starts going for threes, 3 central, and they just go and they don't make them, I mean, obviously they might end up getting blown out by 20 or more. So we'll see what kind of strategy Bill Self has if he's going to earn his paycheck today. But it looks like North Carolina as an 8 seed is going to get the title tonight. So what do we got? Is Edge dressing up as the Brood? I'm not watching Raw right now. I'm on the West Coast, so I don't get it yet. So I have no idea what's going on. But obviously, if you guys have a picture, you can put it on the Discord and show me. Absolutely. I am going to watch and I am going to stream the games. I'll be doing live play-by-play and reaction. Obviously for XFL, down the road, USFL. If there's football on, it's not going to be for everyone, but for a lot of us that just love football, we're going to do it. So I will definitely be doing the USFL coverage. That gives me another thing to do besides waiting for the NFL, waiting for college football. I'll be doing NBA. College basketball will be done after tonight. So we'll be doing a little bit of NBA here and there, but I'll be doing a lot of USFL. Absolutely. So we got insurance in case Hurts isn't it. Hurts is it. I'm sick and tired of the Eagles fans doubting if Hurts is the guy or not. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, these Oklahoma guys, Baker Mayfield and Kyler Murray might be busts, right? Or might have like this issue where they hit the ceiling in college and they're not going to get that much better unless they go to another team. But Jalen Hurts, he's the guy. I mean, if you want to move on from him, that's fine. But you got to give the proper coaching. You got to be able to run the football effectively. And no one gave you a shot to make the playoffs, and he already made the playoffs already with a team that maybe wasn't really fully developed yet. So I'm really interested to see what Roseman does, if you guys can hit on the draft picks. But like I said, if it was between any of the draft picks this year at quarterback or Jalen Hurts, give me Jalen Hurts all day. I'm not really sold on a lot of these draft picks this year, okay? And like I said, none of these guys are going to be Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert. Those guys only come around every 10 to 15 years. You're not going to get guys like that every single year. So we'll see. But I'm hoping that if they just build around Jalen Hurts, he will improve. And I think he's got the leadership. He's likable. They play hard for him. If you guys don't want him, I'll take him on Tampa Bay after a Tom Brady, after he decides to retire and move on. I'll take a Jalen Hurts. If you guys don't want him, please give him to me. I'll definitely take him on my team. So we'll see what happens. But I know a lot of the Eagles fans, from the gauge that I've kind of gotten, just because we beat you guys in the playoffs, everyone's gauging, oh, he sucks, he can't make the reads. Well, who the fuck did you have out there at running back, wide receiver, on defense? You know what I mean? Like, you guys, did you really think you were going to beat fucking Tampa Bay this year? Fuck no. All right? A lot of overreaction, but I know Birdman 951 and a lot of the Birdman people, they don't like Jalen Hurts, but I mean, I feel like I'm a pretty good evaluator of talent, and if you surround him with the right talent, I think he could be the guy. Obviously, if you want to put him as a backup and get someone else, that's fine. But I like him. I think he's a top, probably right now out of all the quarterbacks, probably somewhere between 15 and 20. But he's got room to grow to be somewhere between 12, 13, and 14. Like, I don't know if he'll ever be a top 10 quarterback, but depending on who you get around him, there's a chance where he could be sitting right where, Carr, Cousins, Tannehill. He could be in that mix with those guys. I'd rather have Hurts and Baker, if that means anything. I mean, obviously I would take Carr over him and a few of these other guys like Cousins, but I do like his upside. I think the upside is there, but he can't do it on his own. He needs help. He needs, the proper coaching and the proper supporting cast around him. But we'll see. We'll see if they think he's the guy or if they trade him away. But if you trade him to me. I'll take him in Tampa Bay in a heartbeat. Arena football, yeah. The Portland Forest Dragons is what we had out here. I just miss football in general. You know how I am. I love football. Damian Priest is in the faction. I love Damian Priest. Very cool character. Just the way with his tattoos and his look. If you were going to have someone in the Brood or the 2022, I mean, that would be the guy that you'd want to have in there. I know. I see you. The dog is going wild. Huh? Oh, you did? Nice. Paisley got a bath, so she's just running around with her head cut off right now. Did you get a bath, Paisley? Yeah. She smell like cherries? Yeah. We got this cherry wash for Paisley. She smells so good. And we took her to the dog groomer and gave her a bath and got her nails clipped. But I don't know. They didn't really do a very good job with the nail clipping and the buffing or whatever. I'll play with her after. Got to keep grinding here. The Georgia Force. Yeah, I mean, if Oregon had a team for XFL or USFL, I definitely would go. It's not like I'm going to, spend thousands of dollars on seats. But, I mean, if it's an event to go to and it was in my hometown state, I would go. You know what I mean? Give us something to do. But obviously, with everything going on now, I have to transition now more into baseball because I like the MLB more than the NBA. I hate to say it, but I mean, I know MLB isn't for everyone, but if you watch it and you have a favorite team or favorite players, it's a lot more exciting than NBA. NBA's trash. It really is. I mean, I wish I could get into it, but it just doesn't have the superstars for me. They're really soft. Everyone shoots threes, including centers. There's no defense. There's a lack of superstars in the game. It's just not a good product. Ever since COVID hit, even prior to COVID, it's just like you didn't really see the same type of intensity in the NBA. Now, will I watch the playoffs? Yes. Will I watch the Western Conference, Eastern Conference Finals? Yes. Will I watch the NBA Finals? Yes. But do I get excited and do I enjoy it? No, I really don't. I'd rather watch wrestling. I'd rather watch MLB. I mean, I don't know what else I would watch. Maybe I'd watch NBA over tennis or golf, but maybe that's it. You know what I mean? That might be the only two things that I would watch. That's sad, you know, that the NBA is that trash. I mean, if there's good matchups, you know, like if the Milwaukee Bucks are playing like the Warriors, you know, maybe I can watch something like that. But I mean, there's not enough good teams for me to be able to like, okay, I'm going to sit through this for 2.5 hours and really love the hell out of it. I mean, there's only like 4 or 6 teams in the NBA that are really like worth watching right now. And a lot of them are just a lot of garbage teams that are out there. That's facts. Iowa Barnstormers. Yeah, I remember that. That's the one with isn't that the one Kurt Warner played on? Didn't Kurt Warner play on that one or something? There was a few guys that went on the Barnstormers back in the day. Oh yeah, I can watch Boston. I like Tatum. He's a fun player to watch. I mean, obviously I can watch him all day. I mean, there's a certain guys, you know, Steph Curry, Giannis. I can watch Jason Tatum. You know, there's certain guys I can watch. You know, Melo. You know, there's certain ones that are exciting that I can watch, but there's just not enough out there. You know what I mean? I mean, obviously, if I was a Boston Celtic fan, of course I could watch every game of them, you know, as long as Tatum is out there and, you know, the history of the Celtics, Larry Bird and Parrish and, you know, Kevin McHale and obviously this new generation with the Ray Allen and the Kevin Garnett and everything that they Rondo and everything that they had. But I mean, there are very few teams. I mean, you can watch the Bulls, you can watch the Heat, you can watch the Celtics, you know, you can watch the Warriors, you can watch the Suns. You know what I mean? There's not enough though. The Nuggets, there's certain teams that I can watch, but I can't dedicate my, you know, 2 to 3 hours. I mean, give me wrestling all day over that. Shit, give me MLB. You know, give me MLB over that too. And I mean, I used to love MLB, you know, and it's like I haven't really lost the love for it. You know what I mean? Especially when we get into playoff baseball, it's different, but sometimes it's just something to have in the background. But I think baseball needs to do a better job of marketing their superstars, Shohei Ohtani, Trout. It's like you only get a couple guys that really get the limelight, and they need to do a better job of promoting, not just MLB the show, but just like promoting the big guys out there. NBA does it, and the NFL does it, but I don't know. I enjoy the MLB a lot more than the NBA. Hopefully my love for the NBA comes back, but I don't think it ever will. It's like college basketball and NBA used to be my favorite when I was a kid. And then I liked NFL and MLB, but now we obviously know NFL is king. I love college football, and obviously MLB isn't for everyone, but I'm excited for the beginning of the year, and I'll definitely watch a lot more MLB. And I can watch more of the you know, teams in the MLB than I can NBA. Like if there's some, you know, mid-level teams, I can definitely watch them in the MLB, and I like it when they have games on in the morning. It's kind of cool. It's like if I don't got to wake up and go anywhere, 10 a.m. if the Yankees are on and the Braves, I'm watching. You know what I mean? I'm watching that. Or if the Dodgers are on at 1, I'm watching. And I like it when they have those games on like a TBS in the morning on like Saturdays or Sundays. So we're going to start transitioning after we get done with this college basketball. 40-25 North Carolina's up. But as we transition in, once we get the NBA over with here pretty soon, the next couple months, then it's going to be all MLB. And then we'll be transitioning into college football and the NBA. So Ripley. I saw Ripley and Liv, and yeah, absolutely. Tigers acquire Meadows from the Rays, Austin Meadows. Try to see if there's anything else going on right now. And obviously, I watch all the Dodger games for my dad, and then obviously I'll watch a little bit of the Mariners, but the Mariners are tough to watch because the Mariners are just so shitty. But the Kelenic, and they got Julio Rodriguez, who's a top 3 prospect. I'm really excited about that. Dodgers are down 5-1 to the Angels right now. And obviously, anytime I can see Shohei Ohtani, that's must-see TV when he's pitching or he's hitting. So there's just certain guys that I love watching, but NBA, man, they need to step their game up. We got nothing on the Cash App just yet, which is a little weird. But you know what? Maybe we'll get some Cash App on there before the night's over. But we are at a good number because of Shep. I mean, we would be sitting at what, like $12. So shout out to the GOAT for dropping that big dono. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. It's like I can always count on the GOATs to come through, no matter what. Jamie Noble. Oh shit. Jamie Noble. When I think of Jamie Noble, I think like Hurricane, Shane Helms. Oh, the old school wrestling days. Taka Michinoku. Michinoku driver. Cheers, y'all. Here we go. April 12th. Yes, TBS Tuesdays. The Padres and the Giants. At 6 p.m. Okay. Charles Barkley doing whatever the hell this is. What is this guy doing? They're all hitting his dome. What is he doing? Is he practicing his golf swing? What the fuck is he doing? Last two second halves, Kansas domination, 47 points and 41 versus Miami and Nova. 59%, 61%. Three-point shooting was on fire, 5 for 9, 6 for 10. But I don't know if you're going to get that in this game, though. I think the Hubert Davis is definitely out coaching Bill Self.
McCormick and Lightfoot have to find a way to be effective, even though they've got a couple of fouls. Go small, bring Lightfoot in, and speed the tempo up. Second half, North Carolina, Kansas on the way, but first, for the last time, here's Willie.
6 seconds left. Feels like we just checked away.
I don't know, not quite. Anything could happen, you know? There probably will be a foul and then a timeout, and then we'll call a timeout, and then another foul, and then maybe a couple of dribbles, a delay of game, a coach's challenge.
It's a long 6 seconds.
Actually, 8 now. We added 2 seconds back on.
I'm calling down there. This is going to be a while.
Let's put the little halftime score in there. Holly Hundo in the building. How are ya? Holly, are you freaking out right now? Yeah, I thought the defense would be a little bit better from a Bill Self team. Still, they're able to win this game or at least get it close if they can cut it down to 8 with 10 minutes to go. But those back-to-back threes by the big Great White Hype on North Carolina, Big 45, that was not a good look. And then it seems like the hustle, from North Carolina has been there. Hopefully we can get the hustle. And Bill Self is a good second-half team and a second-half coach. So we're going to have to kind of wait and see what happens. So I don't think it's fully over. But 15 is going to be hard to come back from, but I've seen them do it before. So we'll have to wait and see. It'll be a big collapse by North Carolina, but they're going to have to get into a rhythm, and it's all about Uncle Momentum. How are you? When is Roman going to lose? I'm starting to lose interest in this. He's not. He's not going to lose ever. EMC 84, you should already know this. That is the golden poster child, just like Hulk Hogan was. They've always had their certain guys that they've had on the top, and they're not going to have him drop the belt to anybody. And if they do, it'll be for like a day. Like if he would have lost to Brock last night, then Monday Night Raw, he gets it back one day later. I mean, they're not going to let him lose. He is the face of the company. So they're going to ride or die with that big name forever. I mean, it's going to be a long time before you end up getting someone else. And if you do get someone to take his spot, it's got to be like a Randy Orton or an AJ Styles or a Seth Rollins. It's got to be a big, big name to be able to take the belt off of him. And if you take the belt off of him, how long are you going to take it off of him for? A month, a week, a night? So we'll have to wait and see. But I don't know. And like I said, if Roman gets hurt, then what do you do? It's like Kenny Omega hasn't been wrestling for a while, and AEW can stay afloat, even with one of their big, big guys. But Roman, they're pushing him and making him this like unbeatable character. What happens if he goes down with an injury? I mean, WWE has kind of been on the fence and kind of on the heels of people of like wanting to watch, not wanting to watch, people jumping ship to AEW and other federations, Impact, ROH, NJPW. So I don't know, man. We're going to have to wait and see. Yeah, Holly, Shep with a big $200 donation when we were at $12. So we ended up getting to a good number. Obviously, we already know when we get the goats in the room that anything is possible. But shout out to our boy Shep with the big $200 donation when we were sitting at 12. Right there, $200. Yeah, we're talking about me going to go get beer, and I'm 39. I'm going to be 40 next month, and I get ID'd everywhere I go, and they look at my ID every time like it's fake. They're like, no way that this guy is 39 or 40 years old. They like look at me, they look at the ID, they look at me. And I guess that's good genes on my end, because I guess most people, if they saw me, right, if you guys see me, and if I told you guys I'm 39 or 40, I don't look it. I mean, some people would say I'm 35, 31, 28, 25. I don't think I've had anyone tell me that they think I'm 20 or 21 that early of an age. But obviously, I do have the baby face. But yeah, crazy.
What makes the NCAA tournament so special is the moment.
Jameis Amazing, my boy, in the building. How are you?
For the last 40 years, Fish has been responsible for bringing those championship moments to millions of college basketball fans around.
Well, especially too when, you know what I mean, like out of all the other number one seeds getting knocked out, like it looked like, okay, you're playing an 8 seed. And I said maybe it's the pressure of being a 1 seed and sometimes being like a number 1 pick or number 2 pick, that pressure other than being an 8 seed. North Carolina, this is like the lowest seed that they've been in a championship game in years. Normally when North Carolina gets to the Natty, they're at 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed, not lower than that. They're not an 8 seed normally and get this far. So obviously this team isn't as good as years past, but maybe being that nonchalant, nothing to lose, 8 seed, easy breezy cover girl, easy breezy lemon squeezy. We're going to go in there. We got nothing to lose. We're going to play loose and they're going to play carefree. And sometimes when you're that lower seed, there's less pressure rather than Kansas thinking we have to win. We don't want to be embarrassed by being the number 1 seed. So obviously they're pressing a little bit. But I need to see the effort and the rebounding. I saw some good block shots and some good, defense down low. But obviously with the, rebounds, the missed shots, crashing the boards, blocking out, they're losing touch of what got them there. So we'll see if Kansas can recover. But I'm telling you, the magic number is with 10 minutes to go, it has to be 8 points or less. If it's not 8 points or less, you're not going to win. But if it's 8 points or less, Kansas has got a shot to be able to cut it down. They just got to cut it down halfway with 10 minutes to go. From 20 to 10, you got to cut it down by 8 points, which is a couple threes or, 4 hoops, play some D, maybe try to go down low, no 3-point shots, maybe go up and under, draw the fouls, slow the game down, stretch the game out a little bit, get them to the free throw line, let the game get a little extended a little bit longer, and then I think Kansas is going to have a shot. But if they go out here and they don't play defense and they shoot threes thinking they're going to come back that way, this is going to be a blowout and you're going to lose by 20. So we'll see what happens. Preston's in the building, and he wants everyone to know Preston Colvin is in the house. And this isn't my boy Preston. This is a different Preston. What to do, Preston? How are you, brother? Well, obviously they went in the beginning, they were 4 for 6. And I was like, okay, Kansas looking good. But then they went 5 for 21. So that's on Bill Self to not call timeout and to be able to slow down Uncle Mo and the momentum. Because if you don't slow down the momentum, you're not going to win the game. And he has to be able to understand when you're going 5 for 8. 5 for 10, 5 for 15. Hello, call timeout, stop the bleeding, get something going, draw up a play, and then be able to get the Uncle Mo to spark in your favor. You can't go 5 for 21 and then be like, oh, let me call timeout now. I mean, you're already letting the other team blow away. So we'll have to see. Right. Well, obviously he went from a guy that was hated in the Shield, right? A lot of people didn't like him. I mean, I've always liked Seth and Dean and Roman, right? And then after that, everyone hated him because obviously he couldn't talk on the mic, right? And there was other guys that were better, Seth and Dean Ambrose, right? And then, obviously he had to get a push Obviously you only have so many big guys, but obviously Vince likes the steroid, Bobby Lashley, Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns. He likes those steroided big guys. I would love to be able to see them get to a point where we get AJ or Randy Orton or Seth Rollins the belt. Some of the guys that maybe aren't the biggest guys out there, structure-wise. I mean, Randy Orton's pretty big, but it was Seth Rollins and Finn Balor, some of the guys that might not be as big. It would have been nice to be able to see the belt over those guys. And I think Adam Cole was so small that they didn't want to give him, kind of a Daniel Bryan treatment, the Bryan Danielson treatment, which they could have easily would have, worked over the fans, because obviously we know Adam Cole, baby, fans love him. And even though he's short and smaller, he always puts on good matches. And that's what it's about, putting on the quality matches. Yeah. 212 and donos, baby. Let's go. Shep, senior manager of operations support for the airport. That's my dude. Shep always working hard. All the goats work hard. I mean, if you're ever wondering, JT or any of the goats in the room, a lot of these people, men and women, they're working 8, 9, 10, 12, 14, 16 hours. There's a reason why people donate big to me. You know what I mean? It's not only because they love the channel and want to support me. It's they work really fucking hard. You know what I mean? If you work really hard, obviously you're going to have, some extra funds that you can play around with yourself or wherever you want to put that money. And I guarantee out of all the goats, there's not a lot of them that are just like lazy people. And they're, a lot of these people are very, very hard workers. There's a reason why that they work so hard. And I really support that. And, it's just like me, I always try to be able to put it. Oh, there we go. Uncle Mo, baby. Alley-oop. Here we go. Uncle Mo, baby. There we go. Holler if you hear me. Rock, chalk, Jayhawk, baby. 40-27. All right, I'll try to keep the score updated since we're in the second half the best that I can. I'll be talking to y'all, but we'll try to do that. All right, Kansas. And then Kansas might want to go to a zone. Obviously, if you watch college basketball or hoops, sometimes switching off to a zone really shuts a team down, going to a 2-3, a 3-2, a 1-2-2. If you played sports, on junior high school, college, pro level, ooh, big block from behind by the Great White Hype. Save it. Wow. Look at that block from behind, though, right here. The Great White Hype. You cannot look at right here. Ooh, alley-oop, bang. There we go. Uncle Mo. Woo! The poster of the night. Big 3-3. I see you. Good thing you didn't get a technical for hanging on the rim there. 40-27, baby. Let's go. Yeah. But obviously, you have to give Hubert Davis. I mean, I watched him on the Knicks back in the day. You got to give the guy credit. And obviously, Uncle Mo started with Big 4-5, the Great White Hype. This guy right here that looks like Bigfoot. All right. He's the reason. Manic. All right. He's the one when he hit the back-to-back threes and the shitty defense by Kansas. Uh-oh. See right there. Here we go. Here we go. And now you don't need to go for a three. Bill Self is one of the great masterminds in the second half. All right. And you can't get complacent with North Carolina. We're up by 15. We're going to win by 25. All right. Now you had a couple errors. Let's see what we get here. If you get a big three right here, or maybe an and one, this is really going to spark the crowd for Kansas. Let's see what they do right here. Got to pound the rock inside. Pound the rock. And we got to have good ball movement right here. Good screen. Oh, in and out. That 4-5 might be the silent MVP, the Great White Hype. Manic. You get him the ball. I mean, he's dangerous. Oh, good D. Let's go. Good D. Fast break. Be unselfish. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. See, you never can count a team out if they have a good coach. And they definitely got outworked. I just was wondering why the hell it took Bill Self until halftime, down by 15, to be able to make the adjustment. Come on now. Now the defense, you can tell Kansas is feeling themselves right now. Now they just have to either go to a zone or just be patient here. Box out. Box out. There you go. There, that wasn't there in the first half. There we go. All right, here we go. No threes. No threes. Ooh, let's go. Let's go. What did I say? The magic number was 8 with 10 minutes to go. It's 9 already. Let's go. Your boy knows sports, okay? Let's go. If I'm North Carolina, I call timeout right now because you're already blowing the lead. All right? You got to call timeout. Ooh, they left him open. I can't do that. Bad defense by Kansas. 43-31. But nice little Uncle Mo there. Let's see what they pull up here. Be patient. Nope. Bad shot. Go inside, Kansas. What are you doing? I mean, you have to know when to, be able to take your chances. You don't need to be going for threes this early. Slow the game down. Floater, brick. Nice board. 33. Go, go, go. Push, push. Oh, goaltend. Let's go. Let's go. We got ourselves a game now. I knew this game wasn't going to be a blowout. Did they give him the goaltending there? They didn't give him the goaltend. I was going to say, give him the goaltend. There we go. Now by 10. See? College basketball in the NBA, I mean, you can really come back quick. Brick. Bad closeout. Defense. Closeout. God damn, there, get the ball. Kansas, Kansas, Kansas. You're not going to win the game by doing that. You have to get the board, and you have to close out. 45-33. But at least we have a little bit more action here where they're... I just want to see defense out there, baby. Foul. Woo! 45-35. This is way more entertaining than the first half. I mean, the first 10 minutes were good, and then obviously Kansas started off 4 for 6, but then when they went like 5 for 21, that was unacceptable. You got to be able to call timeout. Rebound. There we go. And don't get too in much of a rush here, Kansas. Charge. And one. Ooh, on the Great White Hype. That could have been a charge. Wow. Uncle Mo. See how quick Uncle Mo can go? Preston's like, I'm upset. Orion says, this is what you need to do. And then boom, just like that, you're right back in the game with an and one opportunity. Look at this. Look at this. Holly's jumping up and down. She loves it. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Awesome. College basketball for you, man. Sports in general. North Carolina's like, damn. So you got to be able to stop the bleeding at the appropriate time. If you don't stop the bleeding, then the team will keep coming back. It's like I remember it very clearly with like the Blazers and the Lakers, with 2000 with Kobe and Shaq. We were up by like 15 with like, a few minutes to go. And all of a sudden they went on like a 20-point run. And then you call timeout when we're down by 5. Mike Dunleavy's a fucking idiot. Like I already knew that what was going to happen there. And if they end up making this free throw, I mean, right now they're only down by 8. It'll probably be 7. So shout out. Shout out to Kansas for making it a game. I mean, who knows if they're going to win, but it's definitely a lot more competitive now. And hopefully you get the job. I know you've gotten a couple opportunities there, so hopefully it ends up working out for you. The president of everything. The president of the president of the president, Shepard Williams, of every airport in America. Told you, man. You can never doubt your team. I know a lot of people get really emotionally upset. You know what I mean? It's like you got to just wait for things to kind of play themselves out. You know what I mean? There's good feelers. You got to be able to know strategy. Sometimes you go from man to zone. You got to be able to box out and do the things that got you there. You know what I mean? Rebounding and boxing out is really big. You know what I mean? And obviously knowing when to take threes and when to pound the rock and go inside and slow the game down. And obviously they got really lucky right there because the Great White Hype Manic, that could have been a charge, and that would have swung Uncle Mo in the other direction. But now Uncle Mo has been on Kansas's side for pretty much the whole second half. So we'll see where it goes. There you go. Keep grinding it out. And it's true, man. Some people don't need to go to college to be able to, make shit happen. You know what I mean? Like I wish I could have gone to, a big time university and do that, but I didn't. You know what I mean? So, obviously there's a method to the madness for a lot of people. A lot of people go to college, they get $100,000 in debt. Sometimes they get a degree that they have nothing to do with it once they, try to go pro in something else. So I don't have that debt on my end, so that's good. But, obviously growing up, I didn't really have the funds to be able to do the things like other people did. Obviously, if I had my choice, I would have went to University of Oregon. That's facts. Yes. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, baby. I told you, man. Sometimes you need that little Uncle Mo. You need that little, the sports gods. You want the sports gods to talk to Orion, and then you let Orion know what you want. Orion will tell you what's going to happen, and then it happens, okay? You're like, oh, Orion is making it happen. I said, okay. He says make it 8 by 10 minutes. It's already 8 right now. Going to be 7. Let's go. Little Uncle Mo, little Rock Chalk Jayhawk, you know, a little bit. Let's go. Hey, you had to get the liquor in at halftime, you know, a couple shots here, little Hennessy here, little Hennessy there. Let's go. 45-38. What a game. No one wants to see any blowouts. We had Baylor Gonzaga last year, and that wasn't really too close of a game. But obviously them being up by 15 was they took North Carolina for granted, and they didn't play good in that first half. They got lazy. You know, they took North Carolina for granted, and North Carolina played easy breezy cover girl, easy breezy lemon squeezy with nothing to lose. And obviously Kansas was on a drought. Merrick, rebound. There we go. And the rebounding is much better in the second half. You've seen the box out by Kansas. That's a big part of it too. Slow the game down. No threes, Kansas. Pound away. Have good ball movement. Set the screens. Post up your guys. Don't worry about taking threes. You're already in striking distance. You're already down right now by only 7 already. Oh, foul on the 3. Dumb. Wow. Let's go, baby. Hey, I'm telling you, Uncle Mo's real. Uncle Mo likes Orion. All right. You know, I've gotten 21 Super Bowl winners right in a row for a reason. You know what I mean? And I wanted Kansas to win for Holly and Sarah. So nothing against North Carolina. I love watching them play. But Kansas hasn't had a title in a while. It'd be kind of nice for them to be able to be on top. But also on North Carolina's part, hey, you're an 8 seed. That would be kind of a big thing. Obviously, it's not Roy Williams anymore. It's Hubert Davis. So, but you got to make your fucking free throw if you want to do it right there. Come on, you idiot. 45-38. Come on now. Let's go. There we go. 45-39. What's up? What? I have no idea. It should be in the oven there, or in the drawer. I don't know. One of them is missing. I don't know where the hell the other one is. Someone did something with it. 45-39. Let's go, baby. Make your fucking free throws, damn it. All right, you're in striking distance, 6 points. Now it's all about defense, effort. I did not see the effort by Kansas in the first half. I'm seeing a whole different team here in the second half. Double. Oh, we got an injury. Let's go. Cheers. Rebound. There we go. 33 going against 15 all day. Fast break. Slow it down. Be patient. Slow it down. Oh, what a layup. What a layup. What effort. Only down by 4. Wow. It's 45-41 UNC up. Might be Kansas here in a second. But it's already 14 minutes, and they erased, obviously, 9 points from that 15-point lead. Very impressive. But Armando right here, number 15, is going to be going against Big 3-3. All right, so if you see that, these two guys are going to be going against each other, McCormick and obviously Big Armando right there. So it's going to be whoever wins that battle down low. But the 33's got to do a good job of moving his feet and boxing out, because Armando is going to be the guy that they go to. Rebound. There we go. Hubert Davis, come on now. See, if I'm North Carolina right here, I'm calling timeout to regroup and restructure what kind of play I want to do. You've already blown your fucking lead. You've already got 10 points erased from your lead. Kansas. And 1. Oh. Oh, baby. $46-41. We don't got anything on the Cash App just yet, but we're sitting at, I think, at what, 212? So it's pretty good. I'll be streaming for a while, even after this game is over. So we'll be talking about NFL. We'll be talking about wrestling, college hoops, college football, whatever you guys want to talk about. But wanted to stream, obviously, on Wrestlemania, but decided to hang out with the GF and Paisley. And, I apologize. Sometimes I just got other things that come up, and I got to have a good balance of what I'm doing. So Rebound. Free throws are going to be a killer in this game. 46-41 North Carolina. You're only down by 5. The key number was 8 with 10 minutes to go. They already surpassed that, but I need to see effort here. Let's see what they do. Still playing man-to-man. And obviously the whole offense right now is Armando. If North Carolina is smart, they need to go to the Great White Hype, number 45, because he's the one that really got him that Uncle Mo and that momentum, right, with those back-to-back threes. They haven't got him the ball, and he's a real momentum killer. You know what I mean? But they have to know their personnel and know who to give the ball to. All right, 46-41, no threes. Pound the rock. Go inside, baby. And if North Carolina wants to get back in this game, they got to go to number 4-5 there, the Great White Hype, the guy that looks like Bigfoot, baby. Oh, nice block right there. Manic. The Great White Hype, baby. Manic. He's special. He just looks like a guy that wouldn't be really that good compared to some of the other athletes on the floor. But don't let the looks deceive you. You can look like a Bigfoot and do big things. All right. He's got the 3-point range. He's a great shot blocker. He moves his feet well. He's the X factor for North Carolina if they win this championship game. Hook it. Hook it. Woo-hoo-hoo! Yes. 46-43, baby. Nice hook. Let's go. You hear that, Kansas crowd? Rock, chalk, Jayhawk, baby. Always believe. Always believe. Never lose faith. You know what I mean? I've been watching sports since 1985. I've seen this story over and over again. Stolen. Go, go, go. Fast break. Pass it. Let's go. Just like that. 15-point deficit down to 1. 46-45. Let's go. Uncle Mo likes Orion. Orion will say this. Orion says that. Rock, chalk, Jayhawk. Thank you very much. Kansas Jayhawk fans, applaud your boy. Let's go. The best case scenario is literally happening right now. You're welcome. Hey, the sports gods love your boy. You know what I mean? If I have a feeling about something, you know, I talk it into existence and then the shit happens. I don't know how it happens. But, you know, the sports gods love your boy. I mean, it's proven year in, year out. 15-point lead in college hoops is a hard thing to come back from, too. I mean, we're not talking a 5-point lead, you know, or a 10-point lead. 15 is not easy, but it shows you if you believe in yourself and you got a good head coach, anything can happen. Rock, chalk, Jayhawk, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah. I mean, like I said, mentally, I have to be okay. Also, I have to find the balance of the time, especially if the streams are going to be 4 or 5 hours, you know, at a time. And sometimes you got to be able to, you know, do, you know, a balance. So a little bit of Wrestlemania, watch a little bit of Breaking Bad, started it from season 1, episode 1 with the GF, and, you know, got into like season 3 back and forth. And, you know, just got to find that right balance. And obviously, trust me, if I could stream 7 days a week, I would. And I'll be going to, you know, the beach in a couple weeks, going to Seattle for a couple days with my boy Jay Graves at the end of the month. So a couple weekends, you're not going to see streaming from me, you know, but I might actually stream like when I'm in Seattle, probably not when I'm at the beach, unless I can get a good signal out there just to show you like maybe what, you know, where we're at. But at Seattle, I mean, I don't really know if I'll be able to do YouTube live. I mean, maybe I can go Instagram live. I don't know. The connection out in Seattle sometimes when you're in the stadiums and stuff is not the greatest. But when I'm out and about, you know, like in the room, you know, I could always, you know, show you the room and everything. The room is going to be nice too. Cause like I said, the room that we're staying in is like a 4-star, 5-star hotel. So it'll be like $400 a night. So it's going to be pretty awesome. It's going to be like, I think 800 for like 2 nights, which is insane. Which is like, that's like, you know, rent money type of thing. But, you know, we're going to be on like the 20th floor. You're going to have you know, a lake view. You're going to be able to look to your left and see the, you know, Seahawks and the Mariners in the stadium. And you look to your right and in the front, you're going to see like the bay and you're going to see the ships going by. And it's just an amazing view. But that's usually like the spot we like to stay at. It's all good. It's all good, man. Orion knows sports. I talk it into existence. You like it? See? Because everything, all the Kansas fans were pissed off. All right, they're like, what are we doing here? We're down by 15. But then, you know, you have to have the sports gods talk to your boy. Uncle Mo is real. Uncle Momentum is real. I mean, if Peter Schrager is stealing it from me on Good Morning Football, of course it's real. I mean, he's trying to make it his own. And we know that he didn't come up with it. Okay. Uncle Momentum is not Peter Schrager's thing. It's Orion's thing. Okay. And like I said, you know, if you're on the side of the sports gods, they know it. They know it, baby. Kansas trailed by 16 points, largest deficit 15, Loyola of Chicago. So this will be the biggest comeback of all time right here tonight. And if it wasn't a disciplined Kansas team, I'd say you're fucked. But this team's got a shot. And we'll see if North Carolina and Hubert Davis realize the great white hype Manic, number 45, if they get him the fucking ball or not. And we'll see what they do. Or Armando gets the ball down low. So it'll be really interesting to see because Hubert Davis won the coaching battle in the first half. Bill Self is doing a better job in the second. Nice layup. 48-45 Tar Heels. But you're in a good shape right now. You have to understand you cut down the lead tremendously. It's not like you're still down by 10 or 12. You are in striking distance to win the game, and that's what you want. And they did it right away. Go up there. Yes. 48-47. I mean, this is literally the best case scenario you could ask for as a Kansas fan. You guys strike when the iron was hot right away, and that's what you needed. I'm about to put Kansas up here on the ticker on the bottom, which we have not seen all night. Let's see the defense. They're still playing man. We'll see if they shift his zone. Get up there. Rebound. Over the top. Here's where Kansas takes the lead. Kansas about to take the lead. The lead. Flashbacks, baby. Danny Manning. I was talking about Jamal Mashburn earlier when I was a kid. I like 24. I like Jamal Mashburn. I like Kentucky and North Carolina more than Duke. But this Kansas feel, Danny Manning is in the air. So, it wouldn't surprise me if Kansas comes back and completes this championship. I know it's, you got to understand, you're down by 15. You were down by 16. You got it down where you're about to take the lead. Flashbacks, baby. Never underestimate the heart of a champion, baby. Or Uncle Mo and your boy Ryan. You got Orion on your side. Anything can happen. Okay, that's facts. I make shit happen. I talk it into existence. All right. 212 and donos, baby. We don't got anything on the Cash App yet, but I imagine we will before the night is over. All right. Big $200 donation by my boy Shep. Shout out to him to get us to a good number when we were sitting at $12 for the longest time. So shout out to my boy Shep, one of the GOATs. And I'm going to try to stream almost every day this week if I can. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm going to try to be able to get streams done. We'll see if any other news happens on the NFL side. Still waiting for that Honey Badger news. You know what I mean? Could you imagine if Honey Badger goes to Tampa Bay? I know him and Todd Bowles have a relationship. And I don't know what the possibility of Honey Badger coming to Tampa is. Very low, probably. But I know there's a little spark of rumors, and obviously he's taking his time, on where he wants to go. I mean, Pittsburgh would be a good fit. The Colts would be a good fit. Still love him on Kansas City. Tampa Bay would be an amazing fit. I mean, oh my God, if we could get him on Tampa Bay, that would be fucking crazy. But I mean, I'm not holding my breath for that, but there's still a lot of big free agents that are available. We're going to have to wait and see. Not liking this, like 08. I remember watching Kansas beat my UNC with you at Oli's apartment, remember? Yep. And like I told you, it's all about Uncle Momentum. You know what I mean? And you guys did great in the first half, right? But you got to give it to the great white high. Manic with those back-to-back threes. He is the X factor. They need to switch it up from man to zone. The effort isn't there. They're playing kind of like with their heads cut off, kind of like what Kansas was playing. But you can tell Bill Self did a great job in the second half to get the team motivated. And it was just doing the things that they needed to do. Box out. Not go for the threes, just let the game come to them. Not play with so much, like crazy urgency where you need to be able to make everything happen on one possession. Just let the game flow and come to you. But I mean, When you're up by 15, up by 16, and then they erase that lead that quickly, and Hubert Davis didn't call timeout. It was the same thing with Bill Self when you started off 4 for 6, and then you go 5 for 21. Call timeout. You know, it's like when the Lakers and Blazers played with Kobe and Shaq, with Mike Dunleavy at head coach. When the bleeding is happening, you got to put on the gauze, wrap it up, call timeout, stop the bleeding. If you let the blood come out and the arm falls off, and then you're already down by 5 when you were up by 15, of course you're not coming back. You know what I mean? Look at this. Field goal percentage, 30-63. Bill Self. This is crazy, man. It could go either way, but the way the game is flowing, it looks like Kansas has Uncle Mo, and I don't know if they're going to give it up. Oh, in and out. Manic with a big rebound, 48-47, North Carolina. And they needed to get it down by 8 with 10 minutes to go. Bad defense. Timeout. If that's me right there. Toot, toot. I was like, come on, guys. 50-47. You only have so many timeouts. I get it, but come on now. Kickball. Yeah, and Jake's one of my, like I said, one of my best friends. I'm really, you know, when he lived in Oregon, he lived, 5 minutes from me, and we would always hang out and watch games. And he lives in Arizona now, but he comes and visits every year or two, and we get together and get together with Marcos Pineda, actually. And we went, drink beers and hang out. It's always a good time. I always enjoy my boy Jake. Big Beaver fan, big Blazer fan, and obviously a big North Carolina fan. He's been that for a long time. No bandwagon whatsoever. Honey Badger of the Rams. Get the fuck out of here, EMC. You already got Bobby Wagner. You already got all your fucking guys on the team. Allen Robinson. You don't need fucking Honey Badger. You guys got no money for him. Fuck out of here with that. And one! Let's go! Yeah, Honey Badger not going to fucking the Rams. You guys already have plenty, dude. You know what I mean? You guys are on paper the best team in the NFL. You don't need to get him. You already are good to go. All right? The only team that's going to be able to compete with you is me, Tampa Bay, this year. That's it. And then obviously on the NFC side, and we'll see what the AFC side looks like, but I would assume that we're going to win 12, 13 games each next year, Rams and Bucks. It all depends on who stays healthy, though. Obviously, we got banged up last year, but the year before, we were the most healthiest team. You were the healthiest team last year, especially with your superstars, even with Bobby Trees going down. 50-50. What a game. What a game, baby. Oh, 10 minutes to go, and it's tied. They didn't even need to get down by 8. Manic. All right, see what Armando does. Nice drop step. Brick. Woo! Woo! Time for Kansas to take the lead, baby. Let's see what they do here. Number 2 is kind of ball hoggish, so hopefully he works it around. Come on, baby. Don't be the hero. There we go. Woo! Let's go! Oh, let's go. Danny Manning in the crowd. Oh, Danny Manning was in the crowd. They showed him. Was it a sign? And one. Orion says, Orion makes it happen. 55-50, and they're not losing the lead, baby. All right, donations are going to be coming in heavy for your boy. They're like, man, Orion knows. He makes it happen. He talks it, and it makes it happen. I talk the talk, and I walk the walk, baby. Let's go. 20-point deficit. 15-point deficit erased. Now you're going to be up by 6. Sports is an amazing thing, man. 56-50. You're welcome, Kansas fans. Bank accounts are going to be blowing up here pretty soon on your boy. They're like, oh my God, Orion is talking into existence. Cash App, Super Chat, Venmo. I believe in this guy. Big O knows. Nice layup. Exactly what you wanted to do of North Carolina right there. Attack the glass. 56-52. What a turnaround, huh? Woo-hoo! All right, no threes, Kansas. Attack. Oh, he's open, though. He's open. Woo! In and out. Don't get greedy here. You're only up by 4. You got to remember, this is going to be a flow of the game. You can't get too greedy thinking you're going to blow them out because they're going to be able to come back. So got to attack the paint if you're both teams right here. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, baby. Oh, just like that. See, that's why you don't go for threes. North Carolina is disciplined enough to come back. If you miss on a three, they will make you pay. What a good game, though, huh? Much better than last year. All right. Danny Manning is in the crowd. Lefty with a foul. Nice. McCormack. I don't know if I would have went for a lefty right there. I would have probably did an up and under, but he got Armando with the foul. Armando's like, what the fuck happened here? Uncle Mo can switch sides. It definitely can. Absolutely, it can. But you guys had the momentum in the first half. Kansas had got the momentum in the second half. But I got to be able to see the coaching part too. Because Hubert Davis dominated Bill Self in the first half. But it seems like Bill Self is a great second half coach. It is giving you those old school vibes. And we watched it at Oli's house. It does kind of feel like that, don't it? Oh, you got to make your free throws, though. Come on, big man. Uncle Mo can switch sides, though. It's very true. Just ask Peter Schrager. They used to have a good show, and now they have a horrible show. That's what happens when Nate Burleson leaves and you try to steal Orion's material and claim it as your own. Good Morning Football ratings down the shitter. 56-54. Make your free throw. Bend your knees. There you go. There you go. Woo, woo, woo. Let's go. 57-54. What are we sitting on donos right now? $212 in donos to the best fans on planet Earth. Let's go. Look at the free throws for North Carolina. 2 this half. Come on. Attack the hole. Kansas has got some nice suffocating defense there. No threes, North Carolina. Push off. Nope. He's like, me? 57-54. 8:32 to go. Oh, baby. He's a sleeper because, I mean, when you look at him, you know, the great white hype, he's just like this big white dude out there, 45. He can shoot the three. He's got good footwork. He can play some good defense, rebound, block shots, but they're not giving him the ball in the second half. Hello. Know your personnel. Know your team, Hubert. Know your team. He's the guy that can spark that momentum for North Carolina, and they haven't been giving the ball. Oh, big shot from the corner. 57-57. Uh-oh. Uncle Mo, it's switched up. Timeout. You got to make a timeout. Oh. Yeah, but Kansas also, Jake, went 4 for 6 and then went 5 for 21 in the first half. So it's not like they played really that good. I mean, the first couple minutes they played good, but when you go 5 for 21, I mean, you're not doing a great job there. That was a shitty job by Bill Self, not calling timeout and stopping the bleeding. North Carolina was in control that whole first half. 57-57, North Carolina staying afloat. Let's see what they do with Armando right here. Oh, travel or offensive foul, or they called it on the defense right here. Wow, what a game, huh? 212 in donos. Let's get to 300. Let's do it. Good game, though. A lot better than the Baylor-Gonzaga. I don't like seeing blowout games in college football or in the NCAA. We want good quality games. And it looked like it was trending towards, oh, my, this is going to be a 20-point blowout. But knowing Bill Self, you knew that he is a great second-half coach. Just like usually like Oregon Ducks, there's just certain teams that you believe in where you might be getting your ass kicked in the first half, but there's certain coaches that can find a way, even if you lose, but you're going to make it much closer and more competitive. And there's only so many coaches that can do that on an elite level. So shout out to North Carolina. Shout out to Kansas for making this a fucking game. Cheers. All right. 212 and donos, baby. Let's get to 300. Key and Peel, hilarious. You gonna go to any baseball games, Jake? Jake, you going to go to baseball games? Are you going to go to any Diamondback games this year? Yeah, the number 3 prospect, Julio Rodriguez, just called up and made the roster this season. So he's been doing like, single A, double A, triple A, playing around with the A's, okay? Playing around with the A's, and he finally made the roster. Kellenick's there. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the Mariners always will start off decent, and then they usually just hit the wall and then fucking suck, and then they trade away their good players. My dad's Dodgers, obviously. We know that they have the championship caliber squad picking up Freddie Freeman, but we'll have to see. Every year is going to be a little bit different. But, yeah, me and my boy Jay Graves are going down to Seattle here in a couple weeks. We're going to go for a 2-game stretch. We're going to go for, a Saturday game, Saturday night game, Sunday game, Saturday night, Sunday afternoon, and then we're going to leave Monday and take the train back. So we're taking the train down there. I'm super excited. So train tickets are paid for. The tickets are paid for. We're right off first base, like 10 rows back, right in the foul ball zone area. We got the same exact seats for the games. I think it's against the Royals. Not the greatest opponent, but they do have the number 2 prospect that's playing that made the roster. And then we got the number 3. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it ends up being a decent game, and I'm always going to be in that foul ball zone area. So if I have to knock over some kids, grandmas, grandpas, whatever. I mean, last time I ended up going to a game with my dad, I ended up getting a ball from Kike Hernandez. So, I mean, anything's possible. I mean, I'm always in that ready position, I'm always in that ready position, baby, just like Griffey. I'm always ready to get that foul ball. Nacho helmet, $20 beers. I'll probably buy some merch. Excited, man. We're going to have a good time. And then we're going to be able to go to Sisters and Brothers, get some Nashville hot chicken. We're going to end up going maybe to the Pike. We're going to end up going to the waterfront there and the fish market. I mean, we'll probably go to quite a few places, but I'm going to definitely make the most out of the trip. So I'll probably go live on Instagram or on the YouTube channel if I have a good signal. So the game is not over. Really? No shit. Really? Wow. When was that taking place? That was something that you guys are just talking about now, or shit, you go to Dallas, I might have to come, bro. You don't like Arizona? You want to go to Dallas? You went from the hot to the hotter. Hot weather. Arizona and Dallas, huh? Texas. Rebound. Oh, Manic with the rebound. Stolen. Woo! Tied up, 7-37. This is one of the better Natties national championship games I remember in recent history. This is very good, very competitive. But I don't like the fact that Manic is not getting opportunities to shoot the ball. Oh! Wow. Big 3. Big 3. Oh, baby. Oh, out of bounds, North Carolina. I was going to say, no. Why are you shooting these threes in the corner? But this guy is he's doing a good job, though. He's squaring his feet up in his body, and Martin's doing a good job. Oh, Manic finally got a shot. I mean, fucking 7 minutes to go. You got to give him the ball earlier. Let him get into the rhythm of the game. That's one thing right now. If North Carolina loses, they're going to go back on this tape and think, why didn't we get fucking Manic the ball a little bit more? Nice pass. Go up. No foul? Wow. Armando with the good D, but could have been a foul there. Tipped it right to North Carolina. There we go. 60-59. What a game. What a game. I got the score updated on the ticker here in the second half. Another 3. Woo! Wow. Kansas is on fire in the second half. My goodness. It's a fucking Boston 3 party. But we're not in Boston. Wow. Rebound. Box out. There we go. 3-3. 63-59. Slow it down, big man. Slow it down. You're rushing it, my guy. Why are you rushing it? Just calm down, dude. That's experience right there. Big play. You can't rush it, man. These guys get so excited. I know they're college kids, but you should have slowed it down. Know your role and shut your mouth. 63-61 Kansas. KU up. Nice pass. Got him in rhythm, but no one down there for a rebound. 2 timeouts left for each team. I think they need a breather. You can definitely tell KU's getting a little tired out there. North Carolina feels that momentum, but it's definitely going back and forth. I don't think really Uncle Mo's in play right now. Lots of deep threes. Rebound. There we go. No threes, Kansas. Take it. Take your time. Take it easy. Let's get a good shot. Go down low. Wide open. Ooh. Good box out by North Carolina right there. 63-61. No, that was wild. Very wild. Rebound! Jesus. Rebound. There you go. Kansas getting lucky. A lot of these second chance opportunities would be a killer in this game. 63-61. KU up. Call a timeout. Somebody, please. Oh, an injury. .212 and Donos. This guy's hurt. Yes, I know. I mean, you're a big baseball guy like me. And I like watching a lot of teams, not just the Dodgers and the Mariners. I like watching a good majority of the league. Just something I enjoy, so even if it's just in the background. You know what I mean? Just watching the teams, just having it on TV, because I'm not really a big fan of the NBA anymore. So it's nice to be able to have something else. No NFL, no college football. I'll do the NBA playoffs and everything, but at this point, it's like NBA, wrestling, WWE or AEW, and then I got MLB. So I'm really thankful that the MLB is having a season this year. Ooh, Craig Elo. Well, Craig Elo was on the Cleveland Cavs way back in the day. I'm not sure if I really remember him on the Atlanta Hawks, though. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, with your company, congratulations, bro. I always, you're one of the real ones, you know what I mean? You've gone through a lot of ups and downs, mostly ups. And like I said, from the times sitting on Oli's couch or my couch and watching sports, or, smoking the bowls, or, drinking the beers, we've had a lot of great memories over the years. And I really appreciate our friendship, and I wish the best for you, my brother. Can't wait to see you again if you come back to Oregon, man. I did see that after they lost last year. All right, 63-61 with the left. Woo! Wow, with the left. Let's go, 65-61. Yeah, don't shoot that. You're going to get blocked, brother. 65-61, KU up when they were down by 16 points, 15 and a half. What a turnaround. Nice spin move. Rebound. Armando. Ooh, Armando is clutch. McCormick fucking box out. Idiot. Come on, dude. Move your feet, dude. Like, McCormick is more athletic, but sometimes he gets lazy out there. Move your feet, dude. Armando might be a little loppy out there, but he has the effort. 65-61. What a game. What a game, baby. Oh, we got a cash app from Holly Hundo. The first one of the night. Thank you, Holly. Appreciate you. So a little extra Jayhawks Uncle Mo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that was 15 minutes ago. $25 dono from one of the goats in the room, Holly Hundo. I definitely gave it to you. I know it's kind of surprising when you're down by 15. I mean, let's be honest. In most scenarios, the game's over. You know what I mean? Regardless of who's on your team or who's coaching. But it's that little Danny Manning effect. He's there. Kansas, the love, the feel, the vibe, the Paul Pierce, the Danny Manning, the Orion, talk it to an existence. Big game. Big turnaround, too. What a game. Bang! $25 dono. Bang from Holly Hundo, who actually went to KU. And like I said, nothing against North Carolina whatsoever. Love rooting for them. They're 8 seed right now. Jake just sent me an image now too. Oh, baby. Oh, here we go. We got some wine. We got some wine. Looks like we got some steak. And then what do we got there? Is Jake? Is that some kind of mashed potato? I don't know what we got there on the left. I don't know if I can show this on the screen. All right, so we got the wine here. This is Jake that just sent me the picture. So we got the wine. We got some kind of like steak or something. We got some kind of mashed potato jump off on the left. What do we got there? What exactly? Tell everyone in the room what we got up in there. 237 in donos. Let's get to 300. That looks like an amazing meal, my brother. Woo! You eating good, my guy. That looks great. That looks amazing. Oh, baby. My mouth is just watering, man. I'm over here eating French onion sun chips while you're just eating like a fucking god over here. Oh, my goodness. That's making my French onion sun chips look like nothing. My brother. Delicioso. Looking good. Yeah, some kind of potatoes. I don't know what it is. He'll be typing in the chat right now. We'll know. Shout out, Holly. Appreciate you. That's what happens, man. Anyone that needs a little Uncle Mo, you just come to Orion. You let him know what your problem is. I'll evaluate. The sports gods listen. And then magic happens every single time. I mean, I don't know how many scenarios where Kansas is down by 15 to a quality team like North Carolina, even though they're an 8 seed, and they came back as quick as they did. I mean, you could have probably played this game 100 times and had that only happen, I don't know, maybe 10 out of the 100 times. I mean, it's not going to be that common for North Carolina to dominate in the first half and then all of a sudden Kansas to come off that quickly. Because normally when teams are down by 15, it's kind of a dink and doink approach. Like if you're in football and you're down by a couple touchdowns, a little screen pass here, a little draw here. You don't just go for the jugular. You don't go for the Hail Mary right away, but the Uncle Mo is real. Nice free throw. That's what I thought. Cheesy cauliflower. It didn't look like mashed potatoes. That's why I asked. I was like, okay, if it was just mashed potatoes, I was like, I'm not that much of an idiot. I was like, but it definitely looked like not mashed potatoes. It looks very delicious though. 65-62, 65-63 Kansas. You eating good, my boy? What a game. Shout out to everyone in the room hanging out with your boy tonight. Oh, foul? No. Whoa, big steal. Big steal. All right, settle down. 3:25 left. You're down by 2, North Carolina. Let's see what they do. Let's see who steps up here. Armando and McCormick, the big guys down low. They could be the heroes tonight. Double team. Manic's got a little guy on him. Give him the ball. Manic. God. I'm telling you, this guy, I mean, I don't know what it is about North Carolina. It's like, okay, the other big white dude down low, give him the fucking ball. He's got a little guy on him. I mean, not something the fucking hero. Good effort right there by Manic, but you got to reward guys that are doing the dirty work, the guys that are boxing out, the guys that are, going after it. Brady. There we go. You have to know your personnel, and you would think that they would know this on the highest level, but big free throws by Manic. Brady. Telling you, he's an X factor. If North Carolina wins, it will be because of him. He'll be one of the main guys to make a big play. Going down low against Armando. Pass it out. Save it. There you go. 10 seconds. Calm down, Kansas. Calm down. Get a good shot right here. Screen and roll. 3. Woo! Wow! Big 3. Huge 3 with less than 3 minutes to go. Big play. Uncle Mo in the building. Wow. Unreal. Good play. 68-67, baby. What a game. Tale of two halves, huh? This is definitely one of the best natties for college men's basketball in recent history. It's been very good. 68-67. Now it's all going to be about who has the best coaching here, the best discipline. Don't be out of control. Kansas is a little out of control here. 6-5. Pass it. There you go. Good pass. Air ball. What are you doing? Ooh. Manic. Your boy knows. Holly Hundo with a 15er for some extra motivation. Extra Uncle Mo. No box out. Where's the box out, McCormick? You idiot. See, I'm telling you, I have ESP. I keep telling people this year in, year out, month in and month out, right? And people never want to believe me until I say it, and then it happens, and then I do it over and over and over again, and then, eventually people believe. Holly Hundo with a 15er. Well, a little bit more Uncle Mo. Now it's just going to be about good shot selection here as we get towards the end. But I told you, Manic was going to be a guy that could be an X factor, and boom, 2 free throws, big play right there at the end, no box out. What a game. Bang! $15 dono by Holly Hundo. She needs a little bit more Uncle Mo. All right. So if you're Kansas right now, you've been very lucky with the threes. Stop it with the threes. You got to slow the game down. All right. You got to box out Manic, because if you let this guy shoot a three or get the dirty work, don't box him out. He will get the rebound and he will put it back. And North Carolina will win the game. If you don't, make sure you account for Manic. Brady Manic, the great white hype, Mr. Bigfoot himself. Okay. 252 in donos, baby. So let's see what we got here. I know it's going to be very, nerve-wracking to try to go for a three, but you got to be patient here if you're Kansas. Hopefully they got a good play drawn up by Bill Self right here. All right, going down on Manic. Lefty. Rebound, yes. Pass it. Pass it. Yes. On Manic, too. Good play. Let's go. Little $15 dono by Holly. She wants the Uncle Mo, baby. She's going back in her Danny Manning past. 70-69. 13 points, 10 boards. But McCormick, play D, though. Don't lose sight of your man. Don't lose sight of Armando or Manic. Good stifling defense here by Kansas. Oh! Big block. Rejected. 70-69. See right here, McCormick, he had a guy wide open, double team, but he's like, fuck it, I'm going up. I'm getting it. He's got a good, nice little hook shot with the left or the right. Nice block right there by Kansas. 252 in donos, baby. 54 seconds left. Travel. Oh, he injured himself. Oh, he slipped. Ooh, big play. Uh-oh. That might be the game right there. They're going to call an injury timeout. He's hurt. Can we call a timeout for the injury? I mean, have the decency and call the timeout. He slipped right there. Hopefully that's not an ACL or MCL, but if he's out, the game's over. Armando needs to be in the game. He's the only one that can keep up with McCormick. Down low, he slips right here. Looks like he doesn't. Oh, look, his ankle kind of rolled right there. He didn't step on McCormick, but he is a key contributor. Manic can step up, but it's usually that 1-2 punch of those two guys down low. That's a huge blow for North Carolina right there. And at least they have the decency to call timeout instead of Kansas like making a three and then it's over, which obviously Kansas fans wouldn't care. I mean, you want it to be fair. 70-69, but yeah, he ain't coming back in the game. He's done. All right, so now if you're Bill Self, you attack. So now you can go on Manic or you go down to McCormick. You don't need to shoot threes right here. You can attack the paint. Yeah, his ankle slipped right there. Tough. And he's been playing great tonight. But at least they still have Manic, the great white hype, the Bigfoot. All right, the great white hype is still out there. He can still do the same type of things that Armando can do out there, but that's brutal. That's a tough loss right there at the end of the game. Uncle Momentum still on Kansas's side, and definitely with that injury. Now it's all about execution right now, and a good play here out of bounds by Bill Self. That's what they do. 38 seconds to go. High low on Manic. Hook it. Woo! Told you. Taking advantage of the injury. Nope. Rebound. Rebound. No. Rebound. They won. Woo! You're welcome, Holly. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. It's over. It's over because they're going to go to the free throw line. It's over. KU. Big hook, taking advantage of Manic because Armando's not there. Easier to be able to make that. He's the MVP. You know what I mean? And then right there, the turnover. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Manic did what he had to do with obviously the points and the rebounding and the hustle. But with Armando going down, KU, you just got a championship, baby. See, that's what happens, Holly. You know what I mean? You're like, you need a little Uncle Mo. You're like, okay, I do a little donation here. And then, okay, maybe if I do one more little dono here before the game's over, maybe a little quick 15er, maybe this will make the difference. And then boom, boom, boom. And the game is over. Because you're up by 3. Even if you foul them, they're going to make the free throws. There's just not enough time right here. They can make the 2 free throws, go up 74-69, or make one and miss one. Not enough time, but obviously you want to make both free throws. And what a brutal way to lose the game with Armando getting hurt because they needed him on that possession to score or to draw the foul. And obviously McCormick will be the MVP of the game. You're welcome, Holly. Oh, baby. KU, baby. What a comeback. Biggest comeback in NCAA history. 16-point deficit. The biggest was Loyola in 15 points. So this is the biggest comeback in NCAA history. Hey, and I'm here for it. You guys are here for it. Am I surprised? No, I'm not. I know, because like I said, it's very easy to overreact as sports fans. Roy Williams in the building, coached at both places. Especially when you're up by 15, everything's easy breezy cover girl, easy breezy lemon squeezy. But if you've been watching sports, for me, like since 1985, me and Jake, Sarah, a lot of us have been watching for many, many, many years. I've seen the story over and over, and Jake called it just like back when it was like 08 when we watched at Oli's house, Kansas, North Carolina, way back. Sometimes you can have the Uncle Mo in the first half, but it's not how you start the game; it's how you finish the game. And then there's just a bad luck with the injury and the slip right there at the end. But you got to give North Carolina a lot of credit. You know what I mean? That they, after the Uncle Mo was on fire, they kept it afloat and they didn't let, Kansas run away with it. So the only thing that they can pray for right here is a steal. But if they have a good play right here, there should be a foul, go to the free throw line, make 2 free throws, and the game's over. There we go. Wow, did he go out of bounds? What an idiot. KU, what are you doing? Watch your feet, you idiot. Wow, that's close. That might be a turnover. Wow. You got to be smarter than that and know where you are on the court. That is close. So there is a chance for overtime if you're North Carolina. So if you're Jake right now, you actually do have a shot if this goes back. Let's look at the foot. Woo! Is there white, though, still? Woo, that's close. Ooh, that's close. Yeah, I mean, if you're a guard, you have to know where you are on the court. Look down. So this is going to be a turnover. North Carolina will get a shot for a game-tying 3. A couple steps there. Come on, brother. Jesus, the game was over. And you literally let them. My goodness. Talk about a bonehead move right there. $72-69. Still think Kansas is going to win the game. Not that North Carolina can't make a 3, because I think if it goes to OT, I think Kansas will still have it. But at this point, I mean, what are you thinking? You got to watch your feet. I mean, that's like the number one thing right there. If you're going to be getting the ball, you just can't be running around with your head cut off, especially if you know you're going to be close to the sideline. A dumbass move right there. You're off the team, bud. Cut. I mean, especially if North Carolina comes back and wins the game in overtime, makes the 3, wins in overtime. That kid is cut. They'll never forget that. But I still think KU is going to win the Natty. I think they're going to win it. And obviously they still need to be able to make this big shot. And the way that I'm feeling that the momentum and the way the game is going, I don't think that they're going to make the game tying 3. Sometimes I have a feeling on if they can make it. Do they have the guys to make it? Yes, they do. Absolutely. But with 3.2 seconds left, I still think Kansas is going to win it. But what a bonehead move right there. I mean, the game was over. All you had to do was just stay in bounds and then get fouled and go to the line. But I mean, I don't think I mean, this is like almost like the Chris Webber thing way back in the day. It's like you have to know how many timeouts you have. You have to know where you are on the court. My goodness. My goodness. What a bonehead move, dude. Right. I bet the fireworks happening until that guy fucking stepped out of bounds. Still think you guys are going to come back or hang on. But you don't want to let a team hang around. My goodness. What a fucking game, though, huh? It's like a quarterback taking a safety in the back of the end zone. You got to know where your feet are. Sometimes those little things that you don't practice, that you take for granted, you just sort of just running around. You're like, oh, we won. You know what I mean? You have to make sure that you play through the whistle all the way to the end. But at least they're up by 3. So I mean, a game tying 3 can do it, as long as they don't foul the guy while he shoots the 3 and then they lose the game. That'd be the worst case scenario for KU, but I don't see that happening. I don't think they're that dumb. All right, 72-69. All right, 4.3 seconds here. Let's see whose defense on KU will come up with the play. North Carolina has a shot, but my gut tells me that they're going to miss. All right, here we go. 4.3 to go. Manic slips. Nope. It's over. And you win, even when the guy steps out. There we go. See, that's what happens, Holly. Holly's like, I'm going to do a couple cash apps. Orion says it's going to happen, and it did. There we go. Now you can cry. Now the fireworks can go off. What a comeback. Uncle Mo is real. Uncle Mo is real. I keep telling people this. You know what I mean? And a lot of you Kansas fans were worried. A lot of you were upset that you were angry. I got to keep your guys' composure in check. And look at this. Orion says you're going to come back, and Orion says you're going to win, and you win the Natty. Just like that, 72-69. Huge. Hey, drama to the fullest, though, right? That guy that stepped out of bounds, he's like, thank God. So I would have been the most hated person in planet Earth for fucking stepping out. But like I said, you kind of have a feeling, when you watch sports, even the unthinkable has happened, a game tying 3. But just with the Armando injury and just the way, and then Manic slipped right there, just didn't feel it. Sometimes you feel it that something's going to happen. I just didn't feel it. KU. But Manic was a little bit of an X factor. You saw with him with the free throws, him being kind of a nuisance down low. But the big play was just Armando going down there with the slip and the ankle twist. What could have been? The game could have been much closer, like a 1-point game instead of a 3-point game. Then the strategy would have been different. Then you go for, just an easy 2-point bucket. Largest deficit ever. The sports gods, they love your boy. Sorry, Jake. I know you love North Carolina. But I never lost confidence in Kansas, even from the way that the game was going. Bill Self is a great second-half coach. But that rally that they went on, you have to be down by 8 with 10 minutes to go. And, they were right there within the first, 5 minutes. They almost erased the whole deficit. Danny Manning is there. Paul Pierce is smiling. Holly Hundo is happy. Sarah's happy. Orion with the ESP. And even if I don't watch college hoops, game in, game out, your boy knows. right? I mean, sometimes people don't believe me, you know what I mean? But it's like when you can talk about what's going to happen and then it happens, you know. But it's like I have enough knowledge of the game from watching sports over the years, even if I don't watch every single Kansas game. David McCormick, MVP, 15-10. Big play down low. Him and Armando were battling it out. Huge. But like I said, you can kind of have a gauge on, the great white hype. Like, if they would have given him the ball, Manic, a little bit more, Brady, if he would have got some opportunities, I think that North Carolina could have won the game or made it a lot closer, but they didn't really use him as an offensive weapon, which is stupid. You always reward the guy that boxes out, that hustles, block shots, rebounds. You always make sure that you reward the guys that are hustling the most for you. Obviously, he's the garbage man. He's the guy that doesn't really get a lot of the love. He gets the garbage points. They don't have any set plays for him. But that's the difference between great coaches and good coaches. You recognize your personnel and who you give the ball to, who gave you that spark of momentum in the first half, which was Manic with those back-to-back threes. That's really what sparked North Carolina. But that's the difference between Bill Self and Hubert Davis. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, baby. Wow, huh? Yes, North Carolina has a bright future.
Congratulations, Kansas. 2022 NCAA Men's
Yeah.
Basketball Championship.
Yeah.
Now you can celebrate the Jayhawks National Championship with the official gift of the NCAA shop at ncaa.com/shop. From hats to t-shirts for men, women, and kids, the NCAA shop has all your championship accessories. Get your official University of Kansas National Championship gear now only at ncaa.com/shop. Hail to the chief!
This is actually one of those unrealistic. In America, these situations really matter.
We all clearly have a lot of demons, but they're like, wow.
Totally.
See, that's why people, ask me for, advice for betting. I'm not going to be right all the time. I think no one is right on planet Earth all the time. You're going to get people that are wrong. No one's going to be right all the time. But I'll tell you what, I mean, when it comes to betting and the endings of games, especially championship games, I mean, I feel like I'm usually like 90% tuned in on who's going to win, what's going to happen, who's going to be the X factor. I don't need to watch every game. Obviously when it comes to the NBA finals, MLB, in the World Series, and college basketball, college football, the Super Bowl. I mean, I feel like I'm very tuned into those championship games. And I think my record in betting in those kind of games or advice is very, very high compared to, some of the others. Yes. Huge, right? See that Uncle Mo, you know what I mean? Sometimes people don't think that Uncle Mo is real, but it is. Huge, right? Pupper's in the building. Well, I'm still hanging out. I mean, the game is over, but like I said, we've been online for 2 hours and 37 minutes. So, I mean, the stream is still going. So, obviously, we had a good fucking amazing game. That was honestly probably out of all the championship games I've ever seen, that was probably my top 2, if not the best. That mean for a team to be up by that much. And then the rally that they had, I mean, that was very exciting from beginning to end. I mean, I've had a lot of Final Four experience, a lot of championship games, and greatest comeback in a title game ever. And you guys watch it right here with me. No problem. And sometimes, those extra little, words of encouragement, the donos, the Uncle Mo, it helps. I'm telling you, it does. Because every time, when people end up doing it, right, it ends up working out. You know what I mean? Like, there hasn't been that many times where you've needed a little bit more Uncle Mo or a little bit of help. You know what I mean? A little dono here, a little dono there. And then I don't do it based off just the dono. it's based on how I feel the way that Uncle Mo is going. And if it just so happens that, the Uncle Mo is, going for the team that you were wanting to win and I feel it, then I'll talk it into existence and it happens. But what an amazing comeback. And then Bill Self, would have went from one of those guys from hero to zero. And then he went from zero to hero, from the first half to the second half. And it shows you, these games are a matter of playing into the end, just like in college football and the NFL. Fucking amazing right now, huh? And to be down by 15, I know I would probably say 90% of KU fans were like, we're fucked. You know what I mean? When you're down by 15, it didn't look like it. But if you've watched sports and the way that the flow of the game is going to go, you know what I mean? And the personnel and who's out there, who's going to make plays, who's not, how the game is flowing. Sometimes you can predict things a little bit easier than, the most. And your boy's got the ESP. Unbelievable game. Unbelievable game. What a game. That was insane. I got you. Jake's not happy. All right. But like I said, I already told you guys at the very beginning, I thought, this would be a good year for KU to win it all and did not see them being down by 15 one bit. But hey, Uncle Mo is real and KU is champs. Awesome. Not good for North Carolina. You know what I mean? But I mean, you got to be able to know your personnel and know your team. And like I said, even though I never played, college ball and I've never been a college coach, I've never been on the pro side, but sometimes you don't need to be, to be able to analyze film and recognize, what you're seeing. That's, that's that vibe, that ESP, that Uncle Mo. I mean, some people can recognize things and other people can't, some people are great coaches. Some people aren't. Unfucking believable. I got you guys. Awesome. What are we sitting at Donos right now? 200 something, 250 something. What a fucking game, huh? Oh, baby. Bill Self getting the trophy. I'm still here. We'll still be grinding it out. I'll still be streaming here for another maybe an hour and a half. I mean, we're 2 hours and 41 minutes in, so we'll probably stream for another hour and 19 minutes. We'll make it a clean, even 4-hour stream. So anything that you guys want to talk about, we can do that. DJ in the building, my boy, Australia boy in the building. What do you do, man? Appreciate you. And that's why like these companies like ESPN, Fox Sports, you know what I mean? You get all these different podcasts and stuff. If they watch the show, as I'm drooling on myself, as you watch the show, it's like if you talk it into existence and then it happens, it's not like a one-time thing. It's over and over and over again. So amazing, man. DJ, my boy, I appreciate you. KU, man. 16-point deficit. I'm not surprised, though. One bit. If I would. This is a big moment, man. This is going to be a championship that people remember. Like, this will be talked about 20 years from now. Like, there might be other Kansas teams. And then just the fact that we were talking about Danny Manning, a couple weeks ago. And then when the Uncle Mo was really in full effect and they showed Danny Manning, on the screen, shit happens for a reason. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to say that we're in the Matrix and shit is predetermined, but I'll just get these visions and I'll get these feelings and these thoughts. You know what I mean? I'm like, what's going to happen? Then I say it, and then shit kind of, you talk it into existence. Fucking amazing, man. But Holly, be honest. When you were down by 15, what were the chances of you thinking yourself that if you were going to win? 1%? You probably thought there's no way in hell, but I had to talk you guys down. I had to calm you guys down a little bit. Uncle Mo is real. Nice $50 dono by Holly Hundo. See, that's what I'm saying. If you want to be on a good side in sports, some of these networks, I mean, there's a reason why Peter Schrager stole Uncle Mo. There's a reason why Madden put Sack Lunch in EA Sports and Madden the video game. I don't need to be at 1 million subscribers. There's just certain people that, have the ESP and there's certain people that don't. You know what I mean? A lot of us can be hard workers on YouTube, but there's a difference between people who got the ESP and people who don't. And I'll tell you what, your boy's got the ESP. That's facts.
what it basically means. And it's great for the kids. It's especially special for my family this year because, you know, we lost our father.
But you know what it kind of reminded me of? No cap. It reminded me of the 28-3 against the Falcons. Funny that you ended up bringing in Luke Birch, UNC, the new Falcons. But when they were actually down, bang, $50 dono on the Cash App by Holly Hundo. She knows Uncle Mo is fucking real. And sometimes those extra little donations, they help. You know what I mean? But it's funny because when they were down by 15, that is actually kind of what I was thinking. I was like, okay, you're down by 15 points. But in college hoops, if you can cut it down in half by 10 minutes, it's 20-minute halves. You cut it down to 8, you're going to have a chance. But you have to be able to, change everything that you did in the first half. You got to have better shot selection. You got to go back to the basics. You got to rebound. You got to box out. You know what I mean? And that's what they did. You know what I mean? That's what you did. Agbaji. Rock chalk, baby. You know what I mean? And there was like, some plays there where you just saw the Uncle Mo and the momentum, but I didn't think that the momentum was going to hit immediately right out the gates. That shows you how good of a coach Bill Self was. He said, you know what? We're the number 1 seed. Start fucking acting like it. You guys are acting like you're a 16 seed out there. Go out there and fucking get the respect back and get back to the basics. And that's what they did. You know what I mean? And then that Uncle Mo run that they went on in the first 5 minutes, 6 minutes in the first second half was unbelievable. Normally it takes time for a team to work themselves up, a little bit here, okay, maybe 4 points, and then a little bit of a run, maybe at the 10-minute mark, then a little bit of a run at the 6-minute mark. But they had a full-fledged run within the first 5 minutes of the second half where they were like tied up, and then they took the lead. And then even though UNC stayed afloat, you felt Uncle Mo that whole second half. Uncle Mo was in North Carolina in the first half. Kansas had it the whole second half. With maybe a minute or two, North Carolina got it back. But for a majority, Kansas had it, and that's how you come back. Even down by 16, the most ever. And I never one bit thought that the Kansas wasn't going to win this game. Just my thoughts at that point. So Uncle Mo is real. Uncle Mo is real. Oh, baby. And like I said, going in, I wanted to make sure Kansas won for you and one for Sarah, but especially you, obviously you being an alma mater and being there. And obviously it's not like Kansas wins it every year. A lot of times they're kind of like Gonzaga, where they're like a number 1 seed and they fall on their face and they get eliminated way too early. And then Kansas fans get pissed off or like, why this year? But as a number 1 seed, you saw the other teams go down, Gonzaga and all the other number 1 seeds. And, all you had to do was just play Kansas basketball, rock, chalk, Jayhawk. And you played like shit in the first half. But luckily you had a good enough coach to make the adjustments. And you guys found a way to be able to take advantage. Big game. So my thoughts at 15 points, that was maybe 27%. Exactly 27% would overcome. But then the Uncle Mo is real, and what can I say? I'm glad to help out. Yeah, 27 is very precise, right? But I think most fans thought, 5% chance, 10%, maybe 25%, or maybe a Holly 27. You know what I mean? But if you want sports help, there's one person on planet Earth you come to, and I'll give it to you real right down the middle. I ain't going to sugarcoat it to you. Just because you don't know doesn't mean that I'm going to be like, okay, you don't know money, your team's going to win. You know what I mean? It's I have to feel it. And if it just so happens that you're a fan of the team that I'm feeling the ESP from, then everything comes together beautifully. Unbelievable. I never lost hope. You know what I mean? Just because I know Bill Self and the way that they were playing with McCormick down low and just the vibe that I was getting, they weren't really holding their heads down and sulking. So that's why I kind of felt that, if a team's body language shows me that they don't believe that they can come back, then they're fucked. You have to believe, not just the coach, but the players. And not for 1 second did I feel that Kansas's body language told me we're fucked. We lost. You know what I mean? I think that the whole time Bill Self had them believing that they could come back. And that's what you have to do as an elite coach. You know what I mean? You have to be able to tell them inch by inch, bucket by bucket. You're not going to get back 15 points right away. You know what I mean? You're going to have to do it methodically, slowly but surely. But they went out on fire in that third, essentially third quarter, even though they only do it by halves. And also North Carolina not going to Brady Manick. That was the big thing. If you watch the game, Manic was the one that gave you that Uncle Mo with those back-to-back threes, and they never went back to him. So that's the reason why I think North Carolina lost. If they would have went to Brady Manic, the great white hype, the Bigfoot, right there, this guy right here on the screen, if they would have went to him, they would have won. But they didn't go to him all game, and that's a product of bad coaching by Hubert Davis. You got to know your personnel. And like I said, if you would have went to him, that would have sparked North Carolina's energy, because it's a guy that you don't think that you would draw plays up for, but he's your biggest hustler on the team besides Armando. So, some people can recognize talent. Took the charge right there, even though that was the and one, but it could have been a charge. But you see, like, Manic was trying to make all the plays that he could. And that could have went the other way as a charge, and that would have been a big Uncle Mo play. Huge. Yeah, but when you're up by 3 points, the chances of them making a three and one is not very likely. And like I said, you have to be able to feel it in my soul and my gut if they're going to tie it, and I didn't feel it today. And they didn't make it. Bang, bang, baby. Yeah, it happens. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you do the research and you do the film study, you know what I mean? Especially with the running backs, a lot of the guys get hurt all the time. Everyone can pick Christian McCaffrey. You know what I mean? There was a reason why I went Devontae Adams, I think, when I drafted 5, when I could have went Zeke or someone else. Because I knew Devontae's going to produce, you know what I mean, with Aaron Rodgers. And I know he'll produce with Carr. So, I mean, if you do your due diligence, right there, Brady Manic, that was the X factor. And North Carolina should have known their personnel better. You know what I mean? You always reward, and this is on any, any type of league that you're in, kindergarten, 5th grade, high school, college, you always reward the big guy, no matter what race he is, white, black, Mexican, Asian, you always reward the hustler, the garbage man, the guy that's always grinding, the guy that's always out there, right, hustling and grinding, getting rebounds, blocking shots. Manic was wide open down there, down low too, and they didn't pass him the ball. It's like these players on North Carolina didn't trust him, which is fucking stupid, because he was the one that could have won the game for you. Uncle Mo, Elliot, Uncle Mo. I know, big Aqib Talib. I know, man. When he went to Tampa Bay, obviously he had the thing with the shooting with his mama and everything, but I always liked Aqib Talib. I wish he never would have left Tampa, but that was when Tampa sucked. But I loved Aqib Talib on Tampa. Always did. He was kind of hood. But I always, there's always certain guys. I always liked Danny Manning from back in the day. We talked about Jamal Mashburn on Kentucky back then. Look at Armando, 15 points, 15 boards, 15 and 12 by RJ. Look at Brady Manic, 13 and 13, and they didn't even give him the fucking ball. He had no plays ran for him, and he ended up with 13 and 13. Could have had the most points. Should have had probably 20. Could have had 20 points and 15 boards, and they had no plays drawn up for him. So you're telling me a guy that had 13 and 13, right? That could have been the X factor to win, but you were too stupid to realize it, that could have been the guy that won it for you. And that's the difference between Bill Self and Hubert Davis right there. Yeah, well, when they went 4 for 6, right, and then they went 5 for 21, but body language doesn't really matter as much in the first half. It's about the second half. Right, because it's a tale of two halves. You can play bad in the first quarter and second quarter in NFL, but if you come on fire and focused in the third and fourth quarter, and you dink and doink and you believe in yourself and you believe in your teammates, you can make shit happen. Like the 28-3 thing, I mean, that probably wouldn't have happened with any other team except maybe a team with Peyton Manning, and Brady was able to make it happen, obviously, with the New England Patriots against the Atlanta Falcons. But I mean, like I said, I get the ESP and I get the vibes, you know what I mean? And it happened. Big win. Chief in the building. Right. I mean, it's one thing, if you're a fan of a team, but with me, I have no relationship with either team. So it's like when I say something, it's not like I'm a Kansas fan or a North Carolina fan. I just tell you no bias, right down the middle. This is what I feel. And that's why I think the credibility factor comes on very high for me as well, because like I said, I don't have any affiliation with any team. I just tell you how I feel. And then a lot of times it happens. Oh yeah. I'm good at fantasy football too. Like I said, I help people with their leagues. I always finish in the top 3. I help everyone finish in the top 3 every year. Like I said, I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in fantasy football as well. And fantasy football is not easy to be good at. And I can do a lot of fantasy football. I mean, pretty much anything sport related. I mean, I put a lot of time and energy and effort into. But you just have to know people. You have to know personnel. And like I said, you just have to be able to know the flow of the game. And if you've watched sports for a long time, some people can recognize it and some people can't. And there's a difference between the greats that are on TV and podcasts and YouTube, and there's others that are just watching the game. That's facts. John Jansen in the building. What do you do? Chief in the building. How are you, brother? Hope you're doing well. Didn't get a chance to do the Wrestlemania over the weekend, but here I am. Shep with a big $200 donation to get us at 212 when we were at 12. What a game. That was probably the most exciting college basketball game that I've seen that I can remember. That was fucking something else. I mean, besides Christian Laettner, like in the Final Four, making the turnaround jumper, I believe that was against Kentucky, the game before the championship. And obviously back when UNLV was playing and with Larry Johnson and, obviously a lot of the studs that they had. Stacey Augman with Greg was on there as well. I mean, gosh, you just have so many of the GOATs back in the day with the Dukes and the North Carolinas and the UNLVs, the Kentuckys. But the Christian Laettner ending, I believe that was a Final Four game with the, very limited time. He did the fake to one side and shot it, ended it that way. But, I mean, to be down by 16, 15 at half, and to come back, I mean, we're talking only a number of maybe a couple teams in college basketball that would have been able to make that happen. Unbelievable. They haven't been making a whole lot of moves so far. Some lower names, but I still think that they are going to be one of the best teams in the AFC. You got the Bills, you got the Broncos. I still got the Chiefs up there, and we'll see what the Bengals do. But I think those are like my top 4 as of today, and then Rams and Bucks, obviously in the NFC. So. Right, but they were up 3. So if they were up only 2 or 1, then there's a good chance for them to win the game because they don't have to go for a 3. But when you're up 3, there's a lot of pressure to be able to get a good shot and a good look, and that's probably one of the hardest things to do. So unless you feel it or it's a wide open look and a great play on the out of bounds, that's only going to happen maybe like 20% of the time that you're going to hit that shot. You know what I mean? But if you're only down by 2, changes the whole perspective. And then at that point, you can go for the win, but they more than likely would have went for overtime. So. Yes. That'll be a game that you remember for the rest of your life. I mean, we can remember the Danny Manning era, but this game will probably be just as memorable as the Danny Manning, back in 1988, because, you played so shitty. Played good in the first couple minutes, 4 for 6, and then you went 5 for 21 the rest of the first half, and then just looked horrible. Just wasn't playing defense. They were making threes. You weren't boxing out. Just weren't doing what you needed to do to stay competitive. And then when Manic, obviously made the back-to-back threes, you were like, uh-oh, it's getting out of control there. And, so, and like I said, you have to know your personnel and know your team. And obviously if Manic started the Uncle Mo for North Carolina, you would think if you're Hubert Davis, like, okay, I need to draw up some plays for Manic, but he never did. And he still ended up with like 13 and 13, which is crazy. Yes, I know the Badgers. A lot of people thought they were going to make it a little bit deeper. Absolutely. Yeah, we're still waiting on a few more moves. Absolutely, for sure. But there might be a lot of moves during the draft as well. And look at Armando. First player all time to record 6 double-doubles. Unbelievable. And then he twisted his ankle there at the end. What could have been if he didn't twist the ankle? Matches David Robinson's D1 single-season record of 31 double-doubles. Wow. 99 rebounds in the tournament, second all-time. Wow, Armando, what a G. And he sprained his fucking ankle right there at the end, and it was him going one-on-one with your boy on KU. Whew. Unbelievable.
Coach, you had a
13-point lead, unable to hold on to it.
Hubert. If Hubert had Orion on the sideline, I would have been like, all right, this is what you do, man. You have to recognize, when to call timeout. You have to recognize your personnel. And for whatever dumbass reason, you go with the big great white hype. You got to go to Brady Manick. It's unbelievable that you could be a coach on that level and not recognize the guys that you have on your team and what sparked the momentum. You don't have to be a fucking brain surgeon to see that guy was hustling and putting in the work. Like, I know Armando is the guy, but you could have gave a couple plays to Manick. I mean, he deserved it with all his hustle and grit. I mean, 13-13 for a guy that had 0 plays drawn up for him, that was hustling, rebounding, making threes. I mean, doing everything above and beyond of what he was asked to do, and you couldn't even drop a play for the guy. That's the difference between Bill Self and Hubert Davis. Elite and a good coach. Plain and simple. Yes. 302. Let's get to 400. Seriously, and especially with the way that basketball has been, and obviously last year with Baylor and Gonzaga, no one wants to see a 20-point blowout. And normally it seems like the games end up being blowout, but
Appreciate the time. Tremendous season.
I don't know. Sometimes that's why I feel that I need to be like on a part of like an organization, NFL, college football. You know what I mean? Like, just put me on the sideline as the analytics and the stats guy, to be able to recognize what's going on and give my input. You know what I mean? I might not be in the NFL, but I mean, how many times in a row with the ESP and me calling things out, I mean, there's a lot of stats and analytics guys that people are hired, by pro sports that have the inside ESP, or have that stats and analytics, and I guarantee I'm not going to be the only one that saw the Brady Manick could have been the bigger X factor, but
there's great joy and satisfaction despite the disappointment in the chase and being in the position to have a chance to do it and to leave it out there and still walk away.
302, baby. All right, we're 3 hours in. We'll go for another hour. We'll make it a 4-hour stream. T-Huff in the building. What to do? Yes, obviously, T-Huff, I totally agree. Obviously, obviously with the Coach Williams, obviously, doing, for Roy, being on both sides. Absolutely. Yes. Yeah, a lot of history between both of the teams. Yep, the best team did win. I agree, Barkley. This will be talked about for many, many years. I mean, there's going to be a lot of North Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, Kansas championships, but to be down by 16, 15 and a half. What a collapse by North Carolina, though. Unbelievable. That's why I watch sports, too. You know what I mean? It just makes it so exciting. Unbelievable. Holly Hundo with a 25er, Holly Hundo with a 15er, Holly Hundo with a 50. It all ends up being worth it. You know what I mean? That's what happens. Uncle Mo is fucking real. It's all good, brother. And like I said, anything that you guys want to talk about, the game, we can talk about that. We want to talk about the NFL. You want to talk about the Eagles and the Saints with the trade. You guys just want to talk about whatever, your childhood, reminiscing. A lot of times we'll talk about the 80s and 90s growing up in that era. I mean, really nothing is off the table. You know what I mean? You can pretty much talk about anything here. I'm here. You guys ask the questions. You guys make the comments. I'll bring up the pictures. We'll hang out. We'll enjoy ourselves. And we definitely got a lot of goats in the room. That's what we do. We hang out. We enjoy ourselves. And like I said, I'll be in the building for another hour. We'll make it a clean 4-hour stream. I got a few more beers to drink.
I'll give you guys one more nugget to chew on before we split to tell you how close this game was. Each team led for 18 minutes and 32 seconds.
Wow. Each team led 18 minutes and 32 seconds. Exactly. Are you kidding me? Woo. Wow, unbelievable. Might be time for some gummies, too. Celebratory gummies for Holly Hundo and Sarah Small. Rock Chalk Jayhawk, baby. And they were kind of lucky that North Carolina did win. I don't think Duke would have been able to beat Kansas either. You know, obviously, if they would have went against another top number 1 seed, maybe Kansas Gonzaga could have been a little different. But March Madness was unbelievable. But this one I am going to remember for a long, long time. Oh, this is just like a recap of all the games. I need to watch this, and then I'll go to Monday Night Raw. This is always cool at the very end of the championship where they reflect on all the games. Oh, this is very cool. All the upsets. And usually March Madness is great in the very beginning, and it starts to get worse and worse as we get further along in the tournament. Not like NFL where it starts off kind of slow and gets better and better as we get to the NFC, AFC championship game and Super Bowl. But usually the best moments are usually early on. What could have been if it was like Gonzaga? I mean, obviously it all depends on the brackets and everything too, but with Timmy and man, just you're always going to have the crazy upsets. But KU, man, Rock Chalk Jayhawk, they deserved it. And it's kind of funny too, because with the whole Danny Manning thing too, it's like whenever they show certain people, it's like it's not by coincidence. You know what I mean? It's like, of course, he's there at the game, but they'll give you those memories from back in the day. One shining moment, baby. Unbelievable. And like I said, out of all the teams, there's only a couple that probably would have been able to come back from a 15-point deficit, maybe like 2 or 3 in all of college hoops this year. And, Kansas had the determination, and they didn't want to get blown out. And the thing that was most impressive to me is they came out the gates with guns blazing. I did not see that coming. I thought it would be methodical, and they would get it down to about 8 within about 10 minutes to go and chip away. But they just went for the jugular within the first 5 minutes and pretty much tied it up within 5 minutes a game. And that's bad coaching by Hubert Davis, not stopping the bleeding. And obviously a great job by Bill Self, motivating them and telling them to start acting like the number 1 seed. And they did. Unbelievable. You struggling at the Wordle? I don't do it. The girlfriend does, though, but you only get, 6 chances to get the Wordle. Is it getting more challenging for you, Holly, with the Wordle? Oh, yeah. And like I said, showing Danny Manning there with a few minutes to go, it's like sometimes shit happens for a reason. It's like you just get these feelings. And like I said, sometimes if a team gets down like that, I'm like, it's over. You know what I mean? But I really judge a lot of things by body language, who the head coach is. You got to look at deeper factors than just the obvious of being down 15. So. Kansas, baby. National champions. Never going to forget it. I know, and obviously that's going to be a great thing for Holly. Obviously, going there and that being the alma mater. I mean, everyone's going to be partying over there. I mean, it's one thing to have the Kansas City Chiefs already winning a Super Bowl a couple years ago, but now you're getting Kansas to win in the way that they won, in the fashion that they won. Pretty awesome. Instant classic, yes. I mean, like I said, I remember a lot of college hoops games, but this is definitely going to be one that I'm never going to forget. Unbelievable. All right, I'm going to go to Monday Night Raw here. I got Raw from 8 to 11. It's already been on for an hour, but I'm not going to watch all of it. And I heard Raw was not very good, but the Raw after WrestleMania is supposed to be halfway decent. So I'll watch a little bit of this, unless there's something better. What do we got? Pac-12 football, a replay of who? We got Mariners on, UCLA and USC. What's on NFL Network? Anything? Got NASCAR. What's on NFL? Path to the Draft. There's no game on. I guess I'm watching wrestling then. So we got Dolph Ziggler on there. But we're hanging out. Shout out to all the GOATs in the room, man. What an unbelievable ending to that game. Oh, we got Braun Breaker, Scott Steiner, Rick Steiner, the Steiner Bros. They got their, is it Rick Steiner's son? Why can't they just be Braun Steiner? It's a Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker. John Jetson says baseball. Yeah, I do watch baseball quite a bit too, but I mean, obviously we're not in the regular season just yet. I'll watch a little bit of wrestling and I'll watch a little bit of baseball. Let's take a look to see. Oh, yeah, 911 is on, but I don't think I think that might be a replay. What do I got for MLB? We got the Diamondbacks and the Mariners. Is that from today? Earlier today. I'll go back and forth. Watch a little bit of Braun Breaker. He's kind of a guy that you want to watch. All right, Mariners is obviously on a commercial, so I'll go back and forth. Oh, I bet. Big win, though. And like I said, these will be the memories that you remember, too. And that's a lot of things that I like to reflect on, too. Is like when you have a YouTube channel and you end up watching games with people, and then down the road, you'll remember, like, oh, yeah, I was on, Northwest Sports Fanatics. We were watching the game together. Like, you remember those memories, especially with the big ones when you win championships. Like, you're going to remember who you were with, where you were at, who you were watching the game with. Pretty incredible time. And we can always share that together. Holly will always remember this day. She'll be like, okay, the Uncle Mo is real. Ziggler. Air in the building. What to do? So I heard that it was not very good, right, Air? So WrestleMania, you loved it, right? But so the Raw that I'm watching right now on a scale of 1 to 10, what was it, like a 4? Because I think most people thought that the show itself was like a 7 or 8. I mean, I guess it depends on if not all the matches are going to be great. Oh, we got Braun Breaker and Dolph Ziggler. Oh, I can just imagine what the vibe is in Kansas right now. I can just imagine. KU fans just need to come to this channel and be like, all right, this guy's got the fucking Uncle Mo. He's got that fucking ESP. But I know a lot of people were worried. I mean, most of the time I would be worried too. Fuck, down by 15? You were down by 16. That's like the greatest comeback in college basketball history. We're not talking about just a normal comeback. We're talking about the greatest of all time. Like, I think it'll sink in tomorrow. Like, it's not going to sink in right away until, like, they start talking about it, the Sports Illustrated. And, Holly, I would recommend when the Sports Illustrated comes out tomorrow, go to the grocery store to, like, Safeway, buy one, and keep it. You know what I mean? You're always, because I don't know if you have a subscription to Sports Illustrated, but you're going to want to have that Sports Illustrated as a memory. And anytime that you win a championship or you have something big happen, you always want to make sure you buy the magazine that's on the rack at that time. They're only going to sell it for, like a couple days or a week. But I definitely would recommend, for you and Sarah to definitely grab one from the Safeway, pay the $5 or whatever, get a plastic sleeve for it, hang on to it. And then you can hang on to that just like your Danny Manning program from years, and then down the road, you'll have it and you can reflect and remember, all the memories from, because this will be one that will be talked about for a long time, not just from KU fans or North Carolina fans. I think college basketball fans in general are going to be talking about this one for a long fucking time. I know I will be. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's certain natties and certain Super Bowls and NFC, AFC championship games that I remember, but this one is going to be right there at the top with like the Christian Laettner and, with the UNLV and the Dukes and the Kentuckys and the North Carolinas. But, obviously watching it with you guys and being a part of it on the channel was something else. Unbelievable. A 2 out of 10. Wow. 8.5. You really loved Mania, didn't you? Day 1 was better than day 2, though. Agreed or no? No, told you, man. Uncle Mo is real. Orion's ESP is real. Yeah, you always want to make sure to do that. Get a little plastic sleeve. You can get one at the card shop if you have a local card shop. They'll have plastic sleeves for baseball cards and stuff like that, but they have them for magazines too. Or you can just get it on eBay, and buy like 10 of them on eBay to put the Sports Illustrateds in, and they have the little lip on it, so you can fold it over, tape it, or you can hang it up on your wall. And like that's what I always do with like my Oregon Ducks and some of the other accomplishments with the Tampa Bay and whatnot. You're always and there's going to be Sports Illustrated, and there's going to be also like off-brand magazines that are just going to salute Kansas, for winning that. You're going to want to buy a couple. I like to do that kind of thing because as years pass, you're only going to be able to get that shit on eBay. You're not going to be able to find it locally anywhere else. So if you have it and you buy it right away, you'll have it forever. Or you might want to buy a couple. So that way, if you want to sell one or give one away to a family member as a gift, you could go to the store, buy a couple of them, and that would be a great gift for Christmas, coming up, or a birthday coming up. I know that if I ended up getting one from a friend, like if the Ducks won the Natty or we won the Rose Bowl, I would love that, So just a little piece of advice, for any of y'all that end up having a Super Bowl win or a big win in sports, always go to the Safeway and end up buying, that $5 or $6 magazine, get a sleeve for it, make sure it's in good condition, maybe buy a couple. You can always give those away as gifts and people will love that. And that'll be something that you can have down the road and cherish it and have those memories forever. That's what I do. I'm a big memorabilia collector, so it's a piece of my advice that I would recommend doing. Oh, I bet. Yeah, day one was miles better. Cody, Kevin Owens, yes. You'll be able to find them because they'll have them at the Safeway, like your locally grocery store. They will always have them. You just got to make sure you go within like the first week. So whenever they print it out, if they print it tomorrow, you're going to want to check the grocery store the next 2 or 3 days and make sure you grab some. So you can always get one on eBay later, but if you want to save money and not have to pay shipping, and you can get one for $5-6. That's the cheapest way to go. Yeah, and it's going to have the articles. It's going to have some inside information. And like I said, it's one of those things that it's a memory forever. You're always, like I said, that's one thing that I always do. Posters, the Sports Illustrateds, anytime your team wins something, you always want to make sure you get a good amount of stuff. Pennant, if they have a KU pennant, or whatever, maybe with the players on it, grab it. Buy that shit when it's available at the card shop, on eBay, at the grocery store. Buy it when it's there. Otherwise, you're going to be paying more, and you want to save money down the road. But that's what I do every time. There you go. Yeah, first thing in the AM. And trust me, you're not going to be the only one, because there's a lot of people like me that are the same way, because they know that if they buy them, they can give them away as gifts, or they can just have them. And then make sure you grab those plastic sleeves. They don't cost a whole lot. They're magazine sleeves. You can get them on eBay or at a local card shop. They'll have them, and they probably will cost like $1 a piece, maybe even less than that. You can probably buy 10 for $10 or something like that, or less. And then you just put them in there, and you can hang it up on your wall. And I used to have all kinds of Sports Illustrateds in the plastic sleeves. I got hundreds of them. You know what I mean? From like the 60s to current. So price chopper. Right. I get it. Right. You know what I mean? But I think just the way that, Kansas being the 1 seed, I think it was just kind of destiny for them. Sometimes you just have a feeling, you know what I mean? But what a way to battle adversity. You know what I mean? But like I said, if Hubert Davis was a better coach and would have gave Brady Manick the ball, called timeout a little bit more often, but certain coaches can't recognize, who they have on their team. Certain people recognize who they have and what they can do, and other times they're just blinded. You know what I mean? They just don't understand people and what they can do for them. So McAfee, you didn't like the Vince McMahon? You didn't like the Vince McMahon stunner, my brother? Oh, man. I love it. Braun Breaker went up for a famouser. Nice corner by Braun Breaker. Yeah, I think the best thing about, sports, though, too, is that when I can kind of show the expertise. You know what I mean? Even if I don't watch every single Kansas, game this year, or if I don't watch North Carolina, of course my expertise is going to be NFL, college football. That's going to be my expertise. But I think just by watching so much sports over the years, sometimes history tends to repeat itself. And sometimes if you know what to look for, and you can make it known, that people will start believing. You know what I mean? It's like, because they're definitely, the ESP is real too. I mean, a lot of people don't think that shit is real, but I do. You know what I mean? Because there's just many, many times where I'll get a feeling, a vision, a dream, something that comes, and then, then you just talk about it, and then it happens. And it's not just like one time. I mean, it's just hundreds of times I've had that happen. So, I'm not saying I'm an alien or anything, but the ESP is real. If Uncle Mo is real, the ESP is real too. Not everyone's got it. Yes. Stone Cold. The Stone Cold Rock matchups were some of the best of all time. Oh, my God. Braun Breaker. Jeez. Outside the ring to Robert Roode. Wow. Yeah, I love Nick Bolton. My favorite player on the defense. You loved that shit, didn't you? You love that shit. Pat McAfee stole the show, didn't he? I mean, out of all the matches, I mean, he definitely was one of the top ones of both nights. Yes. And Stone Cold being there, I mean, that was the price of admission. Because you didn't even know what to expect. Was it going to be a 1 minute match, a 2 minute match? Was he even going to, throw punches and kicks? Was he going to do stunners? Was he going to drink beer? You didn't, obviously he's a little bit older, but he prepared himself when he bought that wrestling ring at his home, and he did a fine job, dude. Not like Vince McMahon with the stunner sell, which was absolutely horrible. Went down to a knee, went into the ropes, and didn't even sell the stunner one bit. It's like fell over like he just died. 1, 2. Dolph Ziggler and Braun Breaker on my TV right now. Yeah, Braun Breaker's got a nice look to him. Just wish that they would just call him one of the Steiners. I think he'd be more popular that way. I know Braun Breaker kind of rolls off the tongue, but I mean, if they could just keep the Steiner name there with Rick and Scott, Big Papa Pump and Rick Steiner, just be cooler to me. But I guess Braun Breaker rolls off the tongue a little bit better than Braun Steiner. Him too. Yes, I got it. Oh, big spear. He obviously put in the work. You notice that these guys, Bad Bunny, you're seeing guys, Logan Paul, he impressed too. I definitely admit, with him doing, the jumps and then the splits and, the slams and, him selling moves, did a good job. You know what I mean? Braun Breaker. But yeah, I was impressed with him too. I think a lot of times we see these guys on the, YouTube or podcasting, and you think there's no way in hell that they can, be on the same level as a WWE superstar. But it shows you, if you get someone that's dedicated, even if they're hated online by Logan or Jake Paul, these guys they take their shit serious. I mean, a lot of people hate them for what they do to make videos online. But when they're dedicated to boxing or wrestling or whatever it is, I mean, they could definitely impress the hell out of you. And did I think that he was going to, do as well as he did? I kind of did, you know what I mean? Because he has the athleticism. It's just a matter of taking the time and putting in the practice and the work. But yeah, he definitely did a good job. And most of these guys that they have come in do a great job. I mean, name one guy that they brought in that's done a horrible job. I mean, the last few have been very good. Bad Bunny, Pat McAfee, Logan Paul, all done great. Yeah, what happened to Boogs? He tore something, right? What happened to Boogs? I think it might be time for some gummies, y'all, and some more beer. CBD, THC, acai berry. Let's try this out. I don't think I've had this brand or this kind before. Torres Squad. Nice. Well, Derek, if you watched it here with me, I predicted it had happened, man. Uncle Mo, man. I got the ESP. Not for 1 second did I think that they were going to lose. Big, big, big win. Oh, this is good. Acai berry? Wow. Kind of like a blueberry. This is good. Recommended take 1, so I should take like 2 or 3. This is good. My God.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you want. Liberty. Are we married to mutual? Only pay for what you need. Liberty.
TQ is taking your taste buds for a ride with the new signature snack burger mint, featuring
The flavor in that, wow. It's like a blueberry, kind of raspberry mix. God, that was delicious. So give me like 20, 30 minutes, and then I'll be like this. I'll be like, hey, guys, what's going on? Yeah, Holly actually went there, Derek. She's an alum. And like I said, when they were down by 15, I was like, they're going to come back. They just had that kind of 28-3 Patriots kind of Falcons vibe. And I was like, if they get down by 8 with 10 minutes to go, that's the position that they want to be in, just kind of chip away. And they found a way to get, tied up almost within like first 5 minutes. But I think if North Carolina would have went more to Brady Manick, the great white hype, obviously him hitting the back-to-back threes in the first half, him being the kind of the game changer, the X factor, they didn't make any plays for him. And obviously, Armando slipping there at the end and twisting his ankle really sold it, it kind of ended the game for North Carolina. But what a comeback. What a great, great game. And then the idiot stepping out of bounds there at the end. But luckily they were up by 3, not 2 or 1, because then the game could have ended much differently, overtime or a loss. So at least they were up by 3 at that time when that bonehead move happened. But, I never really thought for 1 second, especially with the body language that I saw, as starting off the second half, that they were going to just give up. What a great game. The biggest comeback in NCAA history. 16 points. They were down 15 and a half, and they ended up winning. Big game. Huge. Yeah, Danny Manning. And it's funny, too, because me and Holly, Derek, were talking about Danny Manning just a few days ago. A couple weeks ago, we were talking about the past history and how long we've been watching teams. I've been watching sports since '85. Lots of college hoops and NFL, NBA, and obviously the Danny Manning era. And when he went to the Clippers was one thing, but you remember the Larry Brown, you remember everything back with KU back then, and obviously Paul Pierce much later. But the Danny Manning era was really special, and I think this is going to be right up there with it, if not higher. And then it just so happens they showed Danny Manning. I was like, oh, it's like meant to be. It's like destiny sometimes in sports. Yes, I agree. The Bianca was good, but you knew she was going to have her WrestleMania moment. But when you have someone like Ronda that's not a full-time wrestler, there's going to be some slip-ups. You already knew that was going to probably happen. Just weird for me to see him in WWE, though, for him being one of the catalysts of, AEW and starting it off and then, going. And obviously he wanted control with the booking and everything. But you had to understand if Tony Khan's taking care of shit after year 3, you're not going to have the same responsibilities after year 1 and year 2. But, if he's happy with the money and that's what he wants, then, But I feel it was more about the money, really. Yeah.
They say that actions speak louder than words.
What are we talking about? We talking about the Sports Illustrated?
Introduce to you tonight a man whose actions spoke volumes at Wrestlemania. A man who single-handedly, without an ounce of help,
Yeah.
triumphed over the Goliath in his
I was watching a little bit of that, a little bit of Breaking Bad. Obviously getting back into watching that because obviously there's a lot of shows that I've watched over the years, but starting Breaking Bad from season 1, episode 1 with a girlfriend, I think what 5, 6 seasons, and I think we're on season 3. Definitely a fun one to watch and kind of binge. Like Bobby Lashley turns on him, I guess, tonight on here. Some people were kind of informing me on what was going on Monday Night Raw, but they said Monday Night Raw was really bland. Hopefully NXT and SmackDown are much better. Right, but it was money. Money was really the ending factor. I just hope that MJF doesn't go to WWE. I know that they're going to offer him a lot of money because they know how great of a talker he is. But I don't know if he'll just be buried, though. He's just going to be like a mid-level guy. They won't put him at the top or towards the top like he would be in AEW. But I guess if he's getting paid and that's all he cares about. But I think legacy-wise, I'd like to see MJF stay there forever. But that's what I kept telling people, dude. Manic, dude. You know what I mean? The great white hype. He had the back-to-back threes. He was the guy that was the garbage man. No plays that were isolated for him. He should have gotten opportunities to get the ball, and it just was like, oh, this is just the big, tall, loppy white dude. We're not going to throw him the ball. Like, they should have realized Hubert Davis, if you wanted to win the game, that could have been your X factor. Guy had 13 points and 13 boards with no plays ran for him. You know what I mean? You got to reward the guy that's blocking shots, boxing out, rebounding, doing all the dirty work. And I just don't understand why that Hubert Davis and the North Carolina Tar Heel staff couldn't recognize that could have been the guy. Then he had the free throws at the end, the nice putback. You got to get a guy like that involved. It gives the momentum for the team and Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo is real, and I don't know why they didn't realize that. That was the guy that started the Uncle Mo in the first half, and it could have been the back-to-back threes could have bled over into the second half, but that's the difference between elite coaches and people that know people and know personnel and people that don't. You know what I mean? You either recognize talent when you see it and you reward guys when they're putting in the work, or you're fucking stupid and you don't recognize it. And a lot of people are fucking stupid and they don't get it. You know what I mean? That's why I think with me, with the ESP and, a lot of the predictions that I can, come true with is I can recognize shit like that. Loyal Ramy in the building. What do you do?
And then when I stepped in the ring with him, I had to think to myself,
Yeah,
are you really sure you want to do this?
I hear you.
And then when I knocked him on his ass.
Yeah, you'll have to try to get a T-shirt too. Like they'll have like an Adidas or official T-shirt, a March Madness championship T-shirt, the official one. That might be something that you can get with the Sports Illustrated. But I definitely would get that if I was you, Holly. You know what I mean? Because that's something that you can just hang in the closet. You know what I mean? Loyal Ramy. He doesn't know how to use it though. He didn't get the same reaction because they didn't even know what the fuck it was. Yeah, but like I have the Tampa Bay Super Bowl 37 T-shirt, never worn. I still have the hologram on it. I still have the price tag on it. I still have a lot of the championship stuff, which I don't have very many championships, under the belt, but I definitely still have that Super Bowl 37 shirt, and that one's really special to me, and I've never worn it ever. I mean, some stuff if you buy two, you can wear one, but if you end up having those old T-shirts, they go for a lot of money too, because a lot of them, if you keep them and you keep the tags on them, a $20 T-shirt can turn into a $60 T-shirt down the road if you ever want to sell it. I'm never going to sell mine, but you can. It's rare to even find a champion. It's like if you asked anyone or looked on eBay for a brand new 2002 Tampa Bay Buccaneer championship T-shirt, the one that they wore, when they ended up getting the championship, the Lombardi. I don't know if any exist. I mean, besides someone like me that has one in the closet. You know what I mean? So I mean, I definitely could sell it for $60, $75, but I'm not going to sell it. I mean, I want to have that as a memory. And I still got the hologram on it and the price tags. And most people, they have that shit cut off or taken off, and you want to make sure you have those things. It's like I got a Damian Lillard year one when the shoes first came out. It's a big white T-shirt with a D on it for the Dame logo, and it's got like some verbiage on the back of the shirt. Super rare. Like it's like $100 T-shirt. I never wore it, and I got it right when he debuted with the sneakers. So sometimes you can find T-shirts that almost like kind of like rock and roll T-shirts. Like band T-shirts, like, when they go on tour, like some of those things will go for 100, 200, 300. If you have these championship ones, they're not as expensive, but if you have them for a while, they can be worth a lot more. Ooh, big turn right here. Ooh, Bobby Lashley getting hit. Nice. Yeah. Let's pump the brakes, man. You got one championship. I got one. We'll see what happens next year, though. I mean, we haven't really seen a team go back to back since the Patriots, so I'm not counting on you guys doing it. But if anyone could, it's you guys. But I mean, it could be another team like the Broncos, or someone else that we're not thinking of that maybe could go all the way. But I think there's a good chance for the Rams or Bucks to represent the NFC. So at least we can come to that agreement. That in the Super Bowl, it should be either the Rams or Bucks. I'd be shocked if it's either one of those teams, unless something happens and there's an injury to Stafford or Brady. But I mean, it should be between, those two teams in the NFC. AFC, who the fuck knows? Ravens and Colts. Okay, I see them. Oh, Holly got the KU and got the jersey on. Nice. Looking good, Holly. 27%.
spells trouble for everyone on Monday Night Raw. Omos has got 4 dangerous. Omos motivated by disappointment at Wrestlemania. Another person motivated by disappointment. We thought Rhea Ripley would more become a story WrestleMania than she is at Redemption early on tonight against Naomi and Sasha Banks. Their communication just a little bit off. Well, understandably frustrated was Rhea Ripley. And this will be the second night in a row that Ripley and Liv Morgan came up a little bit short in women's tag team titles.
It's hard to be judged over our business video, and I actually convinced them to give us a tag team title match next week.
Well, that certainly makes up for what happened. Thank you, Rhea.
Oh, no, dude, thank you. Thank you for forgiving me. Now let's go win that gold next week.
Watch us.
Opportunity on tap for those two. And
When Roy was coach, awesome. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks old school. It definitely looks old school. You said no one has guessed it. I know Woodard wore 31. I think is it a 31? I'm trying to look at the picture. I can kind of tell the bottom of the jersey, but I don't know. It definitely didn't look like a regular jersey. But is it 31 that you're wearing? I'm trying to look at the number. I can see the 3, but I can't really tell if that's a 1 after. It looks like it might mid-90s. Old school. I love it. If I knew more of the 90s players, then I would probably have a better guess. Is it like a superstar player or like an obscure player?
Crafted with Valencia orange peel, your name is one of a kind. Something this unique could hang together. Then you wouldn't be able to drink it.
Because obviously Paul Pierce is 34, so it's not 34.
Okay, this is a freezer, not a time capsule. Sometimes the house itself can tell you how a young homeowner is turning into their parents.
And those two.
Yep, they're gone.
Forever?
Yep, that there is Progressive's Home Photo Explorer.
31. Now you got me thinking.
Home insurance rates. We don't need to print the internet. Some are beyond help. I will give you $100 if you can tell me what this is. Scott J. It's a meatball.
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Photo Explorer.
We've got a lot of work to do.
Better ingredients, better pizza means that every bite of this slice just keeps getting better. From the first bite to the dunk. Just when you're thinking this slice can't get any better, you get to that epic stuffed crust that's hand-stuffed.
I have no idea. It's going to boggle my brain. Is it men's or women's? Center. Oh. Oh.
Let's go places. If you listen carefully enough, the past whispers to you.
Oh my goodness.
We know it is coming undone. Rainbow is running at a hard pace.
Scott Pollard. Oh, baby. I'm trying to think of like the big guys there. Nice. It is 31. Nice. That's awesome. Heck yeah. When did you get that? Have you had that for all those years and you just bought it back in the day? That's awesome.
Helping you get to what matters most, your family.
Dude, Scott Pollard. Wow. I was like, okay, because I was like 31. I was like, it's not Paul Pierce because that was 34. That's an awesome jersey to have. Sometimes those obscure, jerseys like made the NBA, but maybe not was like a Hall of Famer, but a stud that was there. That's a sweet jersey to have. That's awesome. Opening day.
It's the Big Dinner Box from Pizza Hut. 2 pizzas, breadsticks, and wings, all in one box. You'll run out of that substitute for another food. The Big Dinner Box.
Scott Pollard, Sacramento Kings. I should have known that. That's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, they have a white version too. Oh, they have a Sports Illustrated with Pollard on the cover. Oh, wow. And you got the blue one. Wow. So cool. Freaking Scott Pollard. That's awesome. That's awesome. Rafe LaFrance. Oh, there you go. That's another old school name. Rafe. Nice. That's incredible. Those are the type of jerseys that you want, though, down the road. Anyone can have, a Paul Pierce or a Danny Manning, but how many people are going to have the Scott Pollard? That's fucking awesome. Oh, really? That's awesome. Mario Chalmers. That's another one for the Miami Heat. Yes. Paisley's showing me some love now. Zelina Vega. Monday Night Raw. How many jerseys do you have for the KU side? You got the Scott Pollard. Do you have a Paul Pierce or a Danny Manning? Ricky Davis. Yeah, anytime you can meet anyone from, college, like, even us out here, if like you meet Joey Harrington or LaMichael James or D'Anthony, or, these guys are legends out wherever you guys live. You guys know how it goes in like college hoops or in college football. If you end up meeting, some of the studs, it doesn't matter if they didn't pan out as much on the, NBA or NFL side. But, if they were legends in the game and the college side, that'll never be taken away from them. There's a lot of Oregon Duck players that, it's like, it doesn't matter, if LaMichael didn't pan out or D'Anthony, it's like those guys are legends. The Mariotas, the Joey Harringtons. I got a lot of love for those guys. We know Justin Herbert's my favorite, but I still got a lot of love for Mariota. Got a jersey in the closet. Got a Joey Harrington one. That's probably my favorite one out of all the jerseys that I own. It's a throwback sewn jersey from Nike, and they didn't make a whole lot of them. And they have the name sewn in the back, and it's a white one. It's like the only one I've ever seen. Like most of the ones are the green and black, but it's actually back when they made the white one. Super rare. And I got it from someone in like Ohio or Iowa for like $20. I would have paid $300 for it. It's like super rare. I don't think the guy really realized what he had, but I was like, okay, $20 to $30. I would have paid $300. All right, whatever. But that's awesome. The truth. You got a Scott Pollard and a Paul Pierce. Oh, nice. What color is the Paul Pierce? White or blue? I imagine most of the jerseys you have are colored ones because white ones are kind of harder to come by. But the white ones are just so swaggy. They look so nice. They stand out. A Pollard and a Pierce. How cool is that? You got to get yourself a Danny Manning, though. Seriously. The Danny Manning one would be epic. Stone cold, stone cold. He's so tall. Yeah, I actually met Rick Smits, when he was on the Pacers, and I shook his hand, and he was 7'4", and I got his autograph at a Blazer game when I was a little kid, and I was like, what the fuck? I was just like, I snuck down courtside, and I got, Dennis Rodman slid next to me when I snuck down courtside when I was like in 95, 96. It was like 94, 95 when he was on the Spurs prior to going to the Bulls on the run. And just like some of the players that you get to meet. I met King Griffey Jr., I met Sandy Koufax, I met Rick Smits, but Rick was definitely one of the tallest I've ever met. I've gotten daps from Dame and LaMarcus and some of the other people, but when you get Rick Smits at 7'4", wow. That was when Reggie Miller was there, Dale Davis, Antonio Davis, when they had their little squad when the Pacers were the real deal. Holyfield, but man, that's crazy. I can imagine too. I'm 6 foot, but Rick was like 7'4", so I only went up to his hip. It was nuts. All right, we got about 15 minutes to go to make it a clean 4 hours. What a game. What a game. It's nice to be able to hang out and enjoy the Monday. I know a lot of people got a chance to watch WrestleMania. I know NFL news has been a little slow, but I'm glad I did the game tonight. WrestleMania would have been good. I know a lot of people were just watching it. Some people went on stream. Some people just, ate the pizza and the wings and they were just watching it. But I'll be back tomorrow on Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll try to do almost every day this week. Obviously, grind it out, but about to get time to chop on. Yeah. Well, we got 15 minutes to go. So what are we sitting at on the dono side? We had a pretty good number. We were obviously at a low number, $12, and then we had Shep throw up a big 200. Bid Holly Hundo, another goat, did her thing. Wanted a little bit of the Uncle Mo. I gave the Uncle Mo speech, talked about it, and we made it happen. I deliver. What do we got here? Is this Randy Orton? Ooh. Nice. RK Bro. What are we at? 302. 48 to go to 350. No Cyberpunk 53 tonight. he might be watching. Like I said, he definitely works late. Normally he'll at least say hello, but sometimes he'll just throw a dono up. You're like, I'm here, even though I'm working and I'm doing my thing, but haven't seen him in the chat at all. So I don't know if Cyber's in the building but you never really know. But shout out to the goats in the room. Hi. Oh, you got your little collar on? Yeah, I love you. Love you. I love you.
Little Caesars juicy stuffed crazy bread is crazy. Pick up stuffed crazy lemon crazy sauce for only $3.49.
She's got her flea collar on. Hi. You love Daddy? Do you love Daddy? She loves Daddy. She loves Daddy. Yeah, and obviously, you know what I mean? Like, I don't live anywhere near Tampa, so it's not like I can just, get pictures with like Tampa Bay Buccaneers or whatever. But obviously, my favorite team out of all my teams is obviously the Oregon Ducks. So, that's the one that I love. Tampa Bay with all my heart. Love them, love them, love them. But I'll always be Oregon Ducks first. That's just how it is. I might be able to go to the games, interact with people, do the tailgating thing. Unless I get to actually go to some Tampa games in Tampa, or because obviously I can go to like Seattle, but it's not the same. I want to actually go there. But since Tom is coming back for one more year, maybe I gotta find a way to road trip. I gotta find a way to. I don't know. You know what I mean? Vegas or Seattle. I mean, I got to look at the schedule to see where I know Packers in Tampa is going to be in Tampa. That would be amazing to go to. That way I can double up and see Aaron and see Brady. But obviously, if I do that, then obviously if we do the collab with me and Grossi, then obviously I can't do that. So obviously I would love to still do the collab with Grossi. Saw that he was catching some passes from Kurt Bankert. Shout out to Tom, you know, being a guy on YouTube, and he's making his dreams come true. Shout out to him, man. Lots of hard work and a lot of effort. And I mean, the opportunities that this guy has with all the hard work that he's putting in, the connections and Clickbait Sports and the people that he's being able to meet. Shout out to him. Shout out to the Grossi posse. Lenny, my boy, did you enjoy WrestleMania? Did you end up getting me a shirt? If you didn't get me a shirt, it's quite okay. I mean, I know you probably were, you know, just so immersed in the WrestleMania scene, you know, on Saturday and Sunday. Lenny was one of the guys that actually was there at WrestleMania. I know some of the connections weren't the greatest, like on Snapchat or, you know, the different things on there, Twitter and Instagram, but not sure if you ended up getting me a shirt or not, but if you ended up getting me one, that'd be awesome. If you didn't, no worries. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's a lot of things that were going on there, but I'm glad that you got a chance to go. And a lot of people that lived in Texas got a chance to go and see that in first person and firsthand. Oh, you did get me a shirt. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I can do it. What do you want me to do that on Twitter or Instagram? I don't know what we follow each other on. Do we follow each other on Twitter and Instagram? I think Twitter, right? I can send it to you on Twitter, right? Yeah, I think I got you on Twitter here, Lenny. Twitter? Twitter? Twitter. All right, I'll send it to you like tonight or tomorrow morning. That's awesome. I don't even care what it is. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it could just be a WrestleMania shirt or anything like that. Thank you so much, man. Imagine you had to do. What did you buy yourself? Did you buy a belt? Did you buy a hoodie, a T-shirt, a jersey? You had to have bought some merch for yourself. Besides, I saw that you had the T-shirt there when you were standing behind the trailers and whatnot. But thank you so much, man. Like I said, anyone that can go to an event and get me something like that, much love, much appreciation. Awesome. Thank you so much. Double XL. Normally I wear XL, but I've been getting fat lately. I won't lie. My belly is getting a little bit bigger in the XL. That's from, you know, I still walk pretty often, but with the amount of food that I've been eating that's not healthy for me and the beer that I'm drinking, even though it's not a lot, it's definitely added some pounds onto my belly and I'm not too thrilled about it. You know what I mean? So I need to definitely lose a little bit of weight, but definitely the double XL shirts are going to be fitting me a little bit better than the XL. I don't want anything tight on my stomach. You know what I mean? I don't want to look like the, you know, first pregnant man on planet Earth. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I could definitely lose some weight. And the goal is to get back down to an extra large t-shirt. But yeah, I feel like the Kenny Omega I got from Odin's son, Odin's child is a double XL and it fits good. Hides the belly a little bit. You know what I mean? Ooh, we got Finn Balor on the TV. Ooh, nice. Nice. Scott Frost. Oh, nice. The WrestleMania shirt that you had the W on the front, right? The one that you're wearing in the photo that you sent me? Sick, dude. And you got a Cody Rhodes? Awesome. Awesome, dude. Yeah, I'll send you my address and then Holly did the post at the halftime, but hey, it's all good. We got the championship, baby. Makes me feel good. I would hate for someone to be such a hardcore fan to see your team lose when you get to the championship game, but awesome. Lenny, my boy, did you love it? Did you go to both days? How did they do the tickets? Did they do day one and day two? How did that work, Lenny? Did you actually did you have to get tickets for day one and day two, or did you get to pick and choose which day? And you had to pay more for each day, or did you just go to like one day and not the other? Did you go to day two and not day one, or how did that work out for you? I love wrestling t-shirts. They're kind of, I mean, besides jerseys, for NFL and college football, MLB, that's my favorite thing to wear. Obviously, other than sports-related t-shirts, wrestling t-shirts, love them. No, she did? Fuck, I thought that was an official one. That looked awesome. It was far away, but I thought it was a legit one. Dude, that's awesome, dude. You went both days? Awesome. Thank you so much for getting me a shirt, dude. Like I said, you got to get some memorabilia when you're there. You know what I mean? Was it like the best thing since sliced bread or what? Did you just love it? I imagine you saw so many people with belts and like so much cool like shirts and jerseys and hoodies and jackets and NWO and just memorabilia. You probably saw it all there, huh? That's some of the coolest things when you go to a sporting event or a wrestling event. That's kind of my favorite thing to do is interact with the people and look at their merch, because you always will see people with stuff that you've never seen before. Old school Stone Cold, fucking vests and t-shirts and vintage stuff from the 90s or the 80s. That's the kind of the coolest thing whenever you go to like a wrestling event. The belts, very cool, man. Oh, I imagine I'll love it, dude. I don't even care what it is. Literally, it could even be like a female wrestling shirt. I wouldn't even care, dude. It's just like it's a Wrestlemania shirt that you got there. I can send you some money or whatever. You let me know if you want to. I mean, I don't know, however you want to do it. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be just like a gift. I mean, I can pay you for the shirt, no problem. You know what I mean? I imagine you had to pay like $40 for the t-shirt, because I know how it goes. T-shirts normally are like $20-$25, but you go to an event, they're like $40 to $50. I know how these places work. They definitely take advantage of the fans there, and they definitely like to up the price. So I assume you paid probably $45 for the t-shirt. I'd be shocked if you paid any less, because I imagine that's what WrestleMania does. They make it expensive. Oh, yeah. I bet. I mean, there's no point of fighting or, AEW is better than, I mean, you're all there for WrestleMania and you're all, there to be able to enjoy it. And I know they had the meet and greets, but I guess you didn't get to do that. You had to pay more money for that, right? The VIP status where you get to like shake Undertaker's hand or take photos with some of the wrestlers. I mean, gosh, if you just were able to, do that, I mean, then you're, that probably costs a shitload of money extra though. But I know some people that, have that opportunity whenever like a big event like that comes. They have like the access day and you get to. It's at 35, but since I don't donate for you, my guy, it's thank you, man. Appreciate that. Shout out, dude. $35. Still pretty expensive for a t-shirt, man. Shout out, dude. I thank you so much. Love you, brother. Awesome. I can't wait to see what it is. Don't tell me what it is. Who knows what it is? I mean, I don't even care what it is. It could be it could be a Hornswoggle t-shirt. I'll still be happy with it. whatever it is, my brother. Oh, I bet it was insane. Stone Cold. I mean, Stone Cold is beloved. I mean, maybe the most out of what, The Rock? The Rock and Stone Cold. I mean, especially with the glass breaking. I mean, Stone Cold's pop will probably be bigger than The Rock's. So, especially when he's been gone for like 20 years. You're jealous of your girlfriend and sister. They were at the concession stand, and guess who walked by them? Finn Balor. No way. Ric Flair? Oh, brother. That would have been sweet. I bet everyone is there. All kinds of celebrities were there. All kinds of people were there. That's awesome, dude. Oh, man, that's sweet. I imagine you had a great time. Like I said, there was only a handful of people that I knew, either personally that were there or, just people that I know that were there. I know Sports Fury. I know Oh Boy was there because I saw his thing, and he was there. And I think he got a handshake from Undertaker, and he probably spent some extra money. So I know he was there at the event with some of his buddies. I don't think he was there with his co-host, but I did see that he was there at WrestleMania. And obviously I knew that you were there. I mean, it's kind of hard not to go when it's in your hometown state. Like, you'd almost feel like, okay, well, I should have went. You know what I mean? And good for you for going. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be a 10 out of a 10 event. So with you being there, obviously then watching it on TV or on the internet, on Peacock, like most of us, right? On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you have given the overall pay-per-view? Like day one was better than day two, but being there, you get a little bit more of a feel for what's going on rather than actually watching it on screen with the different angles that we get to see. But what would you say on an overall experience, like an 8 out of 10? 8.5 out of 10 being WrestleMania? I assume it's not going to be like a 5 for you. I mean, you paid the money, you were there. I mean, you're going to soak it up. So I would assume like an 8 or 9 experience for you, right? I would assume so.
Labor Day weekend 2020, you could see fire coming down the canyon here. It was terrifying. Destroyed 80% of our community. Congressman Trader has been here from the beginning. He's been very instrumental in the rebuild of our community and in the entire canyon. If you look around, you see the tricks coming alive.
I'm Kurt Schrader. I farmed this land for a long time, so I've seen the effects of climate change firsthand. I approve this message to protect the Oregon we love.
Kansas Jayhawks are the national champions. Awesome.
I'm still 35. That's why I take Osteobiflex to keep me moving the way I was made to. It nourishes and strengthens my joints.
8.5 or 9. Right. Better than you expected. I mean, there's always going to be matches that are too short, that there's fuck ups. The endings were fucked up. But on paper, it looked like it was going to be one of the better ones. But it is WrestleMania. I mean, there is high expectations. It's not just like a random pay-per-view. I mean, this is supposed to be one of the biggest ones of the year. SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Money in the Bank has obviously gained some steam over the years, but obviously it used to be WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. Those were kind of like the main big ones. There's like the main 4. Royal Rumble. I would assume going to Royal Rumble would probably be my favorite one to go to, and then WrestleMania, SummerSlam probably tied for after that, Survivor Series after that. But obviously WrestleMania is WrestleMania. I mean, it's going to be Royal Rumble is one thing, but WrestleMania is WrestleMania. You know what I mean? So I get it, man. Pretty sweet. Yeah, but definitely I want to be able to, do the bucket list, do the WrestleMania, the SummerSlam, the Royal Rumble, and the Survivor Series at one point before I die. Would be very cool. Yeah. And Logan Paul did a decent job. McAfee did a decent job for these guys that aren't really like full-time wrestlers, right? That was a short one too, right? Only like a couple minutes long. Well, we're 4 hours in. I'm still watching Raw. I mean, we can keep hanging out if you guys want to hang out. I was going to end the stream at 4 hours. But if you guys want to go for a little bit longer, we can go for a little bit longer. I'm just watching Monday Night Raw right now. Riddle, RK Bro, going against the Usos. Just eating some snacks, drinking some beer. So if you guys want to go for a little bit longer, we can go for a little bit longer. Maybe go for another half hour. Then go from there. See where it goes. See where we are on donos and how many people we got in the room. But fuck it, let's keep going. I got nothing to do later tonight or tomorrow morning. All right, Randy Orton, baby. Ooh, DDT, classic RK Bro, Randy Orton. Always will love Randy Orton. I like him more as a heel than a face, though. And I mean, RK Bro is one thing, but I'd rather have Matt Riddle be separate than. I mean, RK Bro is cool because it allows Matt Riddle to gain some shine with Randy Orton. But I like Randy Orton as a heel, as a single wrestler, and I like him with a belt. Or in the belt contention, IC or the championship belt. I mean, if Roman is going to drop the belt, it's got to be to Randy. You know what I mean? It's got to be someone like that. But I do like Finn. I do like Kevin Owens a lot. Kevin Owens is definitely on the top of my list. I like Seth a lot. And I love Randy Orton. AJ Styles, I love him too. I mean, there's certain guys that I love, but I think those are probably the top 5. Finn probably at 5. Then maybe maybe I should go from number 1. So number 1 probably for me would be I mean, I don't really like the way his character is being portrayed now, but I've always been a Seth Rollins guy, so I'd probably put Seth at 1 for me. I do like Kevin Owens a lot, so maybe Kevin Owens at 2. And then Kevin Owens at 3. Randy Orton maybe at 4, or Randy at 3, Kevin Owens at 4, and then Finn at 5. But I think those are the 5 that I really enjoy watching the most. But I don't really like the way that they do Seth that often. Finn, they don't, I mean, it's like they bury a lot of these guys. It's just kind of a shame, you know. And then Randy's with the RK Bro, but I mean, AJ Styles, I don't know. Maybe Kevin Owens right now is really, you know, he's super entertaining. I mean, it just depends. I mean, it's just like if you go back in time, AJ had a great matches. You know, Finn back in the day, you know, it just a lot of the guys' best times were, you know, kind of back, you know, a couple of months ago or a couple of years ago. Obviously, Seth and the Shield was great, but I don't know if you're ever going to see that, you know, type of Seth again. I love AJ a lot, but maybe Seth and then AJ, and then Kevin Owens, and then Randy Orton, and then Finn Balor. But I think those are the 5. And obviously with the females, you know, you can't go wrong with Bianca Belair and Charlotte Flair and a few of these other females. Always fun. I heard, yeah, a lot of people didn't like that. Cody, yeah. Well, of course, because we thought it was going to be him, but we didn't know for sure. You know what I mean? And obviously being the presence of Stardust and then being the big face of AEW and, you know, leading the charge and then coming back. I mean, you wanted to, you know, anyone's going to get a pop like that. 302. We got $48 to get to 350 to 350. We'll see if we get there. I don't know if we will, or we can go to an even number, maybe like a 310 or a 325. We'll see. I mean, it's already 4 hours in. WWE Hall of Famer Edge. It's got kind of a new theme song, it looks like, or something. I do miss Edge and Christian and Gangrel as the Brood, though. That would be really cool. I like to see Edge in AEW. I mean, I don't know how long he's going to be contracted with, you know, WWE, but I would love to see him go over to AEW before he retires. So him and Edge and Christian can, you know, go against the Hardys or something like one last time. And obviously with the Dudleys, I don't think are the Dudleys still actively wrestling? I mean, I know that Bubba, you know, was doing his thing in different federations, but Devon, I don't know, is Devon even wrestling anymore? I know Bubba wrestled well beyond ECW and WWF and went to, like, you know, the other federations, Impact or whatever, those other ones. But I don't know. I haven't really seen a whole lot of Devon. Yeah. USFL, baby. And we get some baseball starting up soon. The Stallions. Birmingham versus New Jersey. Fox, NBC. When? April 16th. Sweet. What day is it today? Oh, shit, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone that week. That's like towards like Easter. Fuck, I don't think I'm going to be around. The Dudleys. Bubba, Devon, Spike, fine guy, big dick. All the Dudleys. All the Dudleys, baby. Yeah, those fruit chews were good. Oh, pizza. God damn it. I don't know. Well, I'm glad you went, man. Always, man. Always. 4 hours. Like I said, watch the game. I mean, normally, you know, we would have been talking about. I mean, we kind of talked over the first half a little bit, but then I pretty much called the second half, you know, throughout the whole second half. And I mean, obviously, it was a blowout in the first, so, but then it really got interesting in the second. So I'm glad we ended up doing this tonight. Yeah, regardless of who stays or goes, I'm still going to be online here for another 23 minutes. I mean, I could go 5 hours and do it like another 50 some, but I guess it just really depends on who's in the room. And I mean, at this point, it's 10:17. So I mean, if I went for another, 45 or 50 minutes, that'd be 11, which is kind of late. But I mean, not really. But I know the girlfriend's daughter needs to go to school tomorrow, so
featuring 5 not raw cheeseburgers, like the loaded A1 stack burger and the spicy flamethrower stack burger. Try the new DQ signature.
No, what happened?
Today. DQ, happy tastes good.
What happened? Tell me.
This is what people with eczema say.
Are we talking about at WrestleMania or on like Monday Night Raw?
When it comes to our skin, we make it feel differently. Say hello to Opsilura for the treatment of mild to moderate eczema. Opsilura is a steroid-free cream, proven to help clear skin and significantly reduce itch.
Yeah, people stay late. I mean, sometimes I'll stream from like 7 p.m. to like midnight. So when I end the stream, it's like 2, 3 in the morning. And we usually have, 5 to 15 people, in the room. So this kind of depends. On Monday Night Raw, I did not see it. I mean, I've just started watching Monday Night Raw after the Natty ended. So I get the replay. I get it West Coast time. You guys get it at 5 p.m. I don't get it till 8. So I'm watching it from 8 to 11. So I got another like 42 minutes left of Raw. So technically I could go until the end of Raw. We'll see. We'll see where we go.
Ask your dermatologist about Opsilura.
But anybody, that's got questions, comments. What do you think, Lenny, about the trade with the Eagles and the Saints? You like it or no? Obviously, you got some extra picks for the future. Saints fans think they fleeced you. They got 2 day 1 starters, maybe an Armstead replacement, a wide receiver, maybe like a Jamison Williams or something, or Olave or Treylon Burks. But you got the extra picks, for extra first rounder for them. So you got a first rounder next year, a second rounder. I mean, you got some extra. So if you're looking for the future, you can use that as capital to give away and trade away and move up next year or the year after. Maybe some insurance for the Jalen Hurts if you don't like him. But,
What I didn't expect was for Damian Priest to appear. But it makes perfect sense.
if you need to go, no problem. I already see on the screen where we're at. We're at the 302. So if we get anything from now until that time I quit, I'll be able to know where we're at. So, yeah, I know you don't have anything to go to yet, but I know you probably got phone call interviews and stuff like that. You're still looking for the right job. So if you need to go, no worries. You know what I mean? No problem. I'm always grinding. I'm always hustling. Drinking the beer, smoking the weed, eating the edibles, eating the chips, drinking the beer, and then repeat. Watch wrestling and sports. And then have ESP and, good times. I like the camera with Edge right here, where it's all like blue and kind of gives you a brood feel, except it's not red, it's blue. I like the camera color that they're doing here with Edge. Where's Gangrel? Where's Christian? Damian Priest is joining him, I know, which I think is dope. Damian Priest has got a cool look. I like him because he's not a superstar and he's not like low end. He's kind of mid card, but Damian Priest has got a very unique look. Kind of looks like warrior, Indian, kind of like, kind of gives me 2020 Tatanka vibes, except he doesn't have like the strings, going down his arms or the legs like the Ultimate Warrior. Like certain guys had like the strings kind of going down like Macho Man and the Ultimate Warrior, and they have the little bands with the strings hanging down. But he kind of gives me the those vibes, kind of like a modern day Tatanka in a certain way. But he's got a certain look about him. I kind of like it because there's no one else in wrestling that looks like Damian Priest, and he wrestles a little different than a lot of the other guys out there, and I like that. He's unique. He's different. That's what you want. You want to be able to stand yourself out there. I could definitely see him being a guy getting an opportunity at some point, tag or, I don't know if he'll get like an IC runner or anything like that. Probably not a world champion, but I like his look. How you feel that you robbed them? I mean, obviously they're trying to win right away. So that's why they needed that extra first rounder, the Armstead, and then the wide receiver. They're looking for 2 day 1 starters. But for you guys, you're just capitalizing on picks and looking for the future. You guys might win the division next year. You might miss the playoffs. We don't know. Right? But you guys are setting yourself up good for this year, next year, and the year after. And obviously, I think the Eagles will be the top dog in that division. I mean, obviously we know that the Cowboys will be the Cowboys. Commandos might do something if they don't trade away Scary Terry McLaurin. I could see them winning it this year. Obviously in the NFC East, not doing anything in the playoffs. But I mean, if Carson actually has Antonio Gibson and Scary Terry and Logan Thomas and a healthy D, Washington could possibly contend for the NFC East crown. I think a lot of people think it's going to be the Cowboys, Eagles automatically, but usually it's a different team every year. And it wouldn't shock me if Washington overachieved. They also might be booty. They might end up being like a 5-12 team. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, or maybe an 8-9 team. But I'm interested to see what happens in the NFC East. Ripley might join Edge. Ripley would be great. She's got a certain look about her.
I tried to please them. I tried to please everyone. Well, except for me. But that all changed when I heard your message. It gave me direction. Thanks for letting us know. Appreciate it. I know you were speaking to AJ Styles.
Yeah, I know. He's got podcasting shit, and I don't listen to him or whatever. I know he says a lot of controversial shit for like clicks and ratings. I don't know. I don't like the shit that's fake or you're just throwing shit out there. Obviously liked him, when he was at ECW. That was my favorite. Obviously the WWF days was okay. You had the TLC matches, Edge and Christian, the Hardys, Matt and Jeff, Edge and Christian. I mean, those matches were some of the best matches of all time, but I really like the Dudley shit from like ECW. That's my favorite because I'm an old school guy. So, I mean, I've watched a lot of ECW, a lot of WCW, things like that. Yeah, but it's crazy with like, Easter is one of my favorite holidays of all time. I love Easter because of the ham and the food. And this is going to be the first Easter I'm going to miss, I think, with my family for a little bit. Because I think me and the girlfriend, I think for her birthday, we're going to the beach. But I think it fell on that weekend, which, I don't think her dad realized that was Easter. So, I mean, we already have like a couple days there. And then I'm going to be going to Seattle, I think, the following weekend. So some of the weekends coming up, I'm not going to be streaming, but I might be from where I'm at the location. But yeah, crazy, man. Sometimes that shit kind of happens, though. You got to take advantage of the hotel, motel on the beach, on the coast or whatever. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be missing that food. I don't know if I'll be able to get any leftovers or whatever. I might have to work something out where I can drive up and pick up the leftover ham or leftovers because I like that type of stuff. You know what I mean? The ham, the turkey, kind of like the Thanksgiving platter, and the Easter platter is very, very good. I like to eat all the stuff. It doesn't matter. It could be like the deviled eggs. It could be the ham. Give me some mashed potatoes and gravy. Give me some buns. Give me some, bread in there. All the buns. I want to. So I talked to my dad today. Probably wasn't too thrilled that I told him I wasn't going to be able to make it, but hopefully I can get some leftovers. So I might have to convince him. I was like, when I get back or whatever, or on that Monday, maybe I come and give me some leftovers because I love the ham leftovers and the turkey leftovers. You can make like a little sandwich out of it. You know what I mean? You can just put all this stuff together and make like some like amazing, just like combo platter. And usually there's pie, and I'm a big pie guy. I like pie more than cake. I'm like The Rock. Your boy loves pie. Okay. Apple, cherry, give me that. Pumpkin, not so much, but apple and cherry, give me all that shit. I love apple and cherry. So got to get the pie. I've got to get the leftovers. So definitely something I got to do tomorrow. Yeah, but I hate missing holidays. It's my worst thing. Like if I miss Easter or Thanksgiving, that's not good. Those are like two of the ones. I mean, not a lot of people love Easter. And some people do the candy thing if you got like younger children or whatever. And it's never ever been about the candy for me. It's always been about the meal, about the ham and the mashed potatoes, the gravy, kind of like a second Thanksgiving before Thanksgiving. So. All right, time for another beer. I got 14 minutes to go, or maybe 34 minutes to go. We'll find out based on who's in the room and when we're hanging out. Anyone can talk about anything. You're having a good day? Cool. You having a bad day? Let me know. All right. If you want to talk about wrestling, you want to talk about Kansas and fucking North Carolina, you want to talk about NFL, you want to talk about anything, you can pretty much just type it in the chat. Your boy will let you know. Let me grab another beer. I got to grab either a pineapple or a mango. I think I'm going to go mango. I'll be back.
Yes, you might be asking yourself, what the hell am I looking at? That is, in fact, Riddle delivering one of the most spectacular RKOs ever from the top rope to Montez Ford. And, of course, the Viper would follow suit, nailing Chad Gable with the move that Orton made famous. This is the result. As we found out moments ago, the Raw Tag Team titles still belong to RK Bro.
Now, if you're a team, if you're the Street Profits, it's all about how do you get back into the conversation for the Raw Tag Team.
It's time for a piece of pizza.
It all starts tonight.
Street Profits, just like the AEW group. Private Party in AEW is kind of a knockoff of Street Profits, kind of. North Carolina was up by 15 at half, and I had to calm everybody down, told them that Kansas was going to win. They were up by 16 at the most, and Kansas ended up coming back and winning. One of the most incredible championship games of all time tonight. It's fucking insane. Like, insane. Like, it'll be talked about for like 20 years. Like, incredible. Like, it doesn't even matter if you're a North Carolina or a Kansas fan. That shit was insane. Oh, is this a new video game? WWE 2022? God, the graphics look amazing. I'm really excited for the AEW video game, even though I don't really play video games anymore, even though I want to. I need to go buy an old TV so I can play my Nintendo and my 64 and play some of my games, because I can't really figure out how to hook the shit up to these newer TVs with some of the outlets and the plugins. But I want to play the old stuff. Give me my PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 games. I mean, I can be happy with that. Or Nintendo or Genesis. I got a lot of systems here. Yeah, it was fucking incredible, dude. I love it when I try to talk about eating healthy, and then here I am eating garbage, pizza, tacos, chicken, all this shit that makes me fat. I can't help it. It tastes good. I like tacos. I like pasta. I like pizza. I like hamburgers. Like a motherfucker. Like, seriously, I can eat a hamburger every day. That's bad. I can eat like the chicken teriyaki, stuff like that, rice or Panda Express. I can eat that kind of stuff. But I don't know what it is about hamburgers, though, because there's so many different places I can get it from. I literally could eat that almost, not every day, but I could eat it often. But then usually I try to switch it up with like a sub or something. So, I mean, I'm still having that like sandwich type, thing, but it's just not, it's not hamburger. You got the game? Is it addicting as hell? The graphics look fucking insane, but I know those games are really tough. You have to really put some commitment into that to be pretty good at it. Yep, it's done. So now we go to, some, USFL stuff here in a couple weeks. MLB, I'll be doing that. NBA, wrestling, and then we'll just have to wait for NFL and college football to get going again. And obviously, we got the NFL draft, which will be amazing. Looking forward to that. I always love the NFL draft. It's always fun. The highlights of seeing of the players, that's the best part. So you can get the introduction, the hug by Goodell. I don't give a shit about that. I just want to see the highlights of the guys that we're talking about, their best plays, showcase for the world. And we get to see it player after player, offensive line, the wide receiver. Like, there's nothing like it. You know what I mean? It's like SportsCenter on crack. Like, you just get all the highlights of all the guys in that like 3-hour show. Awesome. So, I mean, that's the shit that I look up and I'm doing the research on in the off season. So if I can get it all in one spot, it's just kind of nice to be able to check that out. I'm crazy like that. But I love the NFL draft more than most people. Not so much in the 5 to 7 round, the third day. I mean, that gets a little boring unless you really know players. And if you do the research, it's a little bit better than people think. It's obviously not a must watch. round 1 is a must watch, and I like round 2 and 3 as a must watch because those are the guys who are usually day 1 starters. But then, rounds 5 through 7, I mean, a lot of those guys don't make the team, or they're like backups, practice squad. Maybe they make a team or do something special like Tom Brady, 6th round, 199, but you're not going to get a lot of amazing guys that late. But every once in a while, you do get gems in the 5th, 6th, and 7th. That's facts. Fuck, I need to play video games. I just got no time, man. There's too much dedication and energy over here to the channel and everything else. Well, we started off really slow, like at $12. Then Lenny D dropped a $200. We ended up with, 90 on the Cash App and like 200 something on the Super Chat. So it's a good night. So you never know what goats are going to show up or do their business. And shout out to the goats, always helping your boy out. Oh, we got Otis in the ring. Oh, here we go. I mean, I know the matches have been kind of bootios, but at least the ones that I've seen in the later part of the show have been, a little bit better. But, it definitely didn't give you that magic that you saw from WrestleMania. And usually WrestleMania is like really, really big show. And then the Raw after is usually like one of the best of the year. But obviously if Brock's not going to be there, or Roman, and if he's injured, then you're not going to get the same kind of pizzazz, or, you got to have the top guys on the show the next night. Otherwise it's not going to be like that. So no problem, dude. Appreciate you. I'll send you my address on Twitter probably tonight or tomorrow. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, dude. And I can still pay you for it. It doesn't matter if you donate to me or not. I know sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. Sometimes things are tight. You know what I mean? But if you want to gift it to me, that's great. But yeah, if you ever need money or something, it's all good. Appreciate you, man. I definitely will pay for it. But if you want to gift it, thank you. Keep in touch with me, brother. I'll send you a message tonight or tomorrow. Give you my address for the shirt. Thank you. Love you, brother. Fly, Eagles, fly, my brother. All right, so I'm watching Monday Night Raw now after we got Otis on the outside against Private Party. No, the Street Profits. Ooh, Montez Ford. Montez Ford is so athletic and fun to watch. He should be like IC at some point. I don't know if they'll ever give him the single opportunity. And you don't want to separate him from his brother, but I think he's one of those guys that you could put like an IC belt on Montez Ford and give him a singles push. It's fun to watch. Athletic, high flying, underrated. Like Street Profits got that swag. You could definitely have belts around them at all times or most of the time. And they've had the belts before. You too, dude. You're just too sweet. Fucking went to WrestleMania. Lenny D, I'm jealous, dude. Fucking going to WrestleMania. I had a chance to go to WrestleMania when I was like way young, when it was in Seattle. I probably should have did that. And the MLB All-Star Game is coming to Seattle, not this year, but I think next year. And I need my buddy bought like partial season tickets so he could get first dibs just to go for that reason. My boy Jay Graves. So it shows you like maybe Mariner baseball isn't the greatest, but if you get first access dibs to the All-Star Game and you have to pay like $800 for so many seats just to be able to get first dibs, that might be worth it. Because getting All-Star tickets are going to be fucking hard to get, and you get to go to the Home Run Derby and the All-Star. MLB is the best one by far. It's like MLB, then NHL, NBA, and then obviously NFL. Pro Bowl is a joke, but I think MLB is the funnest by far. Home Run Derby, and then being able to have everyone try in every All-Star game that you watch. You don't really see that too often where everybody tries. That's one thing I can respect about baseball. NFL, they don't do it. NBA, they don't do it. NHL, they do it most of the time. But I think with the MLB, it's like I've never seen a crappy All-Star game. It's always been amazing. Home Run Derby's always been lit. So I can respect that. They've tried to put on a good product. So yeah, so what's going on with that, Jameson? And let me know. Let me know what's going on there. Ah, my boy, Cyberpunk 53. Didn't even know if he was on the stream. I look down. He throws up a huge Cash App, almost $100. Appreciate you, my brother. I was talking about you earlier. I didn't know if you were working or if you were in the game. I just did the UNC Kansas, went on about an hour earlier. Was going to do WrestleMania, but spent time with the GF and Paisley. Thank you so much, dude. What a you never know when he's in the room or when he's not in the room. And sometimes he'll donate first before he even makes a comment in the chat. I know he works late, from in the evening into the AM. So you do the graveyard thing. Shout out to you, brother. Thank you so much. And you did not just like a $1 or $5 or even a 20 or 50. I mean, you did almost a hundo, dude. You're the man. Thank you so much, dude. And you did that obviously because you like even numbers like me. So we went from 302 to 400, just like that, because you like the even numbers like me. Because I'm like that too, man. It's not, I don't necessarily need to get the dono, but just like to have a nice even number. It's like if you're at like 307, you'd rather be at like 315 or 320 or 25. You just want kind of like a normal 5 to 10 number that's like smoothed out. But then he's like, oh, yeah, I'm Cyberpunk 53. I'm gonna make sure you have a good night tonight. And thank you, man. All the support. I mean, one of the most consistent supporters throughout, if not the number one consistent supporter besides you and Holly Hundo. I mean, you two are the most consistent. And, you guys dono so much and so support so much and conversate and hang out. And it's always awesome to have those type of people in your corner forever. And that's why you guys ended up getting my starter jacket, obviously. Thank you back first. You two were the very first and you guys deserve it. So shout out, man. Hope that starter jacket is treating you well. A little jealous. I wish I kind of had it, to be honest. And the Tampa Bay one is ugly compared to the Chief one. Chief one with the red looks amazing. It's like one of the best ones. I can't believe it wasn't sold out. So awesome that I was being able to get that for you guys. Bang! $98. Appreciate you, brother. Doesn't matter if we got a couple people in the room, 4 people in the room right now, $400 in donos. That's what happens because you got goats in the room. $400 in donos. Thank you, Cyber. Always doing big things. Chiefs Kingdom always representing the highest and the heaviest, supporting your boy. Thank you. And obviously, anytime I don't stream, I miss out on great conversation, possible subs, views, cool things that pop up, the donos. So it's like I need to really try to, I got to be mentally right. So obviously I go through the ups and the downs. I need to be, mentally good. Because I'm not going to give someone a half-ass stream. I'm not going to just stream to try to make money, and that's it. Like, if I'm not mentally okay, I can't just, fake it. You know what I mean? I'm going to give you authentic me at all times. So it's like if I'm here, I'm 200% invested. But if I'm not, then, something might be going on or I might be busy. Spent some time with the GF and the dog, which was nice. Watch a little Wrestlemania and the Breaking Bad. Started from season 1. Great show. Top 4 show of all time, Breaking Bad. Great. Walter White, legend. But I did want to do the WrestleMania day 1 and 2, but also I got to be able to manage time and balance my time with everything. So bang, huge, right? You know what I'm saying? Like you never know when Cyber's in the room. We could have one person in the room, 15, 20, 3, 5, who knows? It varies. People come, people go, you know what I mean? But you always get the consistent top dogs that make my dreams come true and are able to hold it down. Shout out. Couldn't do the channel without people like Cyber and Holly. Just wouldn't be able to do it. You know what I mean? It's like with their support, I'm able to not work a second shitty job, or something that I hate that I know I'm going to quit or get fired from at some point because I don't want to wake up at 5 or 6 a.m. or do physical labor or do sales over the phone. So I respect everyone and all the work that they do. Fucking jobs suck unless you got one that you really love. But shout out. All right, Otis is grabbing a table. We're 4 hours and 32 minutes in. We're up at a great number at 400 in the donos. We didn't know if Cyber was in the room. I talked about him about an hour before. Probably was working. Maybe he was in the room. Maybe not. Always makes his presence known, whether he talks in the chat or just, does a dono to support your boy with the bills and the gas and the food and the bullshit. Shit costs so much money now. It's just nuts, dude. Ooh. Knocked Otis back into the steps. My God, Montez Ford. All right, Montez, let me see you. Shout out to everybody in the room. Probably stream for, we're at 4 hours and 32 minutes, and I was going to end it, at 4 and then 4 hours and 30 minutes. Raw's still going on for another 17 minutes, so I'll probably stream for a few more minutes. I mean, we might go all 17. I'm just watching the match now. Shout out to everybody in the room. I mean, there's just a few of y'all. Good day. Good day. Great day. It's always a great day with the Fanatic family. Oh, Gable with the backflip. Wow. Dawkins with the right. All right, Montez Ford on the top. Frog splash through the table. Ring the bell. The Street Profits win. Finish him. Street Profits, fatality, babality, animality. Okay, I see you. Montez Ford. It's high flying. He's entertaining. So a little recap from earlier. Obviously, most of y'all were in here already or dipped, right? North Carolina, Kansas. North Carolina up by 15, up by 16 at the most in the first half. Kansas with the incredible comeback. And it's the best comeback in NCAA history. Amazing, man. All right, so let me take a look at your thing here. I know you were talking about that. Sunday night is going to call Ravish, Eduardo Perez, and Cohen. No more. I hated A-Rod. A-Rod was the worst. I mean, there's just certain guys that are in, Joe Buck and Aikman. Some guys can be like, okay, I guess. But I'd rather go, obviously, with the GOATs, with like Romo and Jim Nantz. That's the most pleasant on the ears, that knows what they're talking about. I never get annoyed. I think they're the best crew, hands down, by 1,000. It's not even close. No one else does a broadcast as good. Gus Johnson's great on the college level and NFL level when he gets a chance. I like his energy the most. He's my number one, Gus Johnson. But as a duo, Romo and Nantz are by far leaps and bounds better than everyone else. But yeah, getting rid of A-Rod, thank God. Thank God. Cyber with a big 98er, giving us to a big 400 for the night. Sunday night baseball. Yeah, I wasn't either. And I like Sunday night baseball too. It's kind of nice, like as it goes into summertime, you have a barbecue, you drink beer, you come back from just doing whatever during the day, and just having that last game on at like 5 p.m., 6 p.m., 7 p.m., and it's like the last, kind of cap offer to your night or your weekend until you go back to school or work or whatever you got going on. I like the Saturday games too, like on TBS in the morning, like the 10 a.m. shit when it's like the Braves are on or the Reds or, someone else on it early. I like those kind of games too. It's just cool to have some other sports going on because I'm not a big fan of the NBA anymore. So it's like to have that is nice to look forward to. And for me, I watch more than just my own team or my dad's team. So it's like I really do enjoy the sport, not like the NBA. It's like I really enjoy MLB, like NFL, like everyone. Like I can watch, like if the Orioles are playing or whoever, some dumpster fire garbage. I'm going to watch. I mean, there's not really a matchup that will hop on. I'll be like, oh, I'm not going to watch this because a lot of the shitty teams from 5 or 10 years ago are like really good now. So that's facts. All right, got 14 more minutes left in Raw. We're 4 hours and 36 minutes in. Shout out to the GOATs. $400 in donations in 4 hours and 36 minutes. You guys are the best. Cyberpunk, always the MVP. I mean, I haven't really done too many of the pictures. We talked about the Eagles and the Saints. Obviously, had some trade opportunities there in the first round. Jameis ain't going anywhere. But the Eagles and Saints had a little bit of a trade action going on today. Eagles accumulating some more picks for the future, for the Saints to get 2 first-rounders, to get a left tackle for Armstead replacement, as well as a Michael Thomas duo wide receiver. It could be Olave, Jamison Williams from Bama, or possibly Treylon Burks from Arkansas. But your boy's here, chilling, hanging out, doing the gummies, drinking the beer, and Cyberpunk and Holly Hundo get the wingy. And she's from that area. She went to that. That's her alma mater. She actually went to KU. So shout out to her. She was worried. I was like, let the pimp handle it. I got you. I was like, KU, they got this. They're down by 15, no problem. And they made it happen. He's like, yeah, we made it happen, baby. My favorite wrestler in the business, Kenny Omega. Great game. Great game. Yeah. Well, the Braves, they're still going to be on. Are they going to be on what? Are they going to do the TNT thing, or they're on a network, right? Because obviously WGN was Cubs. I imagine it still is, and then you'll have TNT for Braves, or are they not doing that anymore? Or I mean, they're pretty much on all the time, right? And then they'll be getting some more like Fox games, ESPN games, Saturday night or Saturday afternoon on Fox, like at 1 p.m. That's a showcase game, and then Sunday night. Oh, mango beer. That's it right there. Shout out to the GOATs, Cyberpunk and Holly Hundo. And our boy, too, Shepard Williams. Big $200 donation today when we were at $12. Boom, $200 on the super chat. You're the man. Holly Hundo with a 25, Holly Hundo with a 15, Holly Hundo with a 50, and our boy Cyberpunk, 98 studs. And a big 200 from Shep and a few other donations as well. But, wow, big ones. Shout out. Appreciate you guys. 72-69. Kansas wins the national championship. So how many more days do we have to wait, Jameson, in before we get baseball, like specifically? I know I can just go look on my phone. Obviously, I have to read and look up everything. But what's the exact date where we get the first one? Whether it be Sunday night or a morning game on ESPN at like 10 a.m. Because I remember usually it's like Yankees. It's like Yankees Blue Jays. It's usually like some kind of matchup like that, and it's usually the first one. I've streamed one, I think, last year. So, yeah, but if I was going to stream baseball games, I'd probably just do Dodgers because that's, the one I'm most knowledgeable of, and obviously I watch the games. My dad watches them all. Or the primetime matchups that are on. So maybe get some baseball ones in. I mean, we probably would have less people on the baseball ones than maybe basketball. But, I mean, if I really like baseball compared to not liking basketball, I'm not going to do it just, I'm not going to do it just to do it for like, donos or, I mean, I can't fake something. If it's like, if I'm watching something, I have to enjoy it. If I'm going to be taking 2 or 3, 4, 5 hours of my time, I don't want it to be something that I enjoy or think I'm going to enjoy, not some kind of garbage product. Everyone pulls out their phones. Roman in the building for the last 10 minutes. Went from a face to a heel to face to heel. And obviously he's much better as a heel. I mean, if you hated him before, that's when he was a face with like the Shield and everything that was going on with Dean and Seth. And then Seth turned, and then Dean and Roman were always, and then he had the cancer thing or whatever, went in remission. And, so he's kind of went from like face, really big baby face, popular, and then people that didn't like him because he wasn't good on the mic. Then he went heel, and then went face, and now he's like super heel and the face of the company, and has been the face. And they're probably pretty blessed that they have Roman, because if, he's got the look, you got obviously Paul Heyman doing the talking for him, just like obviously with Brock Lesnar. But I mean, this shouldn't be any surprise. I mean, they're not going to give it to Brock. I mean, the company has to be built by their guy, so they're going to treat him like Hogan. They're going to treat him like the legend, because obviously there's other guys that have had runs, but Roman's run could be for a long time. Like if they want to make Roman champ for like next 10 years, I mean, if they think that's going to make him the most money, and he's more of the face of the company, because it's one thing to be one of the superstars, but if you're a face of the company, I mean, it's like when John Cena was the face of the company for all those years. Usos with the belt, Roman with the belt, the bloodline with the belt. That's a cool picture. Imagine getting that picture in the front row. That's going on the Instagram. That's going on the Facebook. That's going on the Twitter. Yeah, TNT, TBS. Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. I think longer than that. I think it's been longer than that, right? Because I always remember them being on, and I'm 39, and it was on like years, like 20. Like, I might have not had cable, but other people did that I went to. Two days. Okay. That's exciting. I knew it was coming, but yeah, 1 day, 2 days away. Awesome. What's the first game? What's the first game at 10 a.m. on ESPN? Yankees and Blue Jays. I mean, who is it? It's like it's got to be some kind of matchup like that. Obviously, Blue Jays, when they normally scheduled them against the Yankees, they're not very good, but now they're supposed to be the second best team in baseball in the power rankings to the Dodgers. So pretty crazy. All right, so Roman is posing. Are we going to get? Yeah, and Roman is able, I think, to be more of himself now, so he doesn't have to like say what Vince wants him to say. It's like if you can be a little bit more natural on yourself, you know what I mean? And especially if you're getting the push, of course you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm good. You know, I'm the guy. You're getting the biggest push, of course. So. Yeah, I think he was hurt. I think that's what happened. I think that he was hurt. And they had to, he did like, Brock did like a neck thing. It was like, are you okay? And like kind of did one of those. I seen like a video thing or whatever. And I think, like, I'm not sure if he injured something, but there was something like some kind of muscle that looked like it was strained or pulled different. Like some kind of, they circled the spot on the photo or whatever. So maybe he was a little banged up or whatever, but all the belts. Usos, baby. It's like the modern day Rock. You know, that's what they want Roman to be. It's like Roman is the Rock, like of now. It's just, but then you got the Usos in there, so you got like the tag team, a little faction. Even though Vince hates factions, pretty cool. But also, I would like to see someone else. I think everyone's at that point. All right, well, we're at 4 hours and 45 minutes, so I'll probably just call it a day. Appreciate you guys. I love you guys very much. Shout out to everybody in the room. Cyberpunk, Holly Hundo, everybody else. Hope you guys have a great day. Shepard with a big $200 dono. Jameis Ameza hanging out all day, all night, always representing the channel. Shout out to you, my boy. Cyber, you're my boy. Holly, my girl. You guys are the best fans on planet Earth. Shep, my boy, and everyone else in the room. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night. I'll be back tomorrow unless something crazy happens. And hopefully there's some more NFL news. We'll talk wrestling, NFL, anything that comes on. Final score of the matchup of the Kansas Jayhawks versus the North Carolina Tar Heels. 72-69 was the final, 15 points down at half. Kansas finds a way. Amazing game. Shout out to everybody in the room. And hope you have a great night. I'll be back tomorrow. And I got one question for you. Who you know talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. And I'm out. Gang.